Chapter 1151. Blessing of the God Seal. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Hall Mother finally showed up on the fourth day. Surprisingly, they were brought to a mountain facing the Mediterranean Sea, away from the Citadel of Athens. The ceremony of the blessing of the God Seal would be held there. The team initially thought it would be a grand ceremony, with countless people watching them. In the end, they were brought to a fairly remote place instead. Even though the mountain was well decorated, like the garden of a mansion, and they could see the Mediterranean Sea by looking into the distance, it was still quite disappointing for those that wanted to make a name for themselves. After receiving the blessing of the God Seal, you will have to contemplate it for a month. It's better not to use magic too frequently during this period. I advise you to just meditate for a month, in order to fully absorb the blessing of the God Seal, Foamly informed the team. The Hall Mother's age was impossible to tell. She was solemn and approachable, but she did not talk directly to the team. A muse called Tisu relayed her words. The members would have to take turns accepting the blessing of the God Seal. Mo Fan was the first to receive it. After all, he was the main contributor to the team. It was said that the person that received the blessing of the God Seal first would have the highest increase in their magic potency. The Hall Mother stood under a tree on the altar set up for the blessing. The sunlight shone upon the altar like pieces of golden cloth, sprinkling over onto the Hall Mother. The woman emitted a sacred glow as she softly murmured the spell. Her murmurs echoed around the mountain like a pleasant melody. The Hall Mother waved at Mo Fan, signaling him to come forward. Mo Fan walked up. The muse beside him softly reminded him to kneel. Mo Fan looked at the Hall Mother. The Hall Mother did not seem to be bothered by it. She only asked Mo Fan to lower his head. The Hall Mother placed her palm softly on Mo Fan's forehead. The murmuring seemed to have reached the important part, as she proceeded to quicken it. Mo Fan, his eyes closed, felt like countless musical instruments enhanced by a sacred aura were playing around him, clearing the random thoughts from his mind. It felt the same when Mo Fan first awakened his magic. He could feel his spiritual world lighting up. The light shrouded his stars, as if it was trying to melt them. Focus, place your attention on the element that you want the blessing to fall on, the muse reminded him. She did not sound friendly, as if she was not pleased with Mo Fan's unwillingness to kneel before the Hall Mother. The blessing of the God Seal could only strengthen a single element. Mo Fan had already thought about it. He desired more firepower, so he had chosen to increase the base damage of his lightning element. The light soon circled the galaxy of his lightning element. The whole galaxy was shrouded by a mysterious light, and the individual stars were wrapped by the light, too. The light was initially glowing, as if it would dissipate at any second. However, they gradually merged with the stars like an imprint, and the light stabilized. Most spells of the blessing element could only enhance magic temporarily, but the blessing of the God Seal targeted the stars of a person's spiritual world. The spell enhanced the whole system of the element. Even if the galaxy eventually turned into a universe, the new stars would also have the imprint. The blessing of the God Seal was able to permanently increase the base potency of a mage element. It would stack with the amplification provided by magic equipment or elemental seeds. It was the reason why the blessing of the God Seal was so valuable. The process was quite lengthy, since it involved placing a permanent imprint inside a mage's spiritual world. It would not be completed in an instant. In addition to it, the cost of casting the spell was seen to be quite weighty, too. Some time later, the blessing of the God Seal was done. The Hall Mother smiled, yet she did not say a single word to Mo Fan. The imprint has been placed on your element. Even though the Hall Mother has helped you stabilize it, you still need to spend an entire month to secure it. The imprint is going to weaken, and you can only reduce the rate by meditating diligently. Therefore, it is wise for you to cultivate in seclusion for a month. I will stay here to give you advice, the muse Tisu told him. Mo Fan was about to ask something when he sensed the light shrouding his lightning stars weakening rapidly. Mo Fan did not dare to waste a second. He quickly went into his room to start meditating and secure the blessing. The Hall Mother rested for some time before giving Mu Xinxia the blessing of the God Seal. The ceremony lasted for 2 days. The Hall Mother seemed worn out by fatigue after she gave everyone the blessing of the God Seal. She rested on the mountain for a full day before going back to the Parthenon temple. The Muse Tisu stayed behind to keep an eye on the team. The Golden Sun Knight Haziel was there, too. Panglai had left, but Fengli stayed, just in case something happened to the students. The students had gone to their rooms to meditate. Even the playful ones knew how important the blessing of the God Seal was. They had no choice but to clench their teeth and meditate diligently. In a month, their strength would greatly surpass those of the same age. Going into seclusion simply meant meditating. Since his training had started, it had been a long time since Mo Fan last sat down quietly and meditated. Both his summoning element and the space element had reached the advanced level, yet Mo Fan had not learned to construct the complicated star constellation of the two elements yet. Now that he had the spare time, he could make use of it to learn the 2 advanced spells. The blessing of the God Seal has granted you a 2.5 multiplier, but how much of it is left solely depends on you. Mo Fan remembered the advice from the Muse. The blessing would grant a person a multiplier of 2 to 3 to the base potency of their magic, but instead of lasting permanently, it would reduce over time until it finally stopped at a certain value. Mo Fan had obtained a multiplier of 2.5 from the ceremony, but it was said that anyone that was able to keep half of it was very impressive. As such, the value of the amplification was usually around 1.2 to 1.7. However, if they received the blessing of the God Seal from the goddess, the value would be slightly higher. Many people were satisfied with a multiplier of 1.5, since the 0.5 increase to the base potency was enough to give them a great edge over the others, especially knowing that the Spirit Grade Seed or the Soul Grade Seed was the only other thing that could increase a person's magic potency. Mo Fan could feel the energy he received from the blessing flowing away. The multiplier had already fallen to 2.1 in just 5 days. How much more would he lose in 30 days, if he had already lost so much in 5 days? Luckily, the rate of him losing the energy gradually decreased. However, Mo Fan still panicked when the multiplier reached 2. It better not drop all the way to 1.2. If all he received was only a 20% increase to the base potency of his lightning element, the strenuous efforts he had put in to win the tournament would all be in vain. A 20% increase was basically nothing for a destructive mage like Mo Fan. He needed at least a multiplier of 1.5, so the 6 times amplification of his lightning Tyrant of his lightning would be 9 times stronger. That way, his basic spells would actually be as strong as someone else's intermediate spell. As Mo Fan was worrying about the loss of energy, Little Loach suddenly began to glow. It used the power that it had just acquired from the Pharaoh Spring to wrap around the galaxy of the lightning element. Mo Fan was intrigued. What is Little Loach trying to do? Mo Fan soon realized what Little Loach was up to. The little creature was trying to keep the energy of the blessing with its power, preventing it from flowing away. Little Loach rarely took the initiative to lend him a hand. It seemed like the amulet was extremely happy after it was given the Pharaoh Spring. As such, it was willing to do Mo Fan a great favor, leaving him in great joy. The light that Little Loach emitted wrapped tightly around the energy from the blessing. For the next 10 days, he did not lose any of the energy he obtained from the blessing. The multiplier stayed at 2, and seemed to be stabilizing. A multiplier of 2. Mo Fan initially thought he would be extremely happy with 1.5, yet he suddenly realized he might actually end up with a multiplier of 2 instead. Little Loach, hang in there. If you manage to keep the multiplier at 2, your father will give you anything that you want to eat. Mo Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. He was meant to meditate for an entire month, yet every day was incredibly thrilling to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was learning the star constellations at remarkable speed, too. With the help of the bracelet from Zhao Manyang, the light that Little Loach was emitting, and the energy of the blessing, Mo Fan could now complete the star constellations of the space element and the summoning element. Even though he could not use them for the time being, once he was done with the meditation, his strength would significantly improve again. He could easily crush anyone as he pleased. The multiplier stayed at 2. In the last 5 days, Mo Fan clearly felt the energy from the blessing had completely stabilized. It had turned into a permanent imprint in his spiritual world, and every lightning spell that he cast would be enhanced by it, doubling their power. As a safety measure, Mo Fan did not lower his guard for the last 5 days. He continued to focus on meditation, as he was afraid that the energy would suddenly vanish if he lost focus. He would rather die than lose the multiplier. Little Loach had withdrawn its light. Mo Fan was incredibly relieved. It was all thanks to the great gift that the Egyptian team had given him. Otherwise, Little Loach would not have been able to lend him a hand. Mo Fan spent the last few days in excitement and joy. Even though he was not done yet, he knew the energy had already stabilized. He had the urge to run to the edge of the cliff and shout at the top of his lungs facing the vast Mediterranean Sea. Dash 2 times. It really stopped at 2. The base damage of his lightning element had been multiplied by 2. It meant the destructive power of his lightning spells was off the charts. Chapter 1152. Another Soul. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan could leave if he wanted, but since the space element and the summoning element needed more time to consolidate, and he was also planning to improve his fire and lightning elements, meditating for a month was not enough. Besides, the mountain was quiet and more suitable for cultivating in seclusion. Even though Mo Fan had obtained the imprint that would double the base strength of his lightning spells, he was not in a rush to leave. He decided to stay here for another month and purify his magic. The mountain was off limits for anyone else, ensuring the national team that came first in the tournament could cultivate here in peace. The path of cultivation had always been time-consuming and dull. After all these years, Mo Fan no longer felt the need to show his improvements to the people around him. If a person could not cultivate with peace of mind, their achievements would surely be limited. He was already ahead of the others. If he worked even harder, it would only be a matter of time until he conquered the world. The Flying Flower Festival was a celebration for the Parthenon Temple's sacred mountain, but it had somehow turned into a famous festival for all of Greece. When the day came, the thin, yellow petals and the bluish-green leaves on the sacred mountain would drift into the air every time the wind blew from the Mediterranean Sea. They would circle the peak and the waist of the sacred mountain before slowly entering the Citadel of Athens and falling into the residences and streets, setting off the unique charm of the entire city. On this day, believers of the Parthenon Temple from across the world would come. The usually quiet Citadel of Athens would be bustling with noise. People would line up on the night before, hoping they could be the first person to enter the Hall of Faith, so they could listen to the prayers and reveal their wishes. There are people ahead of me still. I thought I would make it into the first 1,000 people, but look at the number of people here. They are lining up all the way to the 10,000 stairs, an old man sighed. There are always people that are more faithful than us. Who? What's happening to the people ahead? It looks like something just happened. An old woman stood on her toes as she glanced ahead. The people at the front of the line were moving around, while the people at the back had filled up the entire space, making it extremely difficult for anyone to move through the crowd. The people at the front were grumbling as if they had just received some bad news. Time to go back. The sacred mountain is closed today. Closed? Are you kidding me? We've come so far. We've been waiting since last night too, someone complained. That's the order. If you aren't pleased with it, you can tell the Mags of Faith. Seriously, why would the mountain be closed out of nowhere? Who knows, perhaps something serious happened. Guess we'll have to come back again tomorrow or the day after. Let's go, time to leave. Oh my, there are so many people behind us. How are we supposed to leave? The crowd was having difficulty moving. The people that had received the news were trying to leave, yet all they could do was turn around. Luckily, the government was in charge of maintaining order in the crowd on behalf of the Parthenon Temple. Despite how massive the crowd was, the people slowly managed to return to the city with the help of the authorities. However, they still did not understand why the Parthenon Temple would suddenly close the mountain. The Flying Flower Festival had always been a grand festival. The mountain would only be off-limits if something extremely serious had happened. Unfortunately, the Parthenon temple did not announce anything, and it was meaningless for the people to speculate any further. Xinxia's brain was hurting slightly. The pain had been around for quite a long time. She had no idea why her body was so weak, even when she was already a mage. It was like she was unable to use the strength of her body, like she had just woken up from a deep slumber. She opened her eyes and realized that she was not in her bed, but in her wheelchair. Xinxia finally realized that she was reading a book until late at night, and ended up falling asleep in the wheelchair. However, she immediately noticed a pungent smell that woke her up immediately. She was surprised to see people standing around her. They were looking at her with wide eyes, and they seemed fairly alert too. "We are seriously disappointed by your words," the Hall Mother sighed. "How vicious! Are human lives really so insignificant in your eyes, that you have to use such methods to eliminate anyone that is stopping you from becoming the goddess?" Great Muse Xinxia glared at her and snapped furiously. "The demon's blood is flowing in her body." Xinxia looked around her and discovered that all the authorities of the Parthenon temple were surrounding her. She was extremely calm. For some reason, she was able to remain calm despite the situation she was currently in. It felt like a dream, and she just had turned into a woman without any emotion. She lowered her head, searching for the source of the pungent smell. As she thought, it was the scent of blood. Her hand, sleeves, and dress were all stained with blood. A familiar woman was leaning against the wheel of her wheelchair. The dead woman was staring at her with wide eyes, like she was struggling to believe something. Did I kill her?" Xinxia mumbled. For some reason, she had a feeling that it was her that murdered the woman, but she had no idea why she did it. She was trying hard to recall the scene of her killing the woman. "Did you seriously forget what you have done?" Hayla said furiously. "Panagia." Xinxia took a closer look at the woman's face. It clearly belonged to Panagia, the most merciful and kindest saintess. Xinxia took a deep breath. She needed some time to organize her thoughts. Panagia sacrificed her life to bust you out. It also helped the Parthenon temple to prevent a great disaster. How disastrous the election has been. Asheruia was among the crowd too, protected by a few Golden Sun Knights. Asheruia slowly walked forward and looked at Xinxia carefully. Xinxia lifted her gaze and asked, "Is this your doing too? Should I be glad that you are treating me as a worthy competitor too?" Asheruia shook her head and said, "Are you Yi Xinxia?" Xinxia was confused about why she had asked the question. Asheruia added, "You never knew your other identity, right?" Xinxia looked at Asheruia, not knowing what she was trying to say. "It looks like you really have no idea. Your soul is innocent, but the other soul is unforgivable," Asheruia declared coldly. Mo Fan went back to his country after spending 2 months cultivating in seclusion. Mo Fan knew the election was still ongoing. He proceeded to visit the 3-step tower at the Pearl Institute to achieve the 2nd tier of his fire and lightning advanced spells, since his cultivation had improved significantly over the past 2 months. He was only able to cultivate in the 3-step tower for a limited time. He successfully improved the advanced fire spell to the 2nd tier, allowing him to cast the Skyflame Funeral, Hellish Flames. When Mo Fan finally returned to the Clear Sky Hunter Agency, he immediately went to see Lingling, to see how much she had grown. Lingling seemed to have reached early puberty. She had grown a lot, almost reaching Mo Fan's shoulder, and her physique was more feminine, too. "Lingling, let's find some work. I'm thinking of buying a magic shield. My departing nether shield is broken already." Mo Fan's strength had improved a lot recently, so he was eager to test it out. He believed he could take on quests with huge rewards now. Lingling was lying on the bar table. She slowly lifted her gaze. She had a strange look. Mo Fan was struggling to describe it, but it felt like something serious had happened. "What?" asked Mo Fan. "I don't know how I should tell you. My sister will explain to you when she comes," Lingling said. "Why would you think that? Don't tell me it's your first menstruation?" Ha ha ha, you are officially a woman now, Lingling, Mo Fan burst out laughing. Lingling did not react to Mo Fan's joke, and did not even look at him disdainfully like she usually did. Mo Fan quickly stopped smiling after seeing Lingling's reaction. It seemed like something serious did happen. You better prepare yourself for it, Lingling said. Me? Mo Fan was startled. Lengqing came while they were still talking. Tangzong and the elder of the magic court, Tangzong, were with her. The three of them immediately had strange looks when they saw Mo Fan. Something happened. Mo Fan asked. Tang Yu nodded and sat down beside Mo Fan. Lengqing stayed quiet. The atmosphere was extremely weird. No one dared speak the truth. Are you all just going to stay quiet? Mo Fan asked. Mo Fan, we really don't know how we should tell you. We had a hard time believing it in the first place too. It sounded very ridiculous, but when we were shown the proof, we had no choice but to accept it, Tangvong said. Just say it, is there anything that can scare me in this world? Mo Fan demanded. Salan is caught, Lengqing said. Mo Fan was startled. His first reaction when he heard the news was thinking that it was impossible. He believed Salan was not the kind of person that would be caught so easily. The woman was so smart that she was almost not human. Where? Mo Fan asked. The Parthenon temple, Lengqing said. Mo Fan burst out laughing. Salan was hiding at the Parthenon temple? They always said the most dangerous place was actually the safest place, but how did they find her? Don't you want to know who she is? Tang Yu asked softly. Who else could she be? She's Salan. It's good that she was caught, but I feel like the Parthenon temple shouldn't come to a conclusion so soon, because the person might not be Salan. No one has seen her true face. I did hear her voice before, but there are ways to change a person's voice. Even appearance is changeable too, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan was not too excited by the news, since it was impossible to tell if the person was actually Salan. There's solid evidence to prove that she is. What evidence? Oh, tell me who she is first, Mo Fan said. The three immediately fell silent. They looked at one another, yet none of them were willing to spill the beans. Mo Fan was amused by them. It's Xinxia, Tangzong finally gathered his courage and said. The smile on Mo Fan's face instantly vanished. The three could suddenly feel a savage aura from the blood flowing inside Mo Fan's body. His temperament suddenly turned extremely terrifying. Chapter 1153. Xinxia is Salan. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Xinxia? A twisted grin slowly surfaced on Mo Fan's face. The Parthenon temple, that goddamn Parthenon temple, could they do something even more ridiculous? Mo Fan, calm down first, Tang Yu said hastily. The three could sense Mo Fan's demon blood being awakened for a second. The thing they worried about the most almost happened. There's no point of calming down here. The Parthenon temple is asking for it. I wouldn't mind demolishing their temple and razing their mountain to the ground. Mo Fan said coldly. Just listen until we finish explaining it, Tang Vong said. What else do you have to explain? Besides, are you three out of your minds too? Salan is Salan, Xinxia is Xinxia, there's no way they are the same person. I didn't think the Parthenon temple would come up with such a ridiculous accusation for the sake of their election. Mo Fan said. Mo Fan had already felt that something was not right when Xinxia was promoted to a saintess so easily. He was wondering if someone was using her as a pawn. As he thought, as the date of the election approached, the candidates were taken out one by one, and it was Xinxia's turn now. Did the Parthenon temple seriously fail to find a better excuse to disqualify Xinxia from the election? Did they seriously have to come up with such a ridiculous accusation? The truth was quite obvious, hence Mo Fan was unwilling to listen any further. He would go to Greece at once and bring Xinxia back. If the maniacs of the Parthenon temple dared to stop him, he would not show any mercy. Is she all right? Mo Fan asked. She's imprisoned in the Saintess Hall in the Hall of the Goddess. She's fine for now, but the judges have started to vote whether if she's guilty, Tang Vong said. I'll leave right now. Mo Fan turned around and headed for the exit, but Lang Qing immediately stepped in front of him. Listen to what we have to say before you make your decision. We won't stop you, since someone you care the most is involved, but I do hope that you can understand the situation first, because everything that happened is very unfavorable for Xinxia. If you can't prove Xinxia's innocence and try to bring Xinxia away with force, you will be going against the Parthenon Temple and the Holy Judgment Court. That's pretty serious. Even if you use the demon element, you won't be able to rescue Xinxia. Lang Qing said to Mo Fan in a serious voice. Fine, I'll listen. Mo Fan sat down. He was interested in seeing what ridiculous evidence did Parthenon Temple came up with. This was absurd. Xinxia was Salan? First of all, you need to know why Xinxia was arrested. They accused her of killing the Saintess Panagia, and Xinxia admitted it too, Lang Qing said. I won't be surprised that someone was framed in the competition between the Saintesses. It's normal if Xinxia was forced to admit it, Mo Fan replied. Let's assume Xinxia is Salan. Panagia asked Xinxia to meet her alone in the Saintess Hall. Saintess Panagia had evidence to prove that Xinxia was Salan, so she was planning to confront Xinxia, but Xinxia killed her. However, Panagia was being extra careful. As soon as Xinxia killed Panagia, she was surrounded by people in the Saintess Hall. No one witnessed the murder, but the two of them were the only people in the Saintess Hall, and Panagia's heart was found beside Xinxia's wheelchair, while her hands were covered in Panagia's blood. Panagia still had her last breath when the people came in, and they saw her pointing at Xinxia before she fell, Lang Qing said. Mo Fan frowned. Based on Lang Qing's description, there were quite a lot of witnesses to the incident, and Panagia had only died moments before. From a normal person's perspective, Xinxia was clearly the murderer, yet how did the culprit do it? How did the culprit force Xinxia to kill Panagia? Mind control. If Xinxia's mind was being controlled, that explains why she did it, Mo Fan rebuked. A master of the psychic element personally checked if Xinxia was being controlled, but the answer is no. The trace of a person's mind being controlled will stay in the victim's mind for at least 72 hours. If Xinxia really was being controlled, we should be able to find the psychic trace in Xinxia's mind, but the result is negative. Xinxia was not controlled, Lang Qing said. Was that master of psychic element reliable? Mo Fan asked. His Panglai's good friend, one of the best psychic mags of our country. He wouldn't set Xinxia up, and it was only a coincidence that he was there. The Parthenon Temple initially wanted to let their psychic mage do it, but Fang Yunia was worried that Xinxia had been set up in the competition between the Saintesses. He volunteered to do the job, but in the end, he did not find any psychic trace in Xinxia's spiritual world, Lang Qing said. There must be something we've missed, Mo Fan said. Possibly, but let's put that aside, it's only the fuse to the whole incident. Whether or not Xinxia murdered the Saintess isn't our concern here. A Saintess had been murdered. An incident like that was surely going to shock the world, yet it was not even the priority compared to the thing they were about to discuss. Let's talk about the accusation that Xinxia is Salan. Tang Yu, you first, Lang Qing said. Tang Yu nodded. Even though she was reluctant to spill the beans, she had no choice but to do so. Mo Fan, aren't you curious why I was a teacher at Bo City? Tang Yu said. Mo Fan nodded. Mo Fan had always wondered about it, but he later assumed Tang Yu was sent to Bo City to track down the Black Vatican as a probationary member of the Enforcement Union. Are you thinking that Xinxia is too young to be Salan? The calamity of Bo City was a conspiracy for over 10 years. Xinxia was only around 7 back then. There's no way she was behind it, Tang Yu said. Obviously, Mo Fan said. We've learned new information about Salan recently. Salan is only a nickname, there's actually the first Salan, second Salan, and third Salan. Every Salan will choose a successor after they have inherited the name, Tang Yu said. I'm aware of that. Therefore, let's assume Xinxia is Salan. she was only a successor back then, not the real Salan. The members of the Black Vatican in Bo City were under the order of the previous Salan, Tang Yu said. But why is Xinxia a suspect? Mo Fan said. You know how difficult it is for the members of the Black Vatican to verify the identity of their superiors. Even the grey priests, black clergies, and blue deacons have never seen the true face of the red cardinals, nor would they know who they were. In order to prove to the members who the red cardinals are, they refine cardinal bloodstones when someone becomes a red cardinal, or is chosen as a successor. These cardinal bloodstones are the only way to verify a red cardinal's identity. The cardinal bloodstones split in two when they are refined. One is held by the Supreme Pontiff, and the other is given to Salan. When a red cardinal wants to prove their identity to the members, they only need to put a drop of blood on the cardinal bloodstone. If the cardinal bloodstone accepts the blood, it then proves the person is their red cardinal, Salan. Mo Fan listened carefully. He had heard about the cardinal bloodstone before, but he was unsure how it actually worked. We were just like you, we didn't believe Xinxia is Salan, but to our surprise, the cardinal bloodstone accepted Xinxia's blood, Tang Vong said. Is the cardinal bloodstone reliable? Mo Fan asked. Lingling, who had been silent until now, spoke up, the cardinal bloodstone is real. There are only two pieces of cardinal bloodstones that can prove Salan's identity. One is in Salan's hands, and the other is currently in the Holy Judgment Court's hands when they acquired it from the Black Vatican Supreme Pontiff. Grandpa hadn't retired back then, and he was the person that appraised the cardinal bloodstone. It's made of the same material as the Stone of Guilt. It's impossible to replicate or modify after it is refined, so the cardinal bloodstone that was used to verify Salan's identity was real. Mo Fan fell silent. According to Lingling, Old Bao was once an authority of the Holy Judgment Court. There was no way he would set Xinxia up either, meaning that the cardinal bloodstone was the only way to prove Salan's identity. The problem was, why would it accept Xinxia's blood? It's a piece of solid evidence, we can't overturn it, Tang Vong said. Let's not worry about the evidence for now. Xinxia has grown up together with me, how could she possibly manage the members as Salan? Besides, aren't you familiar with Xinxia's personality? She's the least possible person to be Salan, Mo Fan said. There's something you aren't aware of yet, Lung Qing said. What is it? Mo Fan asked. I believe once you learned it, you will have to admit that Xinxia is actually Salan, Lung Qing lowered her voice. Just say it. Either way, I will never believe she's Salan, Mo Fan said firmly. Mo Fan, did you remember the black totem snake sense an extremely dangerous aura in Hangzhou City? I told you that the big guy wasn't afraid of you, but the person standing behind you. It was Xinxia, Tang Yu said. Mo Fan stayed quiet. Tang Yu did mention that before. We speculated that there must be something inside Xinxia's body that the black totem snake was scared of. The truth is, it might be another soul inside Xinxia's body. Another soul. Mo Fan was confused. Xinxia is innocent. The Xinxia you know isn't Salan, but there's another soul in her body. It was also the reason why her body is weak and her legs are feeble. Her body is struggling to bear the heavy burden of having two souls in it. And the other soul is Salan. Mo Fan suddenly felt his brain buzzing, as if it was about to explode. How is that possible? That's bullshit. Mo Fan snapped. Mo Fan, calm down, I'll tell you something else too. The reason why it's impossible to have a traitor in the Enforcement Union is because every member has to swear an oath to the Tree of Souls. The people that broke the oath would be rejected the next time they visit the Tree of Souls, but as a matter of fact, there's actually a member of the Black Vatican in the Enforcement Union. We weren't able to figure out how they did it, until Han Ji came and told us something about the amnesia bug that the Black Vatican used at the ancient capital. I finally came to a realization, Tang Vong told him. Chapter 1154. Unsure of their own identities. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan did remember the amnesia bug. Zhong Xiaohu was once a victim of it. The Black Vatican has the amnesia bug, and they only use it on important members of the Enforcement Union. The members of the Black Vatican that snuck into the Enforcement Union didn't know they were members of the Black Vatican, since their memories were controlled by the amnesia bug. The person would only reclaim their memories at a specific time, or through some special methods to awaken the amnesia bug, and then realize they are members of the Black Vatican, Tang Vong said. Mo Fan listened quietly. Seeing that Mo Fan did not say a word, Tang Vong added, Xinxia has the amnesia bug in her, so the people of the Parthenon temple concluded that she is unaware of her identity. Her memories of the Black Vatican will only surface during specific times, which basically means she has another soul in her. When everything is done, the amnesia bug will then hide the memories again, making Xinxia look like just an ordinary person on the surface. It's the main reason why we have trouble tracking down the Black Vatican. We tried very hard to find out who the members of the Black Vatican are, yet even they are unaware of their own identities. How are we supposed to bust them out? Salan was only a nickname. Solid evidence. Her legs were incurable because there was another soul in her body. Xinxia's innocent character was not fake, either, as even she had no idea that she was Salan because of the amnesia bug. Tang Zong, Ling Qing, and Tang Yu struggled to believe it when they first heard the information, too. Their first reaction assumed that it was all a setup amid the election for the goddess. They believed it was an absurd accusation, yet when the truth was revealed, they had no choice but to accept it. The kind, pure-hearted Xinxia was innocent, but the memories of Salan hidden by the amnesia bug inside her, the soul and character that woke up at times, was the source of all evil. They had told Mo Fan everything they knew. They knew it would be difficult for him to accept it, but that was the truth. Xinxia was Salan, but Xinxia was not actually Salan. Both Xinxia and Salan's souls were in the same body, but the Holy Judgment Court and the Parthenon Temple were surely going to find Xinxia guilty. The room fell silent. The people could hear Mo Fan's heavy breathing. Everything was too absurd to Mo Fan, yet the evidence was there, forcing him to believe it. "What are you planning to do?" Ling Ling asked. The whole incident was unprecedented, clearly a great blow to Mo Fan. They were asking him to believe that the source of all evil, the culprit behind the calamities of Bo City and the ancient capital, was actually someone that he was close with. "I will go see her," Mo Fan said. "I'm afraid you can't. She's currently imprisoned in the Saintess Hall at the Parthenon Temple. No one is allowed to see her. Once everyone with the Stone of Guilt cast their votes, and if there are more black stones than the white stones, she will be officially accused as Salan," Tang Vong said. "I don't care about their evidence, or Stone of Guilt, I want to see her," Mo Fan said confidently. "The Parthenon Temple's armed force is shocking, it's not something you can take on alone," Tang Vong said with a sigh. "When is the trial behind held?" "Today, or tomorrow. I believe the evidence has convinced most people with the Stone of Guilt, and the outcome is most likely going to be." Mo Fan did not say another word. He left the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. He had only taken a few steps out of the door when Tang Yu came out. She looked at Mo Fan and felt horrible, too. The news was even scarier to Mo Fan than being surrounded by demon creatures. It was as horrifying as realizing that he was a member of the Black Vatican after he woke up one day. "If you really want to go, take this," Tang Yu said, and handed an orb to Mo Fan. Mo Fan glanced at the orb and was quite touched. He received it and said, "If anything happens, I'll take responsibility for everything." "Your decision is our decision, too," Tang Yu said. Mo Fan nodded. Mo Fan received thousands of messages on his phone. He was not in the mood to reply to them. He knew these people cared a lot about him, but his mind was fully occupied with a single person. Mo Fan returned to Greece. He entered the Citadel of Athens, and went straight to the Parthenon sacred mountain. The season had arrived later than usual. The flowers had only just started drifting in the wind. The sacred mountain covered in colorful petals was as beautiful as a stunning painting. The petals drifted into the Citadel of Athens and fell onto the buildings and streets. The whole city was covered in a pleasant scent. Mo Fan raised his head, glancing at the sacred hall of the goddess on the mountain up amid the petals and leaves. He immediately recalled that Xinxia said she was going to leave after the election came to an end. "Mo Fan," a voice called out. Mo Fan looked to where the voices came from and saw Pang Lai, Han Ji, and Zhu Meng. They seemed to have waited a long time for him. Zhu Meng's face was still bearded. He walked up sternly and looked at Mo Fan firmly. "Are you sure about this?" "No doubts about it," Mo Fan said. "We won't be able to lend you a hand," Han Ji told him. If Mo Fan's life was in danger, they were more than willing to provide their assistance. Tang Vong would come with Mo Fan too, and the few of them could handle any kind of situation. However, they were left with no choice this time. The Holy Judgment Court would not allow any country to challenge their authority. Anything the three did represented the Royal Guards, the Magic Association, and the Councilman of China. If they intervened, it would surely result in a greater mess. "We'll follow you, and the most we can do is save you if your life is in danger," Zhu Meng said in a deep voice. It was obvious that Tang Dong had already told them what his plan was, or perhaps they already guessed that Mo Fan would pay the Parthenon Temple a visit. They were not allowed to help Mo Fan take on the Parthenon Temple and the Holy Judgment Court, but they could try their best to look after him. The Parthenon Temple and the Holy Judgment Court had the right to execute a person once they were judged guilty, and Mo Fan would soon challenge their authority. "Did you vote a white stone?" Zhu Meng asked. "Not sure," Pang Lai said. "I bet he doesn't even care about the chairman's hint." Zhu Meng laughed hollowly. Mo Fan knew they had waited for him purposely. He was very grateful. He knew how serious what he was planning to do was, yet they were still willing to come and protect him. "I'll be going up, then," Mo Fan said. "Hang on, we're still waiting for old clergyman's news," Pang Lai said. "Old clergyman? That old man of your hunter agency," Pang Lai said. Mo Fan's mouth dropped in surprise. It turned out that old Bao was once a clergyman of the Holy Judgment Court. A clergyman was the highest level of the Holy Judgment Court, responsible for supervising the 13 magistrates. The magistrates of the Holy Judgment Court were the people that owned the stones of guilt. These 13 magistrates, including the Great Magistrate, were responsible for sentencing people with shocking backgrounds. Even though the clergymen were not directly involved in the trial, they were responsible for supervising the 13 magistrates. If any of them was biased, the clergymen were allowed to intervene. The status of the magistrates of the Holy Judgment Court was shocking, but the clergymen had even greater power than they did. Mo Fan already guessed that old Bao was a great authority prior to his retirement, yet he had no idea how great of an authority the old man was. The Holy Court of the Parthenon Temple. A round table with 13 chairs. They were the only objects in the enclosed room, a room heavily surrounded by soldiers. 13 magistrates from different countries were seated at the table. In front of them were many papers laying out the evidence. Yesterday, they had conducted a trial at the Sainters Hall. They had also listened to Xinxia's testimony, even though they had wasted most of the time listening to the furious accusations from the great muse Malora. Even the Hall Mother, who had been supporting Xinxia throughout the election, had remained silent during the trial. After all, she had witnessed Panagia's death in Xinxia's arms in person, and how Xinxia's blood was accepted by Salan's cardinal bloodstone. The trial had ended. They were currently conducting a secret meeting. The 13 magistrates would be casting their votes here. Once everyone cast their votes, if the white stones were more than the black stones, it basically meant the accusation was flawed, and the evidence was not enough to prove that Xinxia was Salan. Xinxia would then be handed to China's enforcement union. However, if the black stones numbered more than the white stones, the accusation would be valid, meaning that Xinxia would be treated as Salan, and would be executed by the Holy Judgment Court. It's quite obvious that the girl is innocent. How could Salan be a young girl in her 20s? Her information has clearly stated that she's a very talented student, that's all. As for the Cardinal Bloodstone, I'm more inclined to believe that there's some other possibility for someone's blood to be accepted by the Cardinal Bloodstone, an old mage from St. Paul Church, Leonard said. Leonard, I believe you have become too merciful as you age. The evidence is quite obvious, it's meaningless to defend her. I won't change my vote. The cardinal bloodstone is just like the stone of guilt, it will never lie, and it can't be manipulated, either. She's Salan. Age doesn't mean anything. From what I know, the new Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican, the Cold Prince, is also a very intelligent young man. We are quite sure that he's responsible for the theft from the Sacred Hall of Liberty, the magistrate from the Parthenon Temple, Tulank exclaimed. Chapter 1155. Barging into the Sacred Mountain. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. There was not much dispute in the private meeting. Most magistrates believed that the cardinal bloodstone was the best evidence they had. If the cardinal bloodstone could not identify a member of the Black Vatican, their stone of guilt would be useless, too. When a person was chosen as a magistrate, they would place a drop of blood on the stone of guilt to imprint it. The clergymen would hold the stones of guilt. They would only be given to the magistrates during a private meeting to cast their votes. They strongly believed it was impossible to fool a stone of guilt. It was tightly bound to a magistrate. It was the main reason why they strongly believed that the cardinal bloodstone was the best way to prove a person was the Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican. As for why the young woman looked nowhere close to Salan, the reason was fairly obvious, too. The amnesia bug had been proven. The only thing left was for the woman to admit that she was Salan herself. Unfortunately, due to the amnesia bug, even she had no idea she had Salan's memories and personalities. As such, it was quite meaningless for her to admit anything. Besides, would a criminal really admit they were guilty? Finally, 2 Holy Court mags opened the door of the room. The Holy Court mags were responsible for the execution of the criminal once they were sentenced guilty. What was even scarier was that each Holy Court mage was a super mage. Old Bao was waiting outside the room. Even though he was once a clergyman, he was not allowed to enter the room. He could only wait for the outcome outside the room. That being said, he could easily use his influence to learn the decision from the 13 magistrates. I tried my best, old friend. Leonard let out a sigh and patted Old Bao on his shoulder. Old Bao's surname was not actually Bao. He only decided to conceal his identity after retiring and opening the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. His real name was Songchiming. Songchiming glanced at the other magistrates, and they all gave the same response. Songchiming knew that the guilty verdict had been placed. A rare guest, if I'm not mistaken. It's been 10 years since you bothered to care about the Holy Judgment Court, the great magistrate Tulank said with a smile when he saw Old Bao. I have nothing to say to you. You will end up just like Essendale. Old Bao said coldly. He turned and left immediately. Dulank's face darkened as he glared after Old Bao. Since Old Bao had already known the outcome, he was most likely going to do the same thing as Shumeng, Han-ji, and Panglai. However, even he could not guarantee that the 4 of them could protect Mo Fan from the Parthenon Temple and the Holy Judgment Court. Going up the mountain path, Mo Fan passed the Hall of Faith, skipped the Hall of Judgment, and soon arrived at the starry mountain path leading to the Mountain of the Goddess. Old Bao was already waiting for him at the starry mountain path. Han-ji immediately went up and asked, "How was it?" If the Holy Judgment Court was able to make a fair judgment, they would be able to keep the situation under control, instead of worsening it. Han-ji was hoping that they could resolve it the easy way. Old Bao shook his head and said, "I'm afraid they are going to announce it before night falls. Mo Fan, if you really want to see her, you have no choice but to take the challenge. She's still a member of the Parthenon Temple until the announcement. If you manage to overcome the challenge, you can request to see her in person. Even though the Parthenon Temple will not let anyone get close to Xinxia, I believe they have no choice but to obey the rule," Panglai told Mo Fan. Mo Fan nodded. It was obvious that the people of the Parthenon Temple would not let him enter the Mountain of the Goddess, nor would they let him go any closer to the Hall of the Goddess. The challenge was the only way. Old Bao walked up to Mo Fan and said to him in a low voice, "You have to use your own strength to overcome the challenge." "I understand," Mo Fan replied. Panglai had already mentioned that the starry mountain path was protected by a powerful, ancient magic formation. Even the strongest power would be suppressed by it. Even though Mo Fan had the demon element, if he really wanted to overcome the challenge and meet Xinxia in person, he would have to rely on his own strength. Mo Fan, Panglai had the urge to say something. Mo Fan turned to him, waiting for him to speak. If you fail, you might lose all your cultivation. The Holy Judgment Court has made its decision. Not many people in this world can change the outcome. Even the Holy Saint Wentai did not escape their judgment. Not long ago, Essendale, the strongest shadow mage in the world, failed too. You have just made a name in the World College Tournament, and you have received the blessing of the God Seal. We all believe that you will surpass us in the future. There's no limit to what you can achieve. I hope you understand that no matter what you do, you won't be able to change the outcome. We sincerely wish that you can think about it calmly, so you won't ruin your own life. At least, during the execution, I'll ask the chairman to request that you can see her one last time. Panglai finally uttered the words he wanted to say all this time. Tang Vong did not say anything, because he was extremely familiar with Mo Fan's character. Tang Zong knew Xinxia's fate had been sealed. He also had the urge to stop Mo Fan, and regardless of how reluctant Mo Fan was to accept it, it was still the truth that Xinxia was Salan. He did not want Mo Fan to sacrifice himself for nothing. However, Tang Vong was unable to say anything when he saw Mo Fan's reaction. Han Ji and Zhu Meng shared the same thoughts. If Mo Fan had not achieved his current heights by himself, they would surely have stopped him from trying anything ridiculous. Trying to barge in the mountain of the goddess was the same as challenging the decision and authority of the Parthenon Temple and the Holy Judgment Court. Even a forbidden mage was unwilling to oppose two formidable factions that were stronger than the magic associations. Mo Fan looked at Panglai and the others that had come to protect him. Mo Fan never thought such an accusation would befall Xinxia. He was thinking of bringing Xinxia back to their country not too long ago, and the two could live a comfortable, carefree life. Unfortunately, this bad news had come out of nowhere. It felt like he was having a ridiculous nightmare. Mo Fan had always thought dealing with the Black Vatican was an extremely difficult task. He had no idea who they were, yet the Black Vatican was thinking of killing him at all times. They were hiding in the dark, and every calamity they stirred made him feel like he was extremely weak and tiny. But in Mo Fan's eyes, the accusation that had befallen Xinxia was 10 times scarier than going against the Black Vatican. Against the Black Vatican, Mo Fan knew all he had to do was to work harder and become stronger. As for the situation that Xinxia was in, Mo Fan suddenly felt like he had fallen into a deep abyss, where he could never see the light again. However, he was well aware of one thing: he wanted to see her, no matter the odds. He had to stay by her side. If such news was devastating to him, what would it do to Xinxia? When she was young, she was so weak that she kept struggling to stand like a normal person. She would shed tears when she was alone. How could a girl like her face the accusations on her own? If I can't protect her, what's the point of becoming stronger, or earning more glory? Mo Fan replied. But have you ever thought? Panglai wanted to say something. Old Bao shook his head at Panglai. Panglai did not continue. Mo Fan placed his foot on the starry mountain path. Only those with permission were allowed to enter it. 2 months ago, Mo Fan was given permission, but today, he was an unwanted guest. Friend, this is the starry mountain path. If you step through the entrance without permission, you are going to die a cruel death. You should reconsider your action, a holy court mage standing at the entrance said sternly. I've made up my mind, Mo Fan responded. Panglai was more familiar with the dangers of the starry mountain path than anyone else. His face turned pale when he saw Mo Fan entering it. Panglai decided to give up on his attempt after assessing the situation, but Mo Fan was even more determined than he was. He was not going to give up until he met Xinxia in person. He was going to lose his cultivation. An intruder has entered the starry mountain path. An intruder has entered the starry mountain path. An intruder has entered the starry mountain path. The loud voice echoed across the sacred mountain. An ancient bell started ringing. It had not rung in many years, and sounded extremely heavy. A dark, blue light of the chaos element appeared on the starry mountain path. The extraordinary energy was swaying regardless of which direction the people were looking at the sacred mountain. As Panglai said, once the intruder stepped through the arc-shaped entrance, the magic formation would activate at once, shrouding the long mountain path. Even the sky above it was tightly sealed. Mo Fan felt like he was in a void tunnel, as he could not see anything around him. He only saw four statues with murderous auras barring the way on the stairs. Mo Fan could feel his strength being suppressed, but the suppression was not too strong. He was still able to use his full power. However, Panglai had clearly mentioned that it was impossible to overcome the challenge of the starry mountain path without the strength of the super level. The news of someone barging in immediately shook the entire sacred mountain. Even the believers of the Hall of Faith heard it. The news continued to spread throughout the Citadel of Athens. It was an ancient taboo. It attracted everyone's attention when a courageous man attempted to break it. Chapter 1156. The Bronze Beast of Greece. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The people of the Hall of Faith crowded along the mountain path after hearing the news. They soon saw the back of a young man heading up the stairs through the magical barrier. That man, isn't he Mo Fan, who defeated Zorro in the World College Tournament? It does look like him. What is he doing? Doesn't he know how serious the consequences are for barging into the sacred mountain? People quickly recognized Mo Fan on the starry mountain path. The noise of their discussion soon echoed across the mountain. The mountain path was soon crowded with people. They stared at the Chinese student who had grabbed the attention of the world in the World College Tournament. They were struggling to understand his reckless behavior. Further ahead, the people of the Hall of Night soon gathered at the exit of the starry mountain path. They were able to see the entire place that was covered by the magical barrier, and the tiny Mo Fan, too. Who is he? It doesn't matter who he is, he's digging his own grave. Hall Master of the Hall of Knights Hayla declared coldly. I bet he's here for ye Xinxia, Kulun said. Kulun was standing close to Fiona. Kulun used to be Xinxia's guardian knight. Since Xinxia's status had risen significantly, Kulun had been receiving a lot of benefits as her guardian knight. However, Kulun was extremely terrified when he learned of the latest discovery. As a matter of fact, he was unwilling to believe it, but he had no choice but to accept it when he saw the evidence. What an idiot! Does he seriously think this is going to work? No one can possibly make it to the end. Fiona said anxiously. He has reached the first statue. Not many among those so-called geniuses are able to defeat the copper beast. Mo Fan reached the stair of the first statue. As he set his eyes on the statue, its eyes suddenly sprang open and stared at Mo Fan in return too, with a strong, intimidating presence of evil. It was the first statue defending the starry mountain path, the Bronze Beast of Greece. It was an ancient creature of Greece, symbolizing slaughter. The founders of the Parthenon temple had subdued the savage creature and arranged for it to guard the sacred mountain. The Bronze Beast of Greece only had one eye. Its limbs were short and fleshy. Its body was bloated like a giant toad, while its head resembled a rhinoceros, with a sharp bronze horn on its nose. The bronze horn pointed at Mo Fan as the bronze beast suddenly charged at him. He could only see a deadly, blue beam approaching him rapidly. It was too quick for him to react. A small, bloody hole appeared on Mo Fan's shoulder, fresh blood poured out and stained his shirt. The Bronze Beast of Greece went to the other side. Its eye had a disdainful look, as if it had purposely missed the attack just so it could warm up further. Their curse had forced the statues to remain still in the wind and rain for many years. They could only move when someone dared to take the challenge. The bronze beast did not show any sign when it attacked. The auras of many creatures would shift when they were about to lunge, and their bodies would also tighten like an arrow about to be fired from a bow. But the bronze beast of Greece was half lying on the ground, as if it was about to take a nap. However, it would suddenly charge forward with remarkable speed and puncture its enemy with the bronze horn. Mo Fan suddenly felt lost, as he had no idea how to defend himself. Mo Fan's body was soon covered in wounds, but the wounds were not deadly. The bronze beast's eyes had the same disdainful look. It was quite obvious that the beast did not want to kill Mo Fan too quickly, since it would have to hibernate for many years until the next intruder showed up. The bronze beast attacked once again. The same blue ray flickered past. This time, Mo Fan was knocked flying by the beast, rolling down the stairs. Why didn't he dodge it? Zhu Meng said worriedly. It's impossible to dodge it. The bronze beast's eye and horn have a unique magic that can lock onto their target, making it extremely difficult to dodge its attack, Pang Lai said. Impossible to dodge? How is Mo Fan going to defeat him? Let's hope that Mo Fan can come up with a plan. Mo Fan did not feel any pain, even though he was being hurt continuously. First, the injuries were not serious, and second, he had yet to collect his thoughts from the shock. When his mind was fully occupied on one thing, the pain he was feeling was negligible. Mo Fan rose to his feet and quickly treated his wounds to stop them from bleeding. It was not like he was not paying any attention, but the beast's attacks were basically undodgeable. The beast was not particularly huge, yet its attacks were like he had just collided with a giant mountain. The bronze beast laughed like a human, like it was mocking how weak its challenger was. This time, the bronze beast seemed to be planning to deal a serious blow to Mo Fan. Its eyes flickered with a hint of savagery. Another blue ray flickered past. It charged from the stairs all the way to the arc-shaped entrance. Mo Fan did not bother dodging the incoming attack. He stared at the bronze beast coldly. Sky Lightning Claw. When the blue light arrived, Mo Fan clenched his fist into a claw and faced the bronze beast head-on. Dark lightning burst out from the tip of his fingers and took the shape of a giant claw, crashing into the bronze beast on the stairs. The power of the lightning was fairly shocking. The thick lightning arcs and the aura of the Sky Lightning Claw exceeded the bronze beast's attack and landed on the beast, knocking it flying. The bronze beast slammed heavily into the stairs. Blink! The lightning arcs were still dancing wildly in the air when Mo Fan shuddered and vanished into thin air. The spot the bronze beast was falling onto trembled as a mysterious silver glow flickered. Mo Fan came out from the crack. His arm was wrapped around in a black lightning spiral. Lightning arm, explode! Mo Fan slammed his arm onto the bronze beast hard. The deadly beams detonated with a terrifying explosion of lightning. Arcs soared into the sky like dragons. The blinding light surged across the place, blasting the stairs and the plants nearby into nothing. The bronze beast was blasted into the air by the lightning arcs. It was surrounded by the lightning, as if its body was about to be disintegrated by the formidable power at any second. Tyrant call! Mo Fan's gaze sharpened. A thick lightning bolt swept past and punched through the bronze beast from left to right. Chapter 1157. The Demon-Horned Statue. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lightning Chain. Mo Fan completed the intermediate spell before the bronze beast reached the ground. The fifth-tier thunderbolt appeared. Lightning arc struck the bronze beast from all directions, inflicting serious damage on it. The bronze beast finally had a chance to catch its breath, yet Mo Fan triggered the Tyrant call once again, knocking it to the ground heavily. Cracks began to surface on the bronze beast. It charged at Mo Fan furiously, emitting a brilliant blue light aura several times stronger than before. Flame Sword! The calamity fire burned in Mo Fan's hands. It swiftly turned into a huge, fiery sword over 10 meters long. Mo Fan faced the furious bronze beast directly. He swung the sword down with both hands. The continuous lightning strikes had inflicted serious damage on the bronze beast. Its outer layer had broken down, and the slash cut the bronze beast in half. When the flames dissipated, the bronze beast was shattered into pieces. The lightning arcs that had dealt serious damage to the bronze beast surged out from its body. Mo Fan walked up to the bronze beast and stomped it into pieces, preventing it from regenerating like the undead. It was obvious that the bronze beast of Greece could no longer come back to life, at least for a short amount of time, after Mo Fan could no longer sense the beast's aura. He proceeded up the stairs, heading toward the second statue. Did he just defeat the statue, just like that? At the top of the mountain, Kulun's face was filled with astonishment. The other knights surrounding the place were utterly dumbfounded too. That was the bronze beast of Greece, there was no way it would be slaughtered so easily. Didn't you guys see the brilliance of the god's seal in his lightning? It's incredibly strong, it basically doubles the base damage of his lightning element. Muse Tisu informed them. The only person that could grant a mage the blessing of the god's seal with a multiplier of 2 was the previous goddess, Xinxia. The blessing of the god's seal from the Hall Mother was obviously nowhere close to Xinxia's. Tisu was utterly confused as to how Mo Fan had managed to stop losing the energy from the blessing of the god's seal. How is it possible for someone to obtain a multiplier of 2, if his soul grade seed? Many people had witnessed Mo Fan's strength in the World College tournament. He had dominated the event with his lightning, since the lightning Tyrant had multiplied the damage of his lightning spells 6-fold. Even Zorro did not stand a chance against it. The base damage of his lightning had now been doubled by the blessing of the god seal. His Sky Lightning Claw was absolutely unstoppable when he was up against an advanced mage. It was obvious that the final fiery sword was not the attack that had destroyed the bronze beast, but the continuous lightning attacks that had destroyed its internals. He's still trying to get himself killed after obtaining such a great gift? How idiotic, someone cursed. Even the people of the Hall of Knights did not have the chance to receive the blessing of the god seal, let alone being given one with a 2-fold multiplier. It would simply drive many mags crazy. It was extremely difficult for them to improve the base damage of their elements. These knights, who had been loyal to the sacred mountain for their whole lives, were extremely jealous of Mo Fan. Old Pang, why do I feel like that bronze beast is a bit too weak? Xu Meng murmured doubtfully, looking at the bronze beast's remains. It's not that the bronze beast is weak, but Mo Fan is just too strong. I'm pretty sure even the strongest advanced mags would have trouble against his lightning, knowing that the damage of his lightning spells is multiplied 12 times over. Pang Lai said. Old Bao nodded agreement. It was true that they could no longer think of Mo Fan as just an ordinary advanced mage after the World College Tournament's rewards and cultivating in seclusion for 2 months. The suppression of the magic formation might be effective against super mags, but it did not affect Mo Fan much, since he was only an advanced mage. But the statues after the first one aren't easy to deal with either, Pang Lai said. Let's hope he can make it through. Mo Fan had now reached the second statue. It was a statue of a demon with giant wings like a bat, strange horns, and 4 limbs with claws. Seeing that the statue had no intention of waking up, Mo Fan simply ignored it and headed for the stairs. Kid, aren't you a bit naive, thinking that you can walk past me, just like that? A strange and aged voice came from behind him. Mo Fan quickly turned around and saw the demon-horned statue standing less than a meter away. Its ghastly face stuck close to Mo Fan, the grin on its grey flesh looking extremely vicious and fake. Mo Fan did not panic, staring back at the statue coldly. You can talk, he asked. I was once a human many years ago, the demon-horned statue replied. Will you let me pass? Mo Fan asked. The demon statue laughed. What do you think? Then what exactly are you? I'm not really in the mood, piss off. Mo Fan's fists burst into flames. He threw them at the demon statue, followed by a ferocious wave of fire. TSK, that's quite a bad temper you have. The demon statue floated away eerily. When the fists approached, it leaned sideways, dodging Mo Fan's attack. Mo Fan had no intention of wasting his time with the statue. He turned into a shadow bird and moved closer to the demon statue. He gathered his will on his hands. Mo Fan grabbed the demon statue's wings and slammed it down on the stairs with shocking might. Crush! Mo Fan's eyes flickered. The overwhelming force of space rhythm was immediately applied to the demon statue. It was soon crushed into dust by a silver flicker, the power of the space element. TSK, how vicious, it's been a while since I last saw an interesting young man like you. That toad might have lost to you, but I will teach you that the starry mountain path isn't something that you can easily overcome." The demon-horned statue's voice appeared on the other side. Its claws were grabbing onto a tree branch like a bird, and it seemed almost weightless. The tree branch did not bend under its weight. Clone magic. Mo Fan glanced at the thing crushed into dust by his space element. When he took a closer look, he realized that it was only a log instead of the demon statue. Mo Fan was familiar with clone magic, allowing him to identify the trick that the demon-horned statue was pulling at first glance. "You do know a lot, but I will dig your guts out and see if they are any different than the others." The demon-horned statue appeared behind Mo Fan and swiped its claws at Mo Fan's belly. The demon statue seemed to have the ability to grab its target's inner organs through the flesh. Its hand reached into Mo Fan's body and grabbed his guts. The demon statue had a cruel grin. It pulled its claw out fiercely, bringing Mo Fan's guts with it. The demon statue was not in a rush to kill Mo Fan. They were forced to guard the mountain path and were extremely bored by the duty. As such, they were very excited whenever there was an intruder. Having outstanding offensive capabilities along isn't enough, since you will need more than that to win battles, the demon statue lectured while it slowly opened up its claw, to see if the man really had guts like a buffalo. Otherwise, why would he even bother to come and get himself killed? A puff of black smoke floated out when the demon statue opened its hand. The demon-horned statue was stunned. It quickly lifted its gaze and saw Mo Fan had turned into a puff of black smoke and floated away. "You're not the only one with the clone magic." Mo Fan used the same trick in return and appeared behind the demon statue. This time, the power contained by Mo Fan's fists was even stronger. Fiery dragon slammed into the demon statue's wings. It felt like its bones were about to collapse from the impact, as fiery dragons knocked it down the mountain path. However, the statue was not that weak. It quickly rose to its feet and beat its wings to rise into the air. Its body was swaying around, implying that it did suffer quite some damage from the attack. However, it still had a menacing grin as it glared at Mo Fan and snapped, "I'm going to make you pay for that." Telekinesis. Mo Fan's will turned into a strong force, pulling rocks out of the ruined mountain wall, which he promptly threw at the demon-horned statue. It furiously summoned a cloudy wind, knocking the giant rocks in other directions. Blood cross. The demon-horned statue emitted two blood-red rays that interwove and formed a cross, flying at Mo Fan. Mo Fan quickly backed away, but he realized that the bloody cross was growing bigger, to the extent that he could no longer dodge it. Blink. Mo Fan executed the advanced spell magic. He vanished and reappeared 100 meters away. The blood cross collided into the wall and left a huge cross-shaped crater on it. When Mo Fan was cultivating in seclusion for 2 months, he had spent most of his time learning the advanced space spell, apart from stabilizing the energy of the God Seal. Mo Fan kept regretting that he had not learned the spell before the World College tournament. Even though he was still not familiar with it, he was no longer that passive when he was trying to dodge enemies' attacks. In addition to that, the spell also allowed Mo Fan to move to advantageous positions and launch his counterattack when his enemies had lowered their guard. Chapter 1158. The Summoning Tide. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The demon-horned statue was quicker than the bronze beast. Mo Fan had already created some distance with Blink, but to his surprise, the demon statue was already sticking its evil face close to him while uttering a burst of cruel laughter that would make a person's soul shiver. "This time, I'm going to dig your chest out." The demon statue swung its claws at lightning speed, aiming for Mo Fan's chest. Its claws could easily rip Mo Fan's ribs out of his body. Mo Fan turned into a dark lightning ray. It flickered rapidly as Mo Fan backed towards the mountain wall. As soon as he landed, the demon statue lunged at him once again. Mo Fan dodged the attack in the nick of time. The sturdy mountain wall behind him was smashed into pieces with a single swipe of the demon statue's claw. The rocks splintered. The demon statue was incredibly fast at recovering from its attack. It was already carrying out its second attack when the pieces of rocks were still splintering in the air, aiming for Mo Fan's heart. Mo Fan sank into the ground and quickly turned into a shadow bird, flying from the top of the stairs to the bottom. Is there anything else you can do apart from running away? You will never be able to see the girl at this rate. Such a pitiful girl, I already knew the tragic fate awaiting her when she walked past me the first day. Do you know what happens to those that are sentenced guilty? I have been here for thousands of years, and I have seen many great talents and gorgeous women beheaded. Their blood, their organs washed away by the rain and flowing down the stairs. Whenever it happens, I always have the same thought, that these so-called geniuses will never learn to bow their heads. They have no idea that there are some people they can never afford to offend. Even the slightest resistance would result in their horrible deaths. The demon-horned statue did not chase after Mo Fan. It stood on the stairs arrogantly, as if it would consider going easy on Mo Fan if he decided not to enter its territory. Is that why you forfeited your soul, so you can be a guard dog? Does it matter that you have lived for thousands of years? You will never be human again. Mo Fan said mockingly. A guard dog. The words immediately lit the rage in the demon statue's heart. Mo Fan's words were on point. The demon statue was once a human, it was the reason it could speak. It was placed under a curse by a forbidden mage, trapping it forever on the Parthenon sacred mountain. It was already tired of its life. The evil thoughts growing inside its bones were enough to cover the entire citadel of Athens, yet it was sealed away like a statue. It hated humans. It started to enjoy torturing them. Its only joy of living in this world was torturing intruders. Do you know that I dug out the guts of the last intruder and hung them on the old flying flower tree? The demon statue snapped furiously. A guard dog always barks the loudest, Mo Fan replied indifferently. The demon statue was about to explode with rage. It floated in the air like a phantom and split into lots of mirror images. Its claws poured down like rain, with nowhere to escape to. Lightning Tyrant domain. Mo Fan stomped the ground. A powerful aura of lightning spread out like a storm. Clouds of rolling thunder appeared as black lightning dragons gathered above Mo Fan. They eventually turned into a thick lightning bolt, landing right on Mo Fan. The lightning arc surged out wildly from his body, his aura as imposing as if he had just put on armor made of lightning. The demon statue was struggling against Mo Fan's enhanced lightning spells, the arc still whipping at it. The strong paralyzing effect spread across its body, impairing its movement. Silent deadly bolt. Lightning coils circled Mo Fan's arms. As Mo Fan shoved his hands forward, they turned into lightning bolts, piercing right through the demon statue. The demon statue had no chance of dodging the attack, especially since the silent deadly bolt was one of the quickest attacks. The lightning beams left a hole on its chest, and also punctured its wings. The demon statue uttered a piercing cry. Its chest and wings had scorched marks. Any other creature would have died after receiving the attack. Telekinesis. Mo Fan did not give the demon statue any chance to escape. His hand emitted a silver light and grabbed at the arcs of lightning dancing wildly in the air. The invisible hand grabbed the demon-horned statue. Mo Fan strengthened his will and focused. He tightened his grip, trying to crush the demon statue. The demon-horned statue was stuck in the air. Its bones cracked under the pressure from Mo Fan's invisible hand. It kept crying out in agony. Lightning chain. Thousands of lightning strikes sprang out from Mo Fan's hand and flowed right to the demon-horned statue through the invisible hand. Mo Fan's powerful will was holding the demon-horned statue in place. It was struck by the lightning before it could break free from the grab. As the lightning surged across the invisible hand, it faintly outlined the limb in the air. It looked like a giant hand had grown out of Mo Fan's arm, holding fast the enemy that the lightning strikes were landing on. Summoning tide. A lunar white star constellation started forming in front of Mo Fan. The brilliant star patterns combined into a sacred star constellation made up of 343 stars, and opened up a gate to the other plane. The howls of wolves burst out of the gap as a strong gust of wind blew a wall of thick dust out. a huge white wolf stepped out from the gate. Each leg was as thick as a tree trunk. When its entire body stepped out from the gap, the mountain path suddenly felt crowded. Even the mountain walls were unable to conceal the enormous creature. The white, enormous wolf locked its ferocious gaze on the demon statue and charged at it hungrily, trampling on the mountain path. The demon-horned statue quickly beat its wings, trying to escape from the ferocious wolf, but the paralyzing effect of the lightning strikes had slowed it down significantly. Soon another enormous white wolf came out from the gap. It was not as huge as the one before, yet its speed was shocking. It actually caught up to the other wolf and leapt into the air, trying to pounce on the demon-horned statue and slam it to the ground. A third enormous white wolf came out from the gate. Its temper was even worse. Seeing that its comrades had taken down its prey, it immediately rushed forward to fight for a meal. The fourth, fifth, and sixth wolves came out of the gate. Huge wolves kept on coming out from the gate. It felt like they were going to crush the entire mountain path. They all surrounded the demon-horned statue, tearing at its flesh, its organs, and its bones. Cries of agony echoed in the air. The demon-horned statue was undying, but once it was destroyed, it would take a long time for it to recover. In addition to that, its death was a lot more painful than ordinary creatures. The wolves were splitting the remains of the demon statue between them. They were not after its flesh, but if they could absorb the energy it contained, it would still help them grow stronger. Why do you have 5 elements? There's no way you are a forbidden mage, the demon statue's voice echoed over the mountain, but as soon as it finished the sentence, the first wolf swallowed its brain. Mo Fan was struggling to understand what the statue was saying, as its voice was echoing out from inside the wolf's stomach. Seeing the enormous, white wolves that were as savage as a bunch of bandits, even Mo Fan was utterly astounded by the scene before him. It turned out that violence was most effective against the demon creatures. It did not matter how quick the demon statue was, or how sharp its claws were, the pack of wolves only needed to rush forward and tear it into pieces. How cruel! Han Ji's face was blank. It took him some time to utter the words. Yeah, Pang Lai nodded. Mo Fan was incredibly powerful. As expected of the strongest participant in the World College Tournament, he was extremely adept at switching between his 5 elements, giving his enemy no chance to react at all. If all 5 of his elements reached the limit of the advanced level, they wondered how many advanced mags would be needed to take him down. Being an advanced mage has its benefits. At least he can fight with his full strength on the starry mountain path. Having a stronger cultivation means a stronger suppression. However, an advanced mage is going to be the weakest once he reaches the mountain of the goddess, Old Bao said. Pang Lai, what's next? Is it tricky to deal with? Zhu Meng let out a relieved sigh after seeing that Mo Fan had taken out the second statue. I lost to the third statue in the past. It's a vampire, it has been alive for at least 2,000 years, Pang Lai told them. A vampire, over 2,000 years old. Isn't a vampire over 1,000 years old as strong as a ruler-level creature? Zhu Meng asked immediately. Yeah, if the vampire was in the outside world, Han Ji, even you and Zhu Meng would have trouble facing it. Luckily its strength is also limited by the magic formation. It's weaker than a ruler-level creature, but I'm worried that Mo Fan is still going to struggle against it, Pang Lai said. Is it that strong? Even I failed to defeat it, what do you think? Pang Lai said. Mo Fan proceeded forward. He was planning to take out the third statue while his summoning tide was still active. The third statue was a man. Apart from the coat and sharp fangs, the man was no different than a human. He had already woken up, standing at the stairs he was guarding while looking at the wolves disdainfully. I hate wolves the most, the vampire said casually. Chapter 1159. Bola, of the Blood Tribe. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The vampire flipped his hands. Blood started appearing around him and turned into 2 long whips rapidly. The vampire lashed out with the blood whips adept, hitting the enormous white wolves from different angles. The whips left shocking wounds on the muscular wolves, and even knocked them flying. The wolves slammed into the mountain walls and bled severely. The vampire burst out laughing. Each whipping would result in cries of agony from the wolves. The pack of wolves charged forward, yet they struggled to move any closer to the vampire. The wolf that was the quickest in the pack finally made it to the vampire, yet the vampire disdainfully knocked the wolf to the bottom of the stairs with a flying kick. The wolf lost consciousness and could no longer get up. "Come, I'll have some fun with you fools," the vampire shouted proudly. He was less cunning and despicable than the previous statues. Each of his actions resembled that of a noble warrior while he played the wolves like a fiddle. The wolves could not even touch the corner of the vampire's robe. He was extremely good at evasion, and even Mo Fan could only see a blurry outline moving around. Mo Fan was aware of the Blood Tribe's abilities because of Liu Ryu. However, Liu Ryu was a few levels weaker than this proud vampire. If it wasn't for the magic formation, even 10,000 Mo Fans would be no match for him. The vampire was very agile. He stepped on a wolf's head and launched himself into the air, while the wolf's head slammed heavily onto the stairs, breaking a few of its fangs. Another wolf leapt into the air and bit at the vampire. To its surprise, the vampire suddenly turned into a glowing purple bat and flew out between the gaps of its fangs. The wolf missed. When it fell back to the ground, the vampire had already regained his human form. He grabbed the wolf's leg and flung the beast around. Another wolf with long claws pounced at the vampire, yet it ended up colliding with its comrade. The vampire stood there and watched the two wolves whose heads were spinning from the collision, chuckling scornfully. It's like he's beating up a bunch of puppies. What a strong vampire! Zhu Meng exclaimed. The vampire's strength was already suppressed. If he had his full strength, he could easily stir up great chaos. The Parthenon temple was really something, forcing a vampire to guard the mountain path for them. I already said it, this vampire is on a different level compared to the demon statue. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan will not be in danger if he loses here. The Blood Tribe is known for its strong self-esteem, they are too proud to use despicable methods. If Mo Fan loses to the vampire, he will not lose his cultivation. Speaking of which, I'm not sure which generation this vampire is from. He's different from most of the Blood Tribe. He has a rather strong human nature, and he's only willing to drink a specific person's blood to sustain himself. It turns out that the person died years ago, meaning that he will die eventually after losing his supply of blood. Therefore, he volunteered to fall into a deep slumber on the starry mountain path and guard the Parthenon sacred mountain, Panglai said with a wry smile. Does that mean he can leave whenever he wants? Zhu Meng asked. Yeah, I believe his ancestors are somehow related to the Parthenon temple. Using the Parthenon temple's magic, he will lose his life force at a much slower rate, Panglai confirmed. How do you know so much? Han Ji asked. Panglai coughed awkwardly and said, I was young back then, and I'd never lost to anyone. Yet I ended up losing to him, so I went and investigated his background. If Mo Fan wins, should you just find a hole and hide inside it? Piss off. Tisu harumphed coldly on the mountain. During the ceremony for the blessing of the god seal, she had already been displeased with Mo Fan's arrogance. She actually felt great when she saw the vampire Bola attacking. It was necessary to teach any man who did not pay any respect to the Parthenon temple a lesson. Bola should be able to defeat the kid easily. Humph, if he advances further, it's going to damage our reputation. Hall Master Hayla said. Even super mags did not dare barge onto the starry mountain path. However, if Mo Fan managed to overcome the challenge as only an advanced mage, many people were surely going to take on the challenge too. Even though the rule had been around for a long time, having many people taking on the challenge would surely damage their reputation too. As such, he hoped that the vampire Bola could take out this intruder as quickly as possible, so the others would not think that the starry mountain path was easy to overcome. Hall Master Mo Fan was the strongest participant in the World College Tournament. He's even more dominating after obtaining the blessing of the God Seal. He has 5 elements, two powerful summoned beasts, strong fire and lightning, it's reasonable that he managed to defeat the first two statues. From what I know, this starry mountain path was built as a challenge for young, talented mags under the super level. The authority of the Shoreline Alliance, Conti, spoke up. The Shoreline Alliance was responsible for tracking down the gigantic beast that had shown up in Venice. Conti had visited the Parthenon temple, hoping that the Hall of Knights could lend them some elites to track down the beast. She happened to arrive as Mo Fan was barging into the mountain path. The Hall of Knights was unable to dispense any knights because of the recent incident. A saintess had been murdered, and the knights had to be on alert. The situation would only return to normal once Xinxia was executed. Conti had no choice but to wait at the Parthenon temple so she could head straight out to the Mediterranean with the elites of the Hall of Knights once the execution was carried out. Mo Fan glanced at the wolves lying across the place with serious injuries. He fixed his eyes on the powerful vampire in front of him. The wolves were not dead. Mo Fan withdrew them into the summoned beast plane. He believed the Flying Creek Snow Wolf would settle the wolves. The reason that Mo Fan had summoned the wolves was that the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was already the ruler of this tribe of white-eyed giant wolves in the summoned beast plane. Since the wolves were under the command of the Flying Creek Snow Wolf, they would obey Mo Fan's commands too, allowing Mo Fan to control them effectively. The white-eyed giant wolves were strong, but the vampire Bola was way stronger. He had taken out the white-eyed giant wolves with ease. Mo Fan's heart sank. He could easily tell how strong his opponent was. The vampire was clearly stronger than the Dark Swordmaster. He would not be able to survive a single attack if the magic formation was not here. Mo Fan calmly analyzed the situation while walking up the stairs. The blood of the white-eyed giant wolves had dyed the stairs red. His footprints were left on the stairs when he walked past. So what if he was facing a strong opponent? He had no choice but to fight. He could not wait a second further, he wanted to see Xinxia right now. The vampire, Bola, stood and watched Mo Fan as he came up the stairs. Bola knew Mo Fan was the master of the wolves. He was rather astonished, as this intruder was a lot younger than he had imagined. Bola stared at Mo Fan and took a deep breath. He could tell his opponent's mental state from how fast their blood was flowing. He would easily know if the man was scared, or nervous, or something else. However, when Bola smelled Mo Fan's blood, his expression changed instantly. He stared at Mo Fan with wide eyes. His pale, handsome face slowly filled with joy as his eyes burned passionately. "Your blood, your blood!" Bola pointed at Mo Fan and screamed. Mo Fan was confused. He had no idea what the vampire was excited about. "What's wrong with my blood?" he asked. "Stop pretending that you don't know. The blood in your body isn't normal. You've refined the blood Saria, but it didn't turn you into a monster." "That's impossible." Bora had a strange look. He was excited and overjoyed, yet he soon denied himself. Mo Fan was shocked. This vampire knew about the blood Saria? The blood Saria was the trigger to awaken the demon element. It was why Mo Fan demonized when he only had 4 elements. It turned out that the blood Saria had been around for a long time. "You don't look like an ordinary vampire, either," Mo Fan said. Mo Fan could sense that the vampire's aura was similar to Liu Yu's, meaning that his senior might not be a member of the blood tribe, but a person with the demon blood. "Stop treating me like one of those filthy blood-drinking creatures. You didn't turn into a demon. How did you manage to satisfy the lust of the demon?" Bola asked. "I don't think I'm obliged to answer your questions," Mo Fan said calmly. Mo Fan's true secret was not the demon element, but the seemingly ordinary little loach pendant on his neck. It had allowed Mo Fan to retain his human nature. Even though Mo Fan was quite surprised that the vampire knew about his demon element, it was unnecessary to discuss it any further, since he was not friendly. "Very well, aren't you courageous? I can't wait to see what tricks you have up your sleeves, to act so arrogantly in front of me." Bola seemed infuriated. Bola flung his coat and turned into a purple bat. He swept through the air like a shadow and arrived in front of Mo Fan within the blink of an eye. He threw a heavy punch at Mo Fan's chest. How quick! Mo Fan was surprised, but quickly summoned the black snake armor. The armor protecting his chest caved in instantly. The strong force knocked Mo Fan flying to the side of the path, smashing a few boulders along the way into pieces. How weak! You aren't worthy to possess the power of the demon. Bola turned into a bat once again and flew in Mo Fan's direction. His hands produced a lump of bloody light and tossed it at the pile of broken rocks. It quickly turned into a pond of blood, crushing the rocks into dust. Humph, a mere little trick. Bola noticed that Mo Fan had blinked away. He immediately moved 100 meters away with a flicker of motion. Space trembled slightly. Mo Fan reappeared, but to his surprise, Bola was already waiting for him. He grabbed Mo Fan, who had just blinked to the spot, and lifted him up with an icy stare. Mo Fan was astounded. Exactly what kind of vampire was he? The vampire was able to predict where he would reappear after using blink. He was a very experienced old vampire. Chapter 1160. Demon Servant. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Tell me your secret, or I'll turn you into a cripple. Bola demanded coldly. He gradually tightened his grip on Mo Fan's throat. The black snake armor protecting Mo Fan's neck failed to resist the vampire's strength. The armor started to crack open. Bola vaguely sensed an abnormal heat rising under his feet. The vampire was extremely sensitive to danger, and was quite startled. He immediately let go of Mo Fan and floated back. Scorching lava erupted from the ground and sprang up like a giant, burning pillar. A fiery dragon circled around Mo Fan. The brown, blazing red fire attached to Mo Fan, turning him into a ruler of the flames, with an imperious aura. Flame Bell had possessed Mo Fan, granting him control over the fierce flames. Bola was quick to react in time. If he were any slower, the fire would have burned his hand to ashes. Seeing the flames circling Mo Fan, Bola squinted and said, "Interesting. Bloodbat impulse." Bola waved his hands, turning into a lump of viscous blood. It started expanding, and gradually turned into a giant bat with long wings. The bat lunged at Mo Fan. The drops of blood that fell to the ground as it was flying corroded the stones below instantly. Rocket wings! Mo Fan turned the flames into feathers and launched himself higher. He stood on a mountain wall, but before he could stabilize himself, the giant bat rammed into the wall. The thick wall started melting, leaving a shocking hole behind. Luckily, Mo Fan had propelled himself far away from it. Otherwise, the black snake armor would have turned into a cloud of bubbles. Mo Fan flew in a circle and saw Bola standing inside the hole. He threw a fist right at the vampire. Rain of burning fists. Burning fists began to pour down like a meteor shower, landing on the mountain wall. Bola sprinted across the wall, trying to find a safe spot from the meteorite fists. Despite the rapid blasts, he did not panic at all. The fists left shocking craters across the wall. It was full of holes, like a beehive, but apart from a slight burn, Bola was basically unharmed. Blood whip! Bola flung his sleeves, and a long blood whip swept in Mo Fan's direction. Lightning strike! Mo Fan drew star orbits continuously, summoning thousands of lightning strikes. They combined into a lightning whip and collided with the blood whip. 1,000 piercing fire bursts. The duration of the rocket wings would soon come to an end. Mo Fan immediately scattered the feathers in the air. The feathers flew toward Bola and filled up the space around him. Explode! Mo Fan clenched his fist as a trigger, detonating the fiery feathers. The mountain path trembled as the light from the explosions lit up the place. Bola stayed in the air. He had no chance of dodging such rapid explosions. However, he covered most of his body with his coat and dug his head under it. The special coat ended up blocking most of the energy from the explosions. Mo Fan frowned. He was unable to inflict any damage on the vampire so far. Was his lightning element the only way he could deal damage to the vampire? If he continued to rely on the lightning element, he would waste too much of his energy. He had only reached the third statue, and there was another stronger statue waiting for him. How could he possibly make it to the end? Screw it, I'll worry about it later. Mo Fan clenched his teeth and stopped overthinking it. If he could not defeat the third statue, it was meaningless for him to think about protecting Xinxia. That was pretty much the situation he was currently in. Worrying or overthinking would not make any difference. All he could do was to fight his opponent with everything he had. Lightning Tyrant Domain. Lightning strikes descended rapidly, blasting the mountain into pieces. Lightning arc surged across the sky and formed a lightning domain looming over Mo Fan. Lightning magic rapidly accumulated in the area. Calamity Fire Domain. Mo Fan yelled. The calamity fire on him spread wildly, turning the mountain path into an ocean of flames. Sky Lightning Claw. Mo Fan summoned the wild lightning. A lightning, demonic claw burst out from the clouds and hung right above Bola. Bola turned into a bat and wove through the lightning claw. He managed to dodge most of the lightning claw's power. The lightning claw closed, limiting the space that Bola could move in. Skyflame Funeral, Hellish Flames. Mo Fan cast 2 spells simultaneously. 2 star constellations intertwined and crashed into one another. Amid the lightning strikes, a meteorite engulfed in flames fell from the sky. It was falling right toward the middle of the Sky Lightning Claw. Bola did not expect someone would dare to use the 2 most dangerous elements at the same time. As soon as he dodged the Sky Lightning Claw, he immediately noticed the giant meteorite falling down on him. He could not dodge it in time. He quickly returned to human form and set a blood shield above him to defend himself. The hellish flame smashed the blood shield to pieces. Mo Fan's rose flame was not particularly outstanding, but as Little Flame Bell's cultivation grew stronger, the strength of her calamity fire was gradually closer to the lightning tyrant. In addition to that, the Skyflame Funeral, Hellish Flames was the 2nd-tier advanced fire spell, and its damage was several times stronger than the Skyflame Funeral, Rain of Flames. Bola was smashed down to the ground after the meteorite slammed into him. A huge blast took place on the mountain path. The people could vaguely see a shocking meteorite landing on the upper section of the mountain path amid the dust that was swept into the air. The stairs were destroyed, and scorching heat was surging in all directions, setting the sacred mountain on fire. Standing inside the pit left by the blast, Bola had not yet fallen. His body was emitting a bloody aura which circled him like a shield and protected him. He had a lot of burns on his body, and the lightning had also left a scorched black wound on his back. Mo Fan's heart sank when he noticed that the vampire was not severely injured. Using the 2 domains had cost a lot of his energy. It was also one of the strongest moves that he had. If even that had failed to inflict serious damage on the vampire, it was unlikely that he was going to meet Xinxia today. Thick smoke drifted in the air together with the ashes. Mo Fan clenched his fists. He had no choice but to go all out. Even if it meant using all his energy, he could not afford to lose here. Mo Fan strongly believed in his demon flesh. He might not lose to the old vampire in a brawl. Bola jumped out from the pit. He slowly approached Mo Fan along the mountain path that was destroyed beyond recognition. His face was pale as usual, and his eyes no longer had the same pride as before. Mo Fan walked toward the vampire too. His eyes were emitting a silver light. He applied telekinesis on himself, prepared to fight the vampire in close combat. Enough, Bola said. Mo Fan frowned. He did not understand what the vampire was up to this time. Save some energy for the next opponent. Otherwise, you won't reach the top alive, Bola said. What do you mean by that? You're letting me go? Mo Fan asked in confusion. I won't let you pass if you're too weak, as it's too late to regret it later. That guy is going to tear you to pieces, Bola said. You're trying to protect me. Mo Fan said. You're the only person that has inherited the demon lineage. I hope you will leave this place, and come back again when you're stronger. There's no need to seek your death now. Bola had no intention to fight any further. His murderous aura had dissipated. I must go up today, Mofan said firmly. You only managed to leave me in serious injuries after using everything you had. The next statue is a lot stronger than I am. Are you seriously not afraid of death? Bola said. Everyone is afraid of dying, but there are things that are placed above fears in your heart, Mofan said. Oh humans, idiotic yet venerable. It was the reason your species has survived the ancient times, and now, even the demon creatures do not dare invade your cities recklessly. Unlike the merciless blood tribe, selfish yet lowly, treating their lives more preciously the longer they live, and now, they are on the verge of extinction. They can only struggle on while at death's door in the dark tunnels and caves, Bola sighed. You are a civilized vampire, Mofan said. I am different. I only serve the great demon. I am a demon servant, loyal, courageous. The passing of age doesn't alter the promise that we gave. It's been 1,000 years. I thought I was going to slowly rot away and be forgotten, but to my surprise, as I, Bola, am approaching death's door, a real demon has risen. Please forgive me for testing you, and please accept my loyalty. My previous master only managed to hold the power of the demon for less than a day, and so I've sworn to protect this place and somehow forget the time that has passed. If you aren't pleased with me, you can leave me here to rot. I don't have much time left. Bola spoke like an ancient noble. He even dropped to his knee, in some sort of etiquette that would date 1,000 years back in history. Mofan was astounded. He did not expect the vampire to concede, and not only that, he was abandoning his post and planning to swear loyalty to him. He was not the vampire's senior, but the same as Liu Yu, he could keep the vampire's heart beating with his demon blood. Is this the meaning of, where there's a will, there's a way? Mofan had complicated feelings when he looked at Bola half kneeling in front of him. Hopefully there was a way indeed, as the starry mountain path was only the beginning. He still had to face the Hall of Knights and the Holy Judgment Court. He was only at the mountain base. However, with the vampire's help, he believed he had a chance against the last statue. Chapter 1161. Silver Moon Tyrant Titans. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I'm about to do something crazy. If you're not scared, you can come with me, Mofan said to Bola. In the world's eyes, we have always been crazy. Bola rose to his feet with an evil grin. Mofan's appearance had allowed the vampire to be reborn, and rebirth always took place amid flames and disasters. He would simply assume the madness was part of the disaster he had to go through. Are there any other demon servants like you in this world? Mofan asked. From what I know, I'm the only one. Oh, then you have a sister, starting today, Mofan told him. Bola seemed enlightened. I would like to meet her, if we can leave this inviolable, sacred mountain in one piece. What is Bola doing? How could he kneel to an intruder? Is he out of his mind? Hayla yelled furiously. The people of the Hall of Knights and the Hall of the Goddess were dumbfounded. The vampire that was the most mysterious among the four statues had half knelt in front of someone, and he seemed to be following Mofan to the fourth statue. No one understood what was going on. Finally, the great muse, Melora harumphed coldly, I always knew this vampire was not loyal to us. Perhaps he's already thinking of rebelling, and he decided to use this chance to challenge the Parthenon temple. We should have killed him long ago. Tisu, Kulun, and Fiona were dumbfounded. How did Mofan convince Bola to join him? They were clearly fighting one another to death just a moment ago, and Bola clearly had the upper hand. Humph, since he's quitting, we'll let Haubu kill them both. Hayla snapped. Mofan had already passed the third statue of the starry mountain path. The believers and some busybodies were already stirring up chaos among the crowd. It felt like the Parthenon temple had lost half of its reputation today. The person who managed to defeat all four statues was allowed to meet the goddess. Even the Hall Master of the Hall of Knights had to submit a request to the Hall Mother just to meet the goddess in person. Once the goddess granted her permission, he could only meet the goddess in an official meeting, as the great muses would be present too. On the other hand, the person that overcame the challenge could meet the goddess in person and alone, and the knights would have to wait outside. The goddess was respected and worshipped by the people. Many wanted a chance to meet her in person. If Mo Fan really overcame the challenge, or if the others assumed the starry mountain path was actually not as difficult as it seemed, lots of bold challengers would come for the challenge. The Parthenon temple would need to be renamed to Guarding Athena instead. TL note: Guarding Athena is an arcade game in .A2. Mo Fan and Bola approached the final stairs. The place was extremely spacious, with thick woods on both sides and cliffs rising at the back of the woods. There were cliffs on both sides, like it was some sort of entrance. The path grew narrower as it approached the mountain of the goddess. "Where's the last guy?" Mo Fan looked around him, yet he did not see the last statue. Bola was on alert. He had never seen the final statue, but he had sensed its aura many times, as it was shockingly powerful. As they proceeded forward, Mo Fan immediately saw the entrance to the mountain of the goddess at the end of the woods. However, a huge shadow suddenly loomed over him. His hair stood on its end after feeling an incredible pressure. Mo Fan raised his head and saw an enormous foot. The creature's skin was made of white rocks. Even its smallest toe was as big as Mo Fan. "Watch out!" Bola reacted quickly. He grabbed Mo Fan and dragged him to the side, and hid in the bushes nearby. Bang! Mo Fan saw the enormous foot stomping on the spot he was previously standing on with a loud blast. The ground was smashed into pieces, a shocking footprint left on it. Mo Fan took a deep breath. Before he could collect his thoughts, the same giant shadow loomed over him once again, blocking the sunlight. "Let's split up." Bola swiftly turned into a bat and flew away from the enormous foot. Mo Fan was well prepared this time. He also turned into a shadow bird and left the area. The bushes and trees were smashed into the pit. A part of the dense woods was missing suddenly. Standing in the distance, Mo Fan felt the encounter to be quite familiar. He jumped into the canopy and gazed at the mountain. As he lifted his eyes, he discovered a humanoid figure close to the mountain cliffs after taking a closer look. Its outline was vague. Mo Fan would have had a hard time noticing it if he was not searching for it on purpose. The outline was incredibly huge, covering half the cliffs. Even the trees were like bushes, barely reaching its knees. It was a stunning sight for Mo Fan, who was only around 6 feet tall. "It's a Tyrant Titan!" Mo Fan called out to Bola. Bola had flown into the canopy too. His bloodshot eyes were staring at the face of the mountain. "Why didn't we notice something so enormous?" "Can it turn invisible?" the vampire asked. Tyrant Titans have the ability to change their color, like chameleons. They live in the mountains, and when their bodies are close to the rocks, their colors will turn so they can blend in with the mountains. Mo Fan said. "You know quite a lot, considering your age," Bola said. It was Asheruia that had told Mo Fan about the Tyrant Titans. The Tyrant Titans hid in the mountains, and would appear out of nowhere. Many mags that had died to the Tyrant Titans did not even realize what had killed them. The Tyrant Titans were huge, but their ability to conceal themselves was outstanding. They could perfectly cosplay a little mountain. Even if they attacked, since most of their bodies retained the colors of the mountain, people would only realize they were in danger when the Titan's feet were hanging above their heads. The Tyrant Titan revealed itself, knowing that it had lost its concealment. It immediately scared the believers watching from the Hall of Faith. The enormous Titan was standing in the woods along the mountain path. Even though it was quite a distance away, it was still incredibly huge. Some ordinary people that had not learned magic fell to the ground feebly. The believers were regulars to the Hall of Faith, and yet such a terrifying creature was living on the mountain not far away. They immediately lost all their faith. "Everyone, please remain calm. That Titan is a guardian of the mountain. It only targets intruders on the mountain of the goddess. There's a magic barrier in place, so none of you are in danger." A few mags of faith had come to maintain order. Despite their attempt to calm the people, the Tyrant Titan was simply too shocking to see. The ordinary people were having a hard time believing it. Aren't Tyrant Titans enemies of the Parthenon temple since the ancient times? Why would it defend the Parthenon temple? The knowledgeable Zhu Meng immediately blurted out. I have no idea either. The truth is, even many core members of the Parthenon temple were unaware that the fourth statue guarding the mountain was actually a Tyrant Titan. It has been a long time since anyone managed to reach the fourth statue. Most people lost to Bola, Panglai said. Panglai was having complicated feelings, too. He was not sure if he should be happy knowing that Mo Fan had overcome the third statue, or should he be ashamed of himself. The vampire that he had lost to even with his cultivation of the peak super level had submitted to Mo Fan. Stay calm. Haobu is an orphan of the Tyrant Titans that the seventh goddess of the Parthenon temple adopted when she wiped out the tribe of Tyrant Titans. It did not inherit the savagery of the Tyrant Titans, and it is utterly loyal to the mountain of the goddess. Great news, Melora said calmly. The people of the Hall of Faith were nervous when they saw the Tyrant Titan. Every now and then Tyrant Titans would come and provoke the Parthenon temple. Many of the Mags of Faith and Knights had died under the enormous feat of the Tyrant Titans, and their hatred of the Tyrant Titans was off the charts. It was obvious that it had been a very long time since anyone had made it to the fourth statue of the Starry Mountain Path. Apart from the highest authorities, the rest of the people had no idea that the fourth statue guarding the Parthenon temple was a Tyrant Titan. Aren't the ranks of the Knights, Blue Star, Silver Moon, and Golden Sun, taken from the lineage of the Tyrant Titans? This one here is a Silver Moon Tyrant Titan, Kulun exclaimed. A Blue Star Tyrant Titan was enough to inflict serious damage on the cities of Greece. A Silver Moon Tyrant Titan would immediately trigger a blood alert. If they failed to eliminate the threat in time, it would result in lots of casualties, and smaller cities would even be destroyed. Silver Moon Tyrant Titans were rather terrifying, and this Tyrant Titan shrouded by a silver light was an elite among the Tyrant Titans. Mo Fan knew a little about the ranks of the Tyrant Titans too. The one they stumbled into on Mount Tyrant was only a Blue Star Tyrant Titan. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan was clearly a lot stronger than the one he saw before. No wonder he could not react in time when its foot was hanging above his head. Mo Fan believed he had no chance against the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan without Bola's help. Meanwhile, the Tyrant Titan was making its move. Thud thud thud. The Titan trampled the woods and slammed its fist down at the ground. The Silver Moon fist shockwave it created shook the mountain and destroyed the woods. Mo Fan and Bola had already withdrawn a fair distance away, yet they were still knocked flying by the terrifying force. Chapter 1162. Battle against the Titan. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Bang! The Tyrant Titan leapt into the air and landed on the woods. Both Mo Fan and Bola were knocked flying once again by the overwhelming force, before they could even stabilize themselves. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan attacked recklessly. It did not seem to be bothered with accuracy, as it simply aimed for where Mo Fan and Bola were roughly, like it was trying to stomp a little insect to death. It did not matter if it landed its thumb or foot on the target. Even if it missed, the impact alone was enough to give the little insect a miserable time. We've already tried splitting up, but it can still attack us both at the same time. Do you have any strong summoned beasts to divert its attention? I don't think the Tyrant Titans are very smart, Bola said. The two had only been dodging since the start of the battle. Bola turned into a bat and flew around swiftly. If Mo Fan did not have the shadow element and blink, he would have been dead long ago. He was relieved that he had learned blink recently. Otherwise, he would definitely struggle against the Tyrant Titan, who kept on slamming its fists down and stomping its feet. Flying Creek Snow Wolf. Mo Fan decisively summoned the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. A lunar-white crack tore open, followed by the howl of a wolf. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf dashed out from the crack, his hair drifting off in the wind symbolizing his will to battle as one of the wolf tribe. The Tyrant Titan's foot landed on the ground. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf that was about to display his remarkable prowess was knocked flying. He fell down the mountain slope miserably. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf rose to his feet and took a closer look at the opponent he was up against. He could not help but shiver in fear. Once again, he was up against an opponent several levels higher than him. Similar to Mo-Fan and Bola, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was forced to sprint around the place to dodge its attacks. He did not have the slightest chance to attack the Tyrant Titan. Even though the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was unable to attack, he did lift the pressure from Mo-Fan's shoulders. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan was definitely not the smartest thing around. If it only focused on any one of them, it would easily land its attacks, yet it kept getting distracted. "I'll try trapping it, use your strongest attack on it," Bola said. Mo-Fan nodded. Bola swiftly appeared under the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan's foot with a flicker. As he flapped his coat wildly, countless bats flew out of it like a huge puff of black smoke. The bats flew straight at the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan. Even though the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan was surrounded by a strong aura that would crush anything that came too close, it was still overwhelmed by the endless number of bats. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan was soon covered in thick layers of bats. The whole place was filled with their screeches. Mo-Fan took hold of the opportunity. He immediately unleashed the Lightning Tyrant domain and the Calamity Fire domain. The two restless domains combined and formed a fierce elemental storm. Sky Lightning Claw. Mo-Fan unleashed the power of his lightning. The Black Lightning Claw, its damage multiplied 12-fold, landed on the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan. The bats that Bola had summoned vanished right before the lightning struck the creature. The lightning claw swept across the Tyrant Titan's flesh, leaving scorch marks on its silver armor. Unfortunately, the lightning was nowhere strong enough to fully penetrate the armor. "Such a remarkable defense!" Mo-Fan exclaimed. Even his lightning was only able to leave a little bruise on the creature. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan's defense was comparable to a ruler-level creature. Hellish Flames. Mo-Fan was not willing to accept his defeat. He evoked a giant meteorite. The Hellish Flames descended from the sky. However, the Tyrant Titan simply placed its arms above its head and braced for the impact. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan shuddered. The meteorite smashed heavily onto the creature, but Mo-Fan knew it was far from enough to inflict serious damage on it. It was impossible for him to penetrate the creature's defense with his advanced spells. There was no way he could defeat the creature. It's useless, even if its defense isn't as strong as a ruler-level creature, it's not any weaker than one. Mo-Fan felt helpless when he saw how ineffective his strongest attacks were. "Calm down. My bats are very effective against creatures with a strong defense. The bats have actually injected poison into its body, but this Silver Moon Tyrant Titan's vitality is quite shocking, and its resistance to poison is high, too. It will take the poison some time to spread through its body and corrode its defense," Bola said. "How strong is the poison?" Mo-Fan asked. "If it actually works, its defense will be weaker than a warrior-level creature." "Your lightning can easily kill it," Bola said. Mo-Fan nodded. He just needed to find a way to break down the creature's defense. Its lineage is rather high. Once the poison of my bat starts to flow through its body, it will surely notice the poison and dispel it, so I have to keep poisoning the creature until the poison spreads throughout its body. You have to keep it busy, forcing it to fight with you. It will speed up its circulation, allowing the poison to spread a lot quicker. Most importantly, you have to keep its attention away from the poison," Bola said. "Just do your thing, I'll handle it." Mo-Fan understood what Bola was trying to say. "You will have to face the creature alone, I'm afraid." Bola was slightly worried. Bola had been constantly harassing the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan to stop it from attacking Mo-Fan. As such, Mo-Fan would surely be in danger if he faced the creature by himself. "I won't die so easily," Mo-Fan promised. Bola nodded. He could tell that Mo-Fan was very determined to make it to the top, as if nothing could stop him. "Old Wolf." Mo-Fan called the Flying Creek Snow Wolf over and leapt on his back. Without the presence of the ice element, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was only as strong as an ordinary commander-level creature. Mo Fan needed the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's help against the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan, but he had to be careful at all times, too. If he lowered his guard, the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan might actually kill the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. Mo Fan sat on the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's back. The wolf sprinted along the mountain wall while the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan chased after it. Despite its seemingly slow pace, every step it took covered a huge distance. It soon caught up to Mo Fan and the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. The mountain wall collapsed after the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan threw a punch into it. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf leapt between the rocks that were falling to the ground, but was still knocked flying by the incredible force. Flame Sword! Mo Fan did not give up. He summoned a fiery sword over 10 meters long and slashed at the Tyrant Titan's chest, but the sword could not cut through it. The Tyrant Titan roared. The sound was strong enough to shatter anything into pieces. The sonic wave was impossible to dodge. Mo Fan was launched into the air once again, while the remaining energy of the sonic wave swept across the woods. The woods were shattered beyond recognition after the sonic wave uprooted the trees and crushed them to pieces. Mo Fan rose to his feet. He could not care if a few of his bones had broken when he recalled Bola's words. Rain of Flames. Mo Fan swiftly completed the star constellation, summoning dense burning fists pouring down from the sky. The fiery fists flew straight at the Tyrant Titan, but the creature was not bothered at all. It continued to move toward Mo Fan amid the rain of burning fists. The strong blasts failed to leave a single scratch on it. Anyone would find themselves in despair when facing a creature with such an outstanding defense. The Sky Lightning Claw, Hellish Flames, and the Rain of Flames were Mo Fan's strongest attacks, yet they could not even tickle the creature. A giant fist was falling down on Mo Fan. He quickly cast Blink when he felt the strong wind surging at him. The creature was simply too huge. It was unlikely Mo Fan could dodge all its attacks regardless of how agile he was. He was not quick enough to dodge the attacks without Blink. Mo Fan blinked to the top of a cliff. He was just about to construct a new star constellation when he was surprised to realize that the creature was sensitive to the space element too. The Tyrant Titan turned and spread its fingers, slapping at the cliff Mo Fan was standing on. Mo Fan was astounded. He could no longer dodge the attack. He quickly withdrew the star constellation and used telekinesis. Mo Fan stared at the giant, silver palm. His entire figure was shrouded by the mysterious, silver light of the space element. He was using his will to create a strong resistance, trying to stop the Tyrant Titan's hand. The Tyrant Titan's hand slowed down a little. Mo Fan had already used all his strength to resist it, yet his mental strength was still too weak to stop a creature as strong as the Tyrant Titan. Pa! Mo Fan was knocked flying together with the edge of the cliff. He slammed heavily onto another mountain wall behind him and ended up in a hole inside it. Mo Fan sank a few meters deep into the wall. It felt like his bones were about to collapse. Luckily, his telekinesis had weakened the Tyrant Titan's slap. Otherwise, he would have been pulped by now. Mo Fan was having difficulty focusing, as he was in great pain. However, the Tyrant Titan continued to approach him. The creature was utterly relentless. Mo Fan could no longer cast Blink. He clenched his teeth and used the Dark Noble Mantle's power to sneak away by sticking close to the mountain wall. The Dark Noble Mantle saved Mo Fan's life. The Tyrant Titan failed to notice where Mo Fan was. It furiously chased after Mo Fan after he reached a safe distance. Mo Fan could not afford to run too far away, as he was worried that the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan would notice the poison spreading in its body. Mo Fan's body began to shake uncontrollably from his serious injuries. He lifted his gaze and gazed at the imperious Tyrant Titan. His heart was instantly set aflame by an unyielding spirit. Chapter 1163. Fight Until the Limit. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A brilliant silver star constellation was circling Mo Fan. As it dissipated with a flicker, Mo Fan also vanished into thin air, leaving a glowing silhouette behind. The following second, Mo Fan surprisingly appeared on the Tyrant Titan's shoulder. The light of the space element gradually disappeared. The others could feel their hearts pounding after seeing Mo Fan's bold move. It was necessary to stay as far away from the creature as possible, but Mo Fan had blinked closer to it instead. Was he trying to get himself killed? Same as before, the Tyrant Titan was able to capture the slight ripple of the space element. It turned its head slightly. Its enormous face was facing Mo Fan, as its eyes like spotlights stared at him, giving him great pressure. The Tyrant Titan grinned, like it was mocking the petty, tiny human in its eyes. It waved its other arm at Mo Fan, like it was trying to slap a tiny little mosquito on its shoulder. Mo Fan did not dodge this time. He was engulfed in flames. He ignored the hand that was slapping at him and threw a fiery punch right at the Tyrant Titan's face. A fiery dragon lunged at the Tyrant Titan's face. The Tyrant Titan did not expect the little insect to attack under the circumstances. It was forced to withdraw its slap and use its hand to cover its face. The fiery dragon rammed into the Tyrant Titan's palm. The scorching heat blasted the Tyrant Titan's face, but unfortunately, the fiery dragon failed to blast the Titan's palm apart. Judging from the way it was protecting its face, the Tyrant Titan's face might be slightly more vulnerable than the rest of its body. The blinding light of the explosion dissipated. When the Tyrant Titan recovered, it had lost track of where Mo Fan was. The sky began to darken out of nowhere. The area around the Tyrant Titan was covered in pitch-black darkness. The darkness loomed. The Tyrant Titan's vision had just recovered from the blinding light, but it soon struggled to see its surroundings. Its eyes were glowing, but the range of its vision was limited. Bang! The Tyrant Titan suddenly threw a punch at the woods behind it. A silver shockwave surged over at the trees, and soon turned into a strong gust, destroying the trees in an instant. In the darkness, a shadow bird flew away, dodging the Tyrant Titan's attack before disappearing in the NYX regime once again. The Tyrant Titan immediately chased after it. It had locked onto Mo Fan's position, and was determined to smash the little insect. The Tyrant Titan soon found Mo Fan. It opened its mouth and produced another terrifying sonic wave. The sonic wave swept forward. Even though Mo Fan had turned into a shadow bird, he failed to dodge the sonic wave still. He was sent flying by the powerful force once again. Mo Fan finally came to a stop. He immediately felt something warm flowing out from his nose and his ears. He wiped it with his hand and saw a thick, red liquid on his filthy hand. His injuries kept on increasing. He could no longer move as nimbly, not that it would make any difference since he was already struggling to dodge the Tyrant Titan's attacks. He could only drag on the fight with his fleeing shadow, dark noble mantle, and blink. Mo Fan stood still and watched the Tyrant Titan approaching him. The Tyrant Titan seemed aware that the little insect was no longer able to use the space magic. Not only did the sonic wave possess an overwhelming force, it would also disrupt the target's mental state, preventing the target from casting an advanced spell while it was still suffering from the effects. It was an effective move that the Tyrant Titans had used a lot on humans, since a mage that was unable to cast any spell was like a wild dog waiting to be slaughtered. The Tyrant Titan dashed forward. Its eye showed no hint of mercy for the intruder. Even though it was domesticated by humans, hatred toward humans was still buried deep in its bones. It extended its body like a bowstring and lunged forward, its right fist behind it. A destructive, silver glow accumulated on the tip of its fist. As it threw the punch with all its might, it produced a deafening blast. The punch was strong enough to break a hole in a mountain. A mage with no defense was surely going to die from it. Mo Fan did not move his feet. The blood flowing out of his nose and ears scattered in the air in the form of droplets. The injuries that he did not have time to treat were torn further from the overwhelming force surging at him. Mo Fan! Han Ji yelled. Even though the area was shrouded by the NYX regime, the people could still feel the extraordinary power of the Tyrant Titan's punch. The power was enough to reduce Mo Fan to scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. Save him, Panglai said. He was the first to react. He almost went right into the magic barrier. Wait! Old Bao reacted quickly and grabbed Panglai, who was about to rush into the barrier. They were currently at the Parthenon temple. If they were to rush into the magic barrier, they would immediately be surrounded by the armed forces of the Parthenon temple regardless of who they were. The Parthenon temple would then decide their fate, and even Chairman Xiaozheng would be unable to help them. Most importantly, Mo Fan would lose his chance to meet Xinxia in person. Even if he demonized, it would still be extremely difficult for him to make his way down the mountain, let alone bring Xinxia along. Even a forbidden mage would have trouble taking on the armed forces of the Parthenon temple. He's about to die, Panglai yelled. It is his choice. Song Chiming snapped. Mo Fan had to overcome the mountain path on his own. If Xinxia was not Salan, it meant there was an unimaginable conspiracy that they were totally unaware of happening behind the scenes. As such, they could not afford to be captured now. Han Ji and Zhu Meng were the closest to Mo Fan, since they had gone through the calamity of the ancient capital together. Even though they had told Mo Fan that they could not lend him any help, their emotions were stirred greatly when they saw Mo Fan take on the Tyrant Titan on his own, and how determined he was to meet the woman he loved. Hold your ground. If Xinxia isn't Salan, you know how important it is for us to find out the truth. She's the only lead we have, Song Chiming said. But what if Xinxia is actually Salan? The evidence is just too convincing, Panglai said in a deep voice. Then we don't have to do anything, Mo Fan will be the one ending her life, Old Bao said. Perhaps it's the best ending for her. But? Zhu Meng took a deep breath. Wasn't that too cruel for Mo Fan? A loud blast came from the darkness. The four never moved their gazes away from it. They were afraid to see Mo Fan's lifeless body lying on the ground when the darkness cleared up. The path toward the entrance of the mountain was blocked off by rocks. They saw Mo Fan covered up by a few pieces of rocks, showing an arm engulfed in flames. The Tyrant Titan stood 200 meters away. It was staring down at the pile of rocks. It had a stiff smile, as it did not sense any presence of life from the rocks. The rock started to loosen up. Mo Fan knocked the rocks off him with his shoulder and struggled to his feet. The demon blood in his body was becoming restless. The closer he was to death, the harder it was for him to control the demon element. When he finally lost control of it, it would devour Mo Fan's weak flesh, and the demon would be awakened. It felt like a voice was whispering in Mo Fan's mind, "Let me out, I will tear this Silver Moon Tyrant Titan into pieces with a single swipe." Silence! Mo Fan snapped furiously, withholding the restless demon blood inside his body. The demon element had become restless while trying to protect Mo Fan. It wanted to assert control over his body, yet to Mo Fan, the demon element was merely his sixth element. It was a power that he had acquired. It would indeed grant him extraordinary powers, but he could not afford to rely on it too much, nor would he allow the demon element to take over his body. He was still in control. Mo Fan was well aware of how terrifying the armed forces of the Parthenon temple were after visiting the place the first time. Using the demon element might allow him to reach Xinxia, but what was he going to do after that? Wouldn't they both die together still? Even a forbidden mage would be suppressed by the magic formation. He believed the power of the demon element would be limited too. He could not afford to lose control just because he was provoked by the arrogant and idiotic Tyrant Titan. He could still stand, couldn't he? Mo Fan panted heavily. It felt like his chest was bloated, filled with broken bones and blood clots, but at least he could still breathe. Formation of giant shadow spikes. Mo Fan managed to finish the star pattern. Mo Fan had been preparing the formation of giant shadow spikes since he established the NYX regime. Black shadow swords landed on the Tyrant Titan. They were only needles to the enormous creature, but Mo Fan had risked his life in exchange for the opportunity. He had to seal the Tyrant Titan's limbs with it. The NYX regime was still intact. The shadow swords poked into the Tyrant Titan's arms and legs. The Tyrant Titan was totally unaware that it had stepped into Mo Fan's trap. It tried to move, but the shadow swords had nailed it in place. There was no chance Mo Fan could immobilize the Tyrant Titan fully. It was the reason why he had aimed the shadow swords at the Tyrant Titan's limbs. The Tyrant Titan's arms were soon restrained by the force of darkness. Even though it could still move, its speed had dropped significantly. Seeing the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan was struggling to move, Mo Fan grinned. His expression seemed rather wild on his blood-smeared face. Rocket wings! Mo Fan could no longer walk, but he could still fight with the rocket wings. The fiery wings extended out. The exploding force propelled Mo Fan into the air as he flew right at the Tyrant Titan's face. Chapter 1164. The Funeral on the Mountain Top. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Have a taste of my fist. The feathers exploded rapidly. The 1,000 fiery feathers all burned into ashes, tripling his speed. Mo Fan was no longer able to cast his powerful spells because of the injuries he was suffering. He could only turn speed into power and punch the Tyrant Titan in the face. The fiery punch swept across the sky like a red meteor. Mo Fan reached the Tyrant Titan's face and threw his fist right at it. There was no flickering light, as it was pure brute force. The punch slammed right into the Tyrant Titan's face without resistance. Its face caved in, and the sound of bones breaking could not be any clearer. The force of darkness was still holding onto the Tyrant Titan's legs. As the Tyrant Titan's face was struck by the powerful blow, it immediately fell backward. The Tyrant Titan's defense was quite shocking. It did not fall onto its back despite the strength of the force that struck it. Explode! Mo Fan roared. The sparks in the air exploded as an enormous rupture was detonated on the Tyrant Titan's face. This time, the Tyrant Titan could no longer hold its ground. Its face was blasted into pieces as its body fell to the ground. When the Tyrant Titan fell, the eyes of the people watching the battle widened. How reckless was this Mo Fan? He even managed to punch the Tyrant Titan in the face, and actually knocked it to the ground. It was the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan. Perhaps even the Tyrant Titan did not expect that a petty human who was on his last breath could still wield such a strong force. Han Ji and Zhu Meng were even more touched seeing how hard Mo Fan was trying. They immediately recalled Mo Fan's determination in the space of death. It had even impressed super mags like them, and today, they had witnessed it once again. He tried his best. Panglai let out a sigh. Panglai clearly knew how difficult it was to overcome the starry mountain path. Mo Fan had made it to the final statue, and even knocked the Tyrant Titan to the ground once. He had really surpassed his limits. What are you doing? Old Bao glared at Panglai when he saw the man walking toward the magic barrier. What can I do? Mo Fan's punch might be impressive, but it's all over once the Tyrant Titan rises to its feet, Panglai said. Who told you that the Tyrant Titan can still rise? Take a good look at it. Song Chiming said. Panglai was startled. He quickly stared ahead. The Tyrant Titan lay on the ground. His body was twitching slightly. The force of darkness restraining him had disappeared, yet the Tyrant Titan remained on the ground. Mo Fan's punch might seem powerful, but it was most likely a normal punch to the face, considering the Tyrant Titan's defense. Its head would spin a little, with some blood coming out of its nose, but it was nowhere enough to knock the creature unconscious just like that, yet it seemed the Tyrant Titan was having trouble rising to its feet. What happened there? Did the punch contain some other power? Panglai asked immediately. Bola's poison is working, Song Chiming said. Han Ji and Zhu Meng let out a relieved sigh, before their hearts filled with joy. Does that mean Mo Fan defeated the Tyrant Titan? Han Ji blurted out in excitement. Song Chiming nodded. He was smiling too. Well done, the kid actually managed to overcome the challenge of the Starry Mountain Path. It was harder than coming first in the World College Tournament. Panglai and the others were overjoyed, but the people of the Parthenon temple on the mountain were wearing twisted faces. Their starry mountain path had just been overcome by a mage in his 20s. The 4 incredibly strong statues were a symbol of the inviolable sacredness of their Parthenon temple. It represented the authority of the Parthenon temple, yet the statues had lost right in front of the crowd. The Parthenon temple had lost its dignity. Without the goddamn vampire's help, he would never have made it to the top, never. Hayla yelled. It was quite obvious that the man was truly infuriated. Great Muse Melora's expression darkened too. If the young man demanded to see Xinxia in person, the entire Parthenon temple, including the Hall Mother, had to accept the request. It was definitely not a piece of good news to her. But he did overcome the challenge, Fiona rebutted. Fiona had been with Xinxia for a long time. She had even met Mo Fan in Croatia previously. She was confused, as she never expected that the man would risk everything he had to challenge the Parthenon temple. Most importantly, he succeeded. Would anyone ever do the same thing for her? I'm afraid I have become a most unwelcome being for the Parthenon temple. You will have to proceed alone, Bola said. Mo Fan nodded. He headed for the mountain of the goddess. When he arrived at the mountain of the goddess, a huge crowd of the members of the Parthenon temple immediately surrounded him. They were led by Hayla and Melora. Mo Fan turned around and glanced at Panglai, Old Bao, Han Ji, Xu Meng, and the others, and discovered that they had been stopped from entering the mountain of the goddess. Mo Fan was fearless facing the people of the Parthenon temple. Hayla harumphed coldly and said, "Aren't you impressive?" "I want to see Xinxia." Mo Fan had no intention of wasting his time. "She's a prisoner, you are not allowed to see her," Melora said. "I have overcome the challenge of the starry mountain path, I can see anyone as I wish." Mo Fan replied coldly. "Great Muse, it's fine for him to see the girl, since he did overcome the challenge. Besides, the Sanctus Hall is guarded by 10 Golden Sun Knights, and a Vice Hall Master is always on patrol. He won't be able to stir up any trouble," Muse Seely said. "Come with me, I'll bring you to the Sanctus Hall," Fiona immediately said to Mo Fan. Mo Fan nodded. "You too, follow him, just in case he tries to do anything stupid." Hayla sent 2 Silver Moon Knights to follow Mo Fan. The Sanctus Hall was located on the spacious mountain top. Every grand ceremony was held here on the spacious mountain top, laid out like an enormous public square. A platform made of white marble currently had a huge crowd on it. They consisted of Panagia's followers and her relatives. Half of the Hall of Knights and the Hall of Judgment were here, too. They were all wearing grey funeral clothing, as they were holding a funeral. Panagia's belongings were stacked into a pile at the center of the platform, on a wooden boat built with the blue silk sacred wood. It was decorated with Panagia's favorite flower. Panagia's corpse was placed at the highest on the boat. It was facing the blue sky, dressed in a robe as white as snow. The people gathered around the funeral in an orderly manner. The atmosphere was solemn and sorrowful. "We just have to execute the vicious woman now, so that Panagia can rest in peace," Pangia's guardian knight said furiously. The funeral ceremony was coming to an end. The officials, knights, muses, and believers had taken turns performing the ritual. The last procedure was to cremate Panagia's remains, but obviously, they were going to wait until the execution of her murderer. "This is the stone of guilt, the Holy Judgment Court has judged the woman guilty. She can choose to end her life herself, or choose to let us execute her," Julank, the great magistrate of the Holy Judgment Court, said. "She killed a saintess and committed such grave sins. We should exterminate her soul, how could we allow her to end her life herself? People of the Hall of Judgment, bring that woman that killed Panagia here at once." Shawshank, the Vice Hall leader of the Hall of Judgment, snapped furiously. Shawshank was Panagia's father, thus he was surely the most enraged among them all. He even had the urge to dig out the heart of his daughter's murderer. "Please wait. Someone just overcame the challenge of the Starry Mountain Path and has requested to meet Xinxia in person. The ancient rule has to be prioritized. Let Xinxia meet her close one for one last time, the Hall Mother said. It's a sin to even let her live in this world for a moment longer. Shawshank seemed extremely agitated. It's only for a moment, don't you want to stay with Panagia for a little longer, the Hall Mother replied. Humph, I'll keep an eye on them instead. Who knows what the vicious woman is planning just so the man could rescue her? Shawshank retorted. The others were amused by the words. You're being overly sensitive. No one in this world can rescue a person from the Parthenon temple, not even forbidden mags, Ulowa, the chief of the Golden Sun Knights, declared. You all, come with me. Shawshank ignored their words. He led 2 troops of adjudicators toward the Saintess Hall. A troop of adjudicators consisted of 100 people. Shawshank was obviously overdoing it, leading 2 troops of adjudicators with him. He's only an advanced mage, any of us could easily defeat him. He's quite talented to have overcome the challenge of the Starry Mountain Path. We should just let him bid farewell to Xinxia in peace, Leonard of the Holy Judgment Court advised, seeing how tense the people were. Yeah, I feel that the evidence isn't solid enough to prove the girl is Salan either. But she did kill Panagia, that alone is enough to sentence her to death. The Saintess Hall was located to the south of the platform, behind it was a perfectly straight cliff. The place was protected by a powerful magic formation. No one was allowed to come closer or leave the Saintess Hall. The Saintess Hall only had a single exit facing the spacious platform. The entrance had a long, grey carpet extending all the way to the center of the platform. The followers of Panagia stood on both sides of the carpet. They were waiting for the murderer to be taken out and brought into the open, just so they could toss black ears of grain covered in thistles at the murderer to vent their hatred. Currently, at the entrance of the Saintess Hall, Mo Fan was surrounded by a bunch of knights and adjudicators. They were extremely cautious, as they were afraid that Mo Fan was planning to intervene with the execution and the funeral. Chapter 1165. Xinxia? Salan? Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan glanced around him and saw the Saintess Hall was surrounded by people. The people that were allowed to enter the mountain of the goddess were at least advanced mags, and these advanced mags were only the ordinary soldiers of the Parthenon Temple's army. 10 Golden Sun Knights were lining up at the entrance of the Saintess Hall, staring at Mo Fan alertly. So you're the guy that overcame the Starry Mountain Path? You don't look special at all. A captain of the Golden Sun Knights named Jaffa inspected Mo Fan and grinned disdainfully. Jaffa was the youngest super mage of the Parthenon Temple. He was initially Saintess Andy's guardian knight, but after she died, his hope of becoming the guardian knight of a goddess was gone with her. He was appointed to guard the Saintess Hall instead. Mo Fan's achievement of overcoming the Starry Mountain Path had spread widely through the mountain of the goddess. Jaffa was extremely proud. Instead of behaving like a senior, he seemed rather displeased by Mo Fan's reckless behavior. On top of it, Jaffa found Xinxia an eyesore. They had failed to find the reason for Andy's death. He believed the vicious woman was somehow related to Andy's death, too. She had been planning to take out every competitor all along, just so she could become the goddess. Otherwise, how could she possibly rise from being just an insignificant probationary servant to a saintess, and be only one last step away from becoming the goddess? Mo Fan did not even lift his gaze. He simply disregarded the mockery from the captain of the Golden Sun Knights. The fact that he had overcome the Starry Mountain Path was like a loud slap to the face of every talented mage in the Parthenon Temple, hence it was quite reasonable that he would be mocked by them. Mo Fan walked forward and saw another person standing at the entrance. It was Asheruia, with a veil over her face. Her simple, yet noble outfit reminded him of their first encounter. However, his frame of mind was completely different. Mo Fan looked at her. Asheruia lifted her gaze and looked back at Mo Fan too. Asheruia was the first to speak. Are you suspicious of me? Yes, Mo Fan nodded firmly. It's true that Andy and Panagia were my biggest competitors. If nothing happened to them, I could never become a goddess. Obviously, I'm the true winner if I can use Xinxia to take out Panagia, and as a matter of fact, I did consider it before. Deceit is just a part of the competition for the role of the goddess. The last one standing that claims the seat of the goddess will take all the fame and glory, Xinxia said blatantly in front of the knights. I'm only suspicious, I'm surely going to find the truth. Mo Fan said coldly. Perhaps your suspicion is utterly meaningless, since you will realize that no one is manipulating her after seeing her in person. It was only an accident that Panagia discovered her true identity, Xinxia said. Mo Fan did not respond. He demanded of Yaffa coldly, open the door. Yaffa did not like being ordered around. His expression twisted slightly. Open the door, so he can see the true colors of the person inside, Xinxia said. The heavy door slowly opened. The magic spell on it vanished too. The Saintess Hall was very dim. The light of a burning torch hanging on the tall pillar was nowhere enough to light up the spacious hall. Mo Fan was unable to see inside the hall clearly. He hesitated slightly at the entrance before stepping into the hall. As soon as he stepped inside the hall, the Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Judgment, Xinxia, yelled, "Close the door." He's only an advanced mage. Vice Hall Master, aren't you being overly worried? So what if he has overcome the Starry Mountain path? I can take him out easily still, Yaffa said proudly. Humph, God knows what that evil woman has up in her sleeves. I have already let Panagia down, I will not allow anything to go wrong during her funeral. I will execute the woman myself, so Panagia can rest in peace. Vice Hall Master Xinxia said. The Hall of Judgment was supporting Panagia in the election, but now their candidate had died. They had no way to vent their rage and frustration. They could not wait to make Xinxia pay with her life. The heavy door slammed shut. Magic runes covered the door, preventing anything from entering or leaving the hall, including via use of space magic. Mo Fan followed the dim light of the torch. The Saintess Hall was sealed tight. It felt slightly chilly. The pillars had lots of faces on them, like a bunch of undying creatures looking down at a prisoner. There was no light or sacred brilliance in the Saintess Hall. It felt more like an altar of darkness. Mo Fan followed the pillars and caught a glimpse of some flames ahead. Braziers were placed in a big circle up a flight of stairs. The flames of the braziers swayed despite the lack of wind. It looked no different than the sight of a burning execution. At the top of the stairs was an extremely thick pillar. It was clearly the main pillar of the Saintess Hall, supporting the magnificent building. A silver chain was wrapped around the pillar, looming like a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, and its other hand was fastened around the waist of a skinny woman. She could not stand for too long, thus she had to sit on the icy, cold stone, surrounded by the braziers. The light of the flames shone upon her pale, lifeless face, setting off her haggardness. She was still wearing the dress of a saintess. The huge dress spread on the stand like white snow, setting off her unique, sacred temperament. Mo Fan went up the stairs. He could feel his heart breaking. Xinxia remained still with her head lowered. She did not see Mo Fan approaching her. Xinxia, I'm here. Mo Fan walked up to Xinxia and called out. He could not tell if she was asleep or she was unwilling to face him. Xinxia opened her eyes, filled with complicated feelings. She knew Mo Fan would come for sure, but she did not want Mo Fan to come. She was afraid of herself, afraid to face Mo Fan's eyes. She finally raised her head and looked at Mo Fan, and was shocked to see him covered in wounds and bruises. Some were still bleeding. Xinxia covered her mouth as tears started rolling down her cheeks. Mo Fan could not stand to see her cry. He quickly hugged her. After hearing the shocking news, Mo Fan had totally lost control of his emotions. He finally reclaimed them when he touched Xinxia's soft, feeble body. He was finally relieved when his chest was pressing hard against her. I'm bringing you out of here. Mo Fan rose to his feet and broke the chain that was tying Xinxia down. The chain was not enhanced by magic. Mo Fan took it off with ease. After all, the thing that was trapping Xinxia was not the chain, but the Saintess Hall, and the armed forces of the Parthenon temple outside the Saintess Hall. Mo Fan carried Xinxia in his arms. The girl was a lot skinnier. He could barely feel her weight. He could feel warm tears on the side of his face. Mo Fan's words had melted Xinxia's heart and broke the struggle inside her, but she knew it was not the right thing to do. She was already satisfied she was able to see Mo Fan for the last time. "Brother Mo Fan, aren't you going to ask me anything?" Xinxia finally broke the silence. "Ask what?" Mo Fan said. "That I am someone else," Xinxia bit her lips and said after a long pause. Xinxia was struggling even more when Mo Fan did not mention it. "I still have some blurry recollections in my mind that I was the one that killed Panagia, and even though I could have saved her with my healing magic, I watch her blood pour onto my hands. I didn't feel anything, as if it was perfectly normal. It didn't feel like me, but it was me," Xinxia said. Mo Fan did not speak. He just looked at the girl. Xinxia did not dare to look Mo Fan in the eyes. She glanced at her legs that were too weak to walk. Even the strongest healing spells of the Parthenon temple had failed to fix her legs. Xinxia had been bothered by it for quite some time, and she finally found an answer to it. "I placed my blood on the cardinal bloodstone, and I saw it responding," Xinxia said. She did not want to lie to Mo Fan. Mo Fan remained silent still. Xinxia added, "When I was very young, I remember going to a place, I believe it's the main altar of the Black Vatican, and I remembered seeing the cardinal bloodstone." "Before you moved to Bo City?" Mo Fan asked. Xinxia nodded. Mo Fan fell silent. Xinxia bit her lips. She did not tell anyone about it, as she was still unsure if the blurry recollections were actually part of her memory. "They did not accuse me falsely, Brother Mo Fan. I think I'm really Salan." Xinxia hesitated before spilling the beans. It was utterly ridiculous, yet the evidence was there. No matter how ridiculous it might sound, it was still the truth. There were different memories hidden inside her body, different personalities. She would be awakened at times to carry out the mission that the Black Vatican had long given her. When everything was done, the other soul would fall asleep, and the amnesia bug would hide the truth like it was all a dream. It was the main reason why no one had seen Salan in person, and why no one knew who Salan was. If even Salan herself did not know her true identity, how could the enforcement union possibly trace her down? I'm just a decoy to hide her identity. Let me go. If I die, she will die too." Xinxia had no idea how she could convince Mo Fan, but she had to. They could no longer alter the outcome. "You are not," Mo Fan said. "It doesn't really matter, everyone believes I am, and I did go to the Black Vatican. The cardinal bloodstone reacts to my blood, too, Bother Mo Fan. I hope that you are the one that will end my life." Xinxia's voice softened. She knew better than anyone else how cruel of a decision it was for Mo Fan. But she wanted to be selfish for one last time. She just wanted to sleep quietly in Mo Fan's arms, even if she would never wake up. "I already told you, you are not Salan." Mo Fan's tone intensified. "Brother Mo Fan. Xinxia is Xinxia, and Salan is Salan. There's no way they are the same person, nor would they exist in the same body. I don't care what evidence they have, and I don't care how many people believe you are her. I only know you are my Xinxia, and no one can harm you, not even the Parthenon temple and the Holy Judgment Court, not even me." Mo Fan said firmly, looking at Xinxia's eyes that were gleaming with tears. Mo Fan's words echoed in Xinxia's ears and landed a powerful blow on her heart. Seeing the firm look in Mo Fan's eyes, the disguise that Xinxia had put on in order to stay calm collapsed entirely. She immediately turned into a sobbing little girl, hiding inside Mo Fan's arms. Chapter 1166. Confronting the Holy Judgment Court. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The long dress was dragged across the floor. Mo Fan carried Xinxia down the stairs and headed for the exit. "I'm bringing you out of here," Mo Fan said to Xinxia. Xinxia nodded heavily. Mo Fan always said that he would give her a pair of wings, but Xinxia was never interested in luxurious magic equipment. What Mo Fan gave her was a great sense of security that was protecting her like a pair of wings. Many times, she was quite relieved that she could not walk in exchange for the protection she was receiving. It no longer mattered if she could leave the place safely, she was already satisfied. The heavy door opened slowly. Rays of sunlight poured into the hall. Xinxia should be relieved that she was able to see light again, yet she knew the real trouble had only just begun. The Golden Sun Knights were already setting up their formation. Their magical auras had combined into a great pressure, making it extremely difficult to breathe. Further behind were two troops of adjudicators led by their Vice Hall Master, Shawshank. He had the urge to charge forward and kill Xinxia just so his daughter could rest in peace. 200 adjudicators were in position. With just a single command, they would cast their destructive spells. The spells would pour down like rain, turning them both into nothing. As Xinxia glanced further ahead, Panagia's funeral was still taking place. The people of the Parthenon temple were all present, including the powerful holy court mags dressed in their noble coats. Their strength was unmatchable. Mo Fan had no chance of leaving the place considering how heavily guarded it was. Mo Fan, put her down. If you step out of the entrance with her, the Golden Sun Knights will execute you right on the spot. Kulun threatened him. The people saw Mo Fan carrying Xinxia in his arms as soon as the door opened. It was quite obvious that Mo Fan was planning to take the girl with him. Mo Fan was allowed to meet any person in the Parthenon temple as he wished after overcoming the starry mountain path, but he was not allowed to take the person with him. They say ignorant people are fearless. Yaffa looked at Mo Fan and grinned. There are always lunatics that do something you will never understand. Mo Fan, you better consider it carefully. Once you bring her out of the Saintess Hall, the Parthenon temple and the Holy Judgment Court will treat you as her accomplice. You might be the savior of the ancient capital, but Salan has committed grave sins, and as her accomplice, you won't be forgiven either. Tisu said. You are the ones that won't be forgiven. You claim to be the justest and most righteous in the world. The Parthenon temple and the Holy Judgment Court are nothing but a bunch of brainless, useless people. You have never seen Salan in person, yet you could not wait to accuse a girl just because of your so-called evidence, and even come up with such ridiculous speculation, saying that there is another soul hiding in her body, that her other character is Salan herself. Tell me, which one of you have seen her carrying out the evil conspiracy, or commit any sinful acts? You can't even judge from the simplest facts, and you would rather believe in evidence that sounds like pure nonsense to me. So this is how the Parthenon temple and the Holy Judgment Court deliver justice? You are no better than the Black Vatican that murders innocent people. Mo Fan snapped furiously when he was confronted by the crowd. The crowd was already shocked when they saw Mo Fan bringing Xinxia to the entrance. To their surprise, he proceeded to scold everyone at the scene. He did not bother lowering his voice. Almost everyone on the mountain heard it. The atmosphere intensified instantly as strong auras burst out of the bodies of the powerful mags whose dignity was at stake. The evidence is solid enough. Why did the Cardinal Bloodstone only react to her blood? Great news, Melora said. So you're saying that you're familiar with the Black Vatican? Mo Fan asked. I have killed 370 grey priests, 54 black clergymen, 2 blue deacons, and 1 executioner of the Black Vatican. I've also destroyed one of their bases. Putting the calamity of the ancient capital aside, may I ask, has anyone here killed more members of the Black Vatican than I have? If there is, please step forward and tell me everything that you know about the Black Vatican, how many blue deacons they have, the real identities of their red cardinals, and tell me you're willing to take the risk and promise that the Cardinal Bloodstone can surely tell us who Salan is, even if the person is a little girl, a girl that can't walk, or an old man, an authority of the Parthenon temple, or even a magistrate of the Holy Judgment Court. Mo Fan snapped. Mo Fan, the Holy Judgment Court has already come to a conclusion and believes she is Salan. Why are you doing this still? Glaucian of the Hall of Judgment sighed. Glaucian, what did you promise me before? I let you bring Xinxia to the Parthenon temple, and you also promised me that nothing would happen to her. Did you choose to forget your promise now that it is against the Parthenon temple? Do you really think doing the right thing is no longer important? Have you lost your ability to think reasonably, since you just need to blindly follow the orders of the Parthenon Temple and the Holy Judgment Court? Mo Fan pointed at Glaucian furiously. Glaucian was left speechless. He too was doubtful of the outcome, yet what could he, a mere adjudicator, do to change the outcome? The members of the Black Vatican treat the orders given to them as their sacred missions. They are accumulating their merits by doing harm to others. They would never doubt what they were told to do. They are all brainwashed into believing that the orders given by the Black Vatican are the noblest, yet look at you. Both you and the Black Vatican have strong beliefs. I initially thought the people of the Parthenon Temple were different, because you were still able to judge if an order given to you didn't make any sense, but it turns out that you're no different from them. You're claiming that she is Salan and can't wait to execute her just because of the so-called evidence you have. Don't you realize how ridiculous you are? The anger burning in Mo Fan's chest turned into words stabbing the crowd like sharp swords. Mo Fan, that's only from your point of view. No one in this world will believe that their close ones are criminals, but you still can't change the fact that she has committed grave sins. Put her down and leave the Saintess Hall. We won't do any harm to you. You've done a lot to eradicate the Black Vatican, but it turned out that Salan is one of the closest people to you. I know it's hard to accept it, but the verdict has been made. You won't be able to change it anymore, Tisu advised. So you're just going to continue down the wrong path. Mo Fan sneered. Even if it's inappropriate, that's just how it is. We're talking about a Red Cardinal. Our Holy Judgment Court has the right to execute any person that we suspect to be a Red Cardinal. Julank, the great magistrate of the Holy Judgment Court, finally spoke. Very well, so that's the true attitude of the Holy Judgment Court. You would rather kill 1,000 to stop the villain from running away. Mo Fan burst out laughing. If we killed the wrong person, we will admit our wrong to the deceased, but if she's indeed Salan, we'll be saving countless lives here. Xinxia, if you still have a conscience, you should sacrifice yourself to stop the other demon living in you from endangering the world. You shouldn't ruin Mo Fan, too. The man has a bright future ahead. This is the Parthenon Temple. We will not let anyone challenge our authority. We have the right to execute anyone on the spot. Great Magistrate Julank shouted loudly. Xinxia subconsciously glanced at Mo Fan. Don't listen to him. Trust me, I'm bringing you out of here. Mo Fan said confidently. Great Magistrate Julank, why do your words sound so familiar? I remembered that you were still a probationary magistrate when you said the same words to convince the great holy saint to surrender himself when he was surrounded by you lots too. The voice of an old man appeared. The crowd cleared a path as old Bao, Songchiming, slowly went forward. The Holy Court mags knelt on their knee when the old man walked past them. Clergyman's song. Elder. Clergyman's song. Master. The Holy Court mags consisted of super mags, each with a great reputation in the world, yet they did not dare to show their pride in front of the old clergyman, Songchiming. The new clergyman had taken over a few years ago, yet in terms of influence, he was still incomparable to the old clergyman, Songchiming. Songchiming, you are a clergyman. You are only responsible for supervising the magistrates, but their votes have nothing to do with you. Besides, you are no longer a clergyman. What right do you have to speak here? Julank snapped when he saw Songchiming. I was only mentioning something that happened in the past. Many people were still clueless about the details of the judgment that befell the Holy Saint. I have no intention to offend the goddess Xinxia's impartial vote, but we all knew he was a victim in the struggle for power. I really wish that we had someone like Mo Fan that stepped forward and woke us up. We could have avoided the huge mistake we made. Songchiming sighed. Silence, are you rebelling against the Holy Judgment Court? Julank snapped furiously. The details of Wentai's death were sealed away. The Holy Judgment Court had forbidden anyone from mentioning it, but Songchiming had to spill the beans under the circumstances. Many people in the Parthenon Temple were still the Holy Saint's followers. If Songchiming continued, it was surely going to stir great chaos among the crowd. Chapter 1167. Black Snake, the Chaos on the Sacred Mountain. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Why am I considered rebelling when I was only mentioning a past incident? Or perhaps the Holy Judgment Court knew it was a mistake all along, but in order to protect its reputation, it has forbidden others from mentioning it. Song Chiming harumphed coldly. He did not hesitate to accuse Julank in return. Julank's expression darkened. He said, "It seems like you're determined to protect them, but I'm telling you, they still are going to die. The Holy Judgment Court has never wrongly accused anyone. Calling us unjust is nothing but a one-sided statement." Song Chiming kept quiet. After all, it was true that he wanted to protect Mo Fan and Xinxia. He was extremely familiar with Mo Fan's personality. "Captain of the Golden Sun Knights, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you taking down the prisoner's accomplice? The Holy Judgment Court has the right to execute the prisoner on the spot. If he dares resist, you have the right to execute him," Julank declared. The people nearby were startled by his words. Many had learned that Mo Fan was the hero of the calamity of the ancient capital, yet Julank was not showing any face to China by giving the order to execute Mo Fan on the spot. Normally, the Holy Judgment Court would only detain the offender and ask China's enforcement union to send their representative over to decide how they would deal with the offender. However, regardless of how infuriated the enforcement union was, they would surely be merciful considering Mo Fan's contributions. Julank was not willing to let Mo Fan go. "Julank, what do you think you are doing?" Song Chiming snapped. "What am I doing? I'm just doing what a great magistrate should do. If you try to defend them, I'll treat you as their accomplice too," Julank said. "Old Bao, it's meaningless to talk with someone like him." Mo Fan understood Old Bao's intention. He wanted to argue in favor of Xinxia, hoping that someone reputable would step forward and question the verdict, so they could further investigate the matter. However, Mo Fan knew it was unlikely, judging from the great magistrate's reaction. Mo Fan was observing the situation calmly. Somehow, he felt that the great magistrate was very eager to sentence Xinxia to death. What exactly were the benefits tied to the conspiracy that they had to go to such extremes? Mo Fan felt a great pressure directed at him. He lifted his gaze and saw a man with a malicious grin approaching him. "Yaffa, he hasn't left the hall, you are not allowed to do any harm to him," Glorkian said. "The great magistrate has already given the order, I'm just following it. It's quite obvious that he's trying to save the prisoner." Yaffa continued forward. He was very curious where this advanced mage had gotten the courage to dare provoke the crowd. He could not even defeat the weakest Golden Sun Knight with his petty strength. "Mo Fan, don't come out," Tisu warned. As long as Mo Fan did not bring Xinxia out of the hall, no one would do anything to him. Mo Fan's status had risen too far. Even the great magistrate would be punished if he abused his power. "I'm leaving with her. If any of you try to stop me, I won't show any mercy," Mo Fan said coldly. Mo Fan stepped out of the entrance after finishing the sentence. He was holding on to Xinxia tightly. He walked down the stairs under the crowd's stare. The Golden Sun Knights nearby were at loss. Perhaps they were confused by the incident too, and could not believe the kind-hearted Xinxia had suddenly turned into a murderer and a Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican. "You are too full of yourself. It doesn't matter if you've won the World College Tournament, you're nothing but a littlant in our eyes," Yaffa shouted furiously. Magnificent star constellations appeared around him. 7 of them combined into a brilliant star palace containing an overwhelming amount of energy in front of Yaffa. Thousand-leaf saber, slaughtering wind slash. Fierce golden winds, like giant scythes, swept at Mo Fan from all directions. The golden scythes combined into a giant scythe as tall as the Saint's Hall. It came down rapidly, aiming right at Mo Fan and Xinxia. Mo Fan calmly faced the super spell. He was holding an orb covered in ancient runes in his hand. He tossed the orb into the air when the slaughtering wind slash approached him. A huge mist instantly spread across the place, limiting the vision of those watching. A faint, black outline appeared in the mist, before growing rapidly. The stairs at the entrance of the Saint's Hall were soon fully occupied. The Golden Sun Knights surrounding Mo-Fan and Xinxia realized that something was not right. They quickly fled into the distance. Yafa's slaughtering wind slash landed on the enormous figure in the mist, yet it did not seem to inflict any damage on it. Mo-Fan and Xinxia were behind the black figure, and perfectly unharmed. Yafa stood still, staring at the mist that was expanding and dissipating into the surroundings. He saw a pair of huge, terrifying eyes in the mist, and immediately felt a great chill running down his spine, as if he was soaked in icy water. What on earth is this thing? Yafa screamed. As soon as he cried out, an enormous head poked out from the mist. Instead of doing anything fancy, it simply opened its mouth and swallowed the arrogant Yafa with a single bite. Even the Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Judgment subconsciously took a few steps back. The 200 adjudicators behind him were stunned, too. Why would such an enormous creature appear out of nowhere in their Parthenon temple? Was it a tyrant titan? The entire mountain top was in an uproar. The mist continued to expand, and almost reached the gloomy sky. A bolt of lightning swept across the pallid sky as a huge rain started pouring down. Strong winds followed the rain, blowing the colorful, soaked petals into the air. It was a spectacular yet uneasy sight. As the rain poured down, the people were finally able to see the true appearance of the creature. It was a skyscraping snake. The mist had prevented the people from seeing its entire body, but the head of the giant snake head had risen above the curtain of rain. It was staring down at the people on the mountain coldly. My God! It's a snake! A ruler-level creature, it must be a ruler-level creature. How did it appear in the Parthenon temple? The people were all crying out in shock. Even though there were quite a few super mags on the mountain, not many had seen a creature of the Black Totem Snake's level. A ruler-level creature? The Black Totem Snake was no ordinary ruler-level creature. When he revealed himself and stared at the humans on the mountain, he was like an icy snake god. His pride and dominating aura completely overwhelmed the hearts of the mags on the mountain. The Black Totem Snake slowly opened his mouth and spat Yafa out. In a short time, the previously imperious Golden Sun Knight ended up falling to the ground in ragged clothes. It was like the creature was provoking Great Magistrate Dulank on purpose. Yafa, covered in sticky gastric fluid, had landed right at his feet. Dulank's face began to twitch when he saw Yafa trembling on the ground. This Mo-Fan had come prepared. The mountain of the goddess is well protected. Even a commander-level creature was not allowed to enter, let alone a ruler-level creature. Is this snake Mo-Fan summoned beast? Otherwise, how did it appear out of nowhere? The Hall Mother said. I saw a totem orb just now. Totem beasts are able to hide inside totem orbs whenever they encounter danger. I believe Mo-Fan did not accept the challenge of the Starry Mountain Path just so he could see Xinxia. He was planning to bring the totem orb into the mountain of the goddess too. Mel Laura said with a dark expression. It's only a huge snake. How dare it behave unscrupulously in the Parthenon temple? Shawshank, lead your men and kill the snake. Dulank snapped furiously. He could not care less about the snake's background. Anything that dared to challenge the authority of the Holy Judgment Court would die. The Black Totem Snake slowly lowered his head to the ground, allowing Mo-Fan to hop onto his head while carrying Xinxia. The Black Totem Snake had a little hollow on his head. It would protect Mo-Fan and Xinxia from the effects of spells. Mo-Fan gently placed Xinxia inside the hollow, but he stayed on the outside. He's going to protect us, don't worry. Mo-Fan knew Xinxia was extremely terrified. He forced a smile and comforted the girl. The Black Totem Snake slowly raised his head. Mo-Fan stood on it amid the rain and the drifting petals, and glanced down at the crowd. Mo-Fan! You're out of your mind! Hayla pointed at the head of the Black Totem Snake and yelled angrily, are you seriously going against the Parthenon temple? The people below the mountain could also see the enormous snake at the top of the mountain. They were immediately struck with terror, as the previous Tyrant Titan was like a little finger compared to the skyscraping snake. Mo-Fan had made up his mind. He was going to bring Xinxia away today. Chapter 1168. Battle against the Parthenon Temple. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I already said, I will not show any mercy to anyone that tries to stop me. Mo-Fan glared down at the people of the Parthenon Temple coldly. There was no way Mo-Fan would let himself fall into the hands of the Parthenon Temple or the Holy Judgment Court. As a matter of fact, he already learned the justice that these people proclaimed to serve. They were merely pursuing greater authority and power. Mo-Fan was not interested in power games. He simply had the urge to raise the authorities of the entire world to the ground. What are you waiting for? It's only a ruler-level creature. Are you really just going to watch it destroy the pride of the Parthenon Temple? Great Muse Melora said. For Parthenon. For Parthenon. The Golden Sun Knights that were the closest to the Black Totem Snake found their courage. A white gold light shrouded their bodies. Great Muse Melora was casting a blessing spell with her words, granting the knights greater power. The white and gold light had increased the power of the knights by 50%. It was extremely significant for super mags. Holy Essence Formation, a Golden Sun Knight yelled. Brilliant star constellations of the light element constructed an enormous star palace of 2,401 stars. The fact that the mage was able to draw the star orbits, star patterns, star constellations, and combine them all into a magnificent star palace implied that the Golden Sun Knight was a very experienced super mage. He had completed the light spell. Following him, for other Golden Sun Knights with the light element constructed their star palaces too. The brilliant light shone through the dim sky as 5 stunning demon judgment swords descended from the sky, aiming right at the enormous, black snake on the mountain. The Black Totem Snake lifted his gaze slightly and saw the energy connecting the 5 enormous light swords. He immediately sensed that the super spells were connected by a magic formation, which would further amplify their damage. The Black Totem Snake was extremely smart. He completely disregarded the light swords and raised his tail instead. He swept his tail across the ground, producing a powerful shockwave that surged in all directions, knocking the 5 Golden Sun Knights that were planning to join their spells into a formation into the air. The 5 Golden Sun Knights were wearing their armor, but the overwhelming force broke the armor to pieces. They landed on the ground heavily and lost consciousness. Kill it now! Shawshank screamed. Behind him were 200 adjudicators, the elite among the advanced mags. However, they were overwhelmed by their fear of the Black Totem Snake, and struggling to cast spells. There existed a strict divide between the levels of demon creatures. The servant-class creatures were afraid of warrior-level creatures, the warrior-level creatures would submit themselves to the commander-level creatures, and the commander-level creatures would kneel before the ruler-level creatures. The difference was not because of their lineage, but the strong aura of deterrence that the higher-level creatures emitted. The aura was like an irresistible psychic spell, crushing the lines of defense inside the mags' hearts. The Golden Sun Knights were not as intimidated when facing the Black Totem Snake, but the adjudicators were only advanced mags. They were considered courageous if their legs were not trembling in fear. Battle drum. Motivating drum beats came from behind. Great Muse Melora had made her move again, using her sound element to get rid of the fear inside the hearts of the adjudicators. The adjudicators could finally cast their spells. Countless star constellations combined into a brilliant galaxy, as the energy of the element surged wildly. How destructive was it when 200 advanced mags were casting their spells simultaneously? The Black Totem Snake sensed a strong energy accumulating. He suddenly lowered his head and faced the troop of adjudicators. He opened his mouth and spat out a strong black wind. The breath swept forward like an incredible storm, aiming right at the troops of adjudicators. The adjudicators finally had the chance to cast their spells, yet they were immediately stricken by the strong wind. It rolled over them, hitting more than 1,000 people. The breath was normally poisonous, but the Black Totem Snake was not aiming to kill the humans. It only swept the adjudicators into the sky like straws of grass. They spun a few circles in the air and fell back to the ground. The breath did not turn them into puddles instantly. Useless pricks! Shawshank snapped. Shawshank let out a roar, summoning a pair of golden wings on his back. The wings were filled with the energy of the light element. They would burn any dark creature that came into contact with them. Shawshank had no idea if the black totem snake was a dark creature. He simply assumed the creature that dared to challenge the authority of the Parthenon temple was evil. He rose into the sky and emitted a blinding light to blind the black totem snake temporarily. The black totem snake stuck his tongue out and swung it at Shawshank. Shawshank nimbly dodged it in the sky, gradually approaching the black totem snake. His hands fired a spiraling bolt of frost. The frost landed on the black totem snake. His scales were covered in a layer of frost, and it continued to spread. Mo Fan was standing on the black totem snake's head and was aware of the rapidly spreading frost. However, the black totem snake seemed unaffected by it. The black totem snake twisted his body and headed down the mountain. The frost was still spreading, but as soon as the black totem snake started moving, it began to fall off on its own. Compared to the black totem snake's size, the cold of the frost was like a popsicle to a normal human. Shawshank could feel the rage exploding in his chest after seeing that the creature had totally ignored his ice magic. There was no way he was going to let the snake escape with his daughter's murderer. Songchiming, you are out of your mind, the Hall Master of the Hall of Knights, Hayla snapped. What does it have anything to do with me? Songchiming furrowed in confusion. Of course it has everything to do with you. Are you telling me that Mo Fan, who's only an advanced mage, can control a totem beast? Is the Enforcement Union challenging our authority too? Hayla said. Hayla, you've really overestimated me. To be frank, even I can't control the totem beast. Mo Fan saved the black totem snake's life before. The totem beast willingly came to protect him to repay his kindness. If you want to pressure me just so I will withdraw the snake, I'm afraid I can't really do that. We didn't expect it to show up, either. Doesn't your Parthenon temple have a lot of experts? Can you please subdue the totem beast for us? The black totem snake wouldn't endanger the lives of humans, but it's too enormous. It won't be good if it ends up destroying the flowers and scaring the people of your city, Old Bao replied very seriously. Hayla and Dulank almost vomited blood after hearing Songchiming's explanation. The matter would seriously escalate now that China's totem beast had shown up in the Parthenon temple. Dulank, ask the Holy Court mags to attack now. Otherwise, we won't be able to subdue the totem beast. Hayla said. You all, follow Haylan's orders. The Holy Judgment Court will totally lose its reputation if someone manages to snatch Salan away from us. Dulank blushed with rage. The Parthenon temple was known for its outstanding defenses, but a single Mo Fan had managed to stir great chaos in their territory. Not only had he overcome the challenge of the Starry Mountain Path, he had also rescued the prisoner in the Sanctus Hall right in front of them. To make it worse, the black totem snake easily took down the defenses of the Parthenon temple, which they all thought was unbreakable. Dulank was struggling to understand why a creature of such level was willing to obey the orders of a human. Even he was jealous of Mo Fan. Stop it now. Hayla quickly gathered 10 golden sun mags. They rose into the sky to set up a strong magic formation. Lightning punishment formation, Oblivion. Hayla flew into the sky as lightning strikes fell rapidly. The Hall Master had drawn a spectacular lightning star palace, giving him control of the lightning. 16 enormous lightning birds came down from the clouds, bringing powerful lightning with them. They swiftly surrounded the black totem snake. The lightning birds spread their wings. As they approached the black totem snake, they rapidly disintegrated and established a giant lightning punishment formation around the black totem snake. The entire sky was filled with an overwhelming energy. Both Mo Fan and Xinxia sensed the terrifying magic. Even hiding inside the hollow on the black totem snake, it felt like the apocalypse. Hayla, the Hall Master of the Hall of Knights. Mo Fan had seen quite a few super mags, but the lightning spell that Hayla had cast was surely the strongest. It was a lot stronger than Jumeng's lightning punishment formation, the Seal of 9 Laws. The Black Totem Snake had been tortured by the powerful lightning spell in West Lake. The Black Totem Snake let out a cry, as if he was enraged by the lightning spell. This time, he was not weakened by his ectasis. Chapter 1169. The Magic Formation on the Sacred Mountain. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Black Totem Snake raised his head, staring at Hayla, the Hall Master of the Hall of Knights. Terrifying lightning surged across the place, striking the Black Totem Snake, leaving scorch marks on his body. Lightning was very penetrating, and it would still inflict a certain amount of damage on the Black Totem Snake, regardless of how thick his scales were. The Lightning Punishment Formation not only contained destructive power, it was a strong sealing magic, too. The lightning trapped its target, and even a ruler-level creature would struggle to break free from it. "You won't escape this time," Hayla harumphed coldly. He hovered in the air with his subordinates behind him. He waved his hand with an icy expression. "All knights, holy court mags, and adjudicators, listen up. Let's kill this demon snake at all cost." Brilliant star constellations and star palaces shone down upon the place. Even the weakest person among them was still an advanced mage. The combined light was like a magic cloud looming over the Parthenon temple. The deafening blasts of the magic spells came from behind. Mo Fan could feel the terrifying energy as the different elements clashed. He turned around and saw different kinds of energy surging at him. The flames and the howling frost combined into a rain of ice and fire. The sharp blades of wind and the flickering lightning intertwined, while shocking swords of light flew at him rapidly. Mo Fan had never seen so many magic spells combined together, not even during the battle at the ancient capital. The armed forces of the Parthenon temple were indeed terrifying. The Black Totem Snake was trapped in the Lightning Punishment Formation, and having difficulty moving. He quickly coiled up as he sensed the great danger approaching. The Black Totem Snake curled up into a hill, wrapping his body around his head. The magic spells landed on him, damaging his scales. The sky darkened as the advanced and super spells landed on their target. The whole mountain was raised flat. The Black Totem Snake remained still. The magic blasts lasted for quite some time. After all, he was going against the armed forces of the Parthenon temple. When they were determined to eliminate their enemy, even the Black Totem Snake would be injured to a certain degree. The Black Totem Snake's scales began to split. Blood started flowing down his scales. "Keep it up, blast it into pieces," Hayla ordered. As long as his Lightning Punishment Formation was in place, the enormous snake was merely a huge, stationary target. The mags just needed to attack with their strongest spells. Even a totem beast would eventually turn into scattered ashes and disperse smoke. The sacred mountain shook vigorously. The people in the Citadel of Athens could feel it strongly. The quake even spread to the cities further away. The energy of the spells was already leaking out. If it wasn't for the magic formation encapsulating the sacred mountain, the fire, lightning, and wind would have endangered the city. A creature of the Black Totem Snake's level could easily trigger a purple alert, especially when the skyscraping snake was on the sacred mountain of their city. Many people even saw the creature's head reaching the clouds in the sky. Fear spread rapidly through the people. Considering the risk of the magic formation collapsing, the mags of the Hall of Faith immediately sounded the purple alert and evacuated the people around the sacred mountain. The conflict between the Parthenon temple and the Tyrant Titans was still around. Even in these times, the Tyrant Titans would occasionally invade the city and attack the Parthenon temple. As such, the area within 5 kilometers of the sacred mountain was extremely familiar with the evacuation procedures. Whenever the Tyrant Titans attacked, the Parthenon temple would evacuate the people to at least 5 kilometers away so they could set up a barrier and avoid casualties. The Parthenon temple would give out the order to evacuate even if the intruder was only a Silver Moon Tyrant Titan. The Black Totem Snake was easily stronger than a Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. A Golden Sun Tyrant Titan could crush a whole street with a single stomp. Why couldn't the Black Totem Snake raise half a district to the ground with a single sweep of his tail? The Hall of Faith was responsible for guaranteeing the safety of the civilians. They would not stop and consider whether the Hall of Judgment and the Hall of Knights were able to control the situation. Whenever an emergency took place, they would evacuate civilians immediately to avoid unnecessary casualties. As a matter of fact, the magic formation was not perfectly safe, either. When so many advanced and super spells were cast at the same time, even the slightest amount of destructive power that leaked out from the barrier could easily destroy an entire mountain. The sacred mountain was on alert, and the areas nearby were being evacuated. The light of the spells looming over the place had turned into a black hole able to devour anything. The spells had yet to fall. The black hole continued to drag everything nearby into it, filling up the empty gap as the energy that had accumulated was simply too overwhelming. The black hole was tearing at the black totem snake's body. The black totem snake slowly extended his coils amid the chaotic wind, lightning, and fire. His scales were emitting wisps of blue light. They separated themselves from the black totem snake's scales and floated in the surroundings, forming a glowing barrier around the creature. The black totem snake's defense was remarkable, and even super spells could only leave shallow wounds on his body. As the barrier surrounded the black totem snake, the spells could no longer touch his scales. Even the lightning of the destructive lightning punishment formation was blocked outside of the barrier. The black totem snake lifted his head out of his coils. He broke free from the lightning punishment formation and curled around a deserted mountain. The black totem snake still looked stunning even when compared to the mountain, as he was able to coil around the whole peak easily. The black totem snake extended his head toward the black hole in the sky. He suddenly bit at the black hole and swallowed it down. The black hole was formed by the combination of various elements. When different elements clashed, it would produce a destructive storm, and when the storm grew even stronger, it would result in a black hole. The black hole that the black totem snake ate consisted of countless advanced and super spells, but the restless energy fell silent after it was swallowed by the black totem snake. It was as if the black totem snake had digested the destructive energy. The sky immediately cleared up, and the whole place turned brightened up again. Suddenly, the black totem snake opened his mouth. A spiraling, black vortex came out of the creature's mouth. It immediately devoured the sacred mountain and the smaller hills nearby. The adjudicators and the guardian knights failed to hold their ground even when they were sticking close together. The strong energy tossed them into the air. Their defense was a mere decoration in front of the vortex. Even Hayla and Shawshank were knocked flying by the impact, swallowing clouds and spitting out fog. The black totem snake was able to swallow energy and spit out an even stronger breath weapon. When the black totem snake did not have any energy to use, the clouds in the sky were his best weapons. The elemental vortex swept across the place. The armed forces that were previously in an orderly formation on the mountain were now in total disorder. Unconscious mags were scattered across the place. It felt like none of them were actually strong enough to take on the black totem snake. The black totem snake glanced at the mountain top aloofly. He started crawling down the steep mountain and slowly moved away from the sacred mountain. Strengthen the magic formation. Hayla snapped furiously. The sacred mountain had a magic formation surrounding it. The black totem snake would have to smash his way through it if he wanted to leave the place. As the black totem snake was heading down the mountain, a sacred golden magic formation appeared. Its surface was like a beehive shrouding the mountain of the goddess, preventing the black totem snake from going any further. The energy of the magic formation was like a scorching heat that could burn anything to ashes. The heat even melted the black totem snake's scales. Once he lost his scales, he would suffer great pain if he attempted to break through the barrier again. The black totem snake did not back away. He swung his tail and slammed it on the magic formation. The sacred, golden barrier shook hard. The scorching heat melted the scales on the black totem snake's tail. The flesh on the black totem snake's tail blistered when he continued to slam it on the barrier. Mo Fan was well aware of how powerful the magic formation was. He was extremely touched seeing that the black totem snake was trying hard to break through the barrier, even if it meant injuring himself. "Big guy, I'm sorry for the trouble I've put you in, thank you so much," Mo Fan said to the black totem snake. The black totem snake tried hard to break through the barrier. His head turned around and let out a hiss. It was obvious that the people of the Parthenon temple were approaching. As the black totem snake continued to slam his tail onto the magic formation, arcs of lightning swept across the place randomly. The people of the Parthenon temple knew how terrifying the power of the magic formation was. None of them dared to move any closer. "You're only digging your own grave. The magic formation will burn you into ashes, we don't have to do anything at all," Shawshank shouted, beating his wings and pointing at Mo Fan. Chapter 1170. I am Salan. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The magic formation is rather terrifying, we don't dare to go any closer. "What do we do now, Hall Master?" a Holy Court mage asked. Hayla was more familiar with the magic formation than anyone else. The magic formation was applied to an area instead of just a thin barrier. The black totem snake had currently entered the coverage of the magic formation, and had disrupted the flow of energy of the magic formation. The magic formation would instantly burn the weaker mags to ashes if they got too close. Surround the place. Even if it manages to break through the magic formation, it will surely be a lot weaker. At that time, we'll deactivate the magic formation and take them down," Hayla ordered. Shawshank quickly summoned more adjudicators to him. They swiftly surrounded the area. The magic formation would nullify every spell that landed on it. As such, the people of the Parthenon temple were not in a rush to attack. Meanwhile, the black totem snake was still too powerful. Once the magic formation of the sacred mountain weakened the creature, they would be able to subdue it. The black totem snake knew breaking through the magic formation was the only way out. When the flesh on his tail began to blister, he started ramming into the barrier with the middle section of his body. The energy of the magic formation danced wildly. It spread to the nearby mountains, burning the plants into ashes within an instant, leaving them barren. Most of the people stayed at the top of the mountain. They had only come for the funeral, so they had no obligation to lend a hand. They did not want to be involved in such a shocking battle. Many mags were dumbfounded by the totem beast's strength. Even the armed forces of the Parthenon temple were struggling to stop the skyscraping snake. The demon snake was most likely one of the strongest creatures in the whole world. Even super mags were unable to withstand a single blow from the creature. Hall Mother, something bad has happened." A muse hurriedly came riding over from the hall of the goddess on a deer-like beast. The beast stopped in front of the Hall Mother. The Hall Mother frowned and snapped when she saw the muse panicking. "Aren't we busy dealing with the demon snake still? Can't you wait until we are done?" "The remains." Xinxia's remains, the muse was struggling to speak. Her face was filled with horror. "Say it," the Hall Mother said coldly. "Someone chopped her body into pieces," the muse finally managed to blurt out. The Hall Mother's expression changed instantly. She lifted her gaze. Her eyes flickered murderously. The muse subconsciously took a few steps back in fear. "Go check it out, keep a low profile," the Hall Mother said to one of her personal servants. The servant nodded. She immediately mounted the deer-like beast and followed the muse back to the Hall of the Goddess. The Hall of the Goddess was located on the highest mountain. The journey did not take long since they were riding the deer beast. The black totem snake was currently trapped inside the magic formation of the sacred mountain. The creature would not be able to leave in a short period, but the Hall Mother started to feel uneasy. Not long after, the servant returned with the deer beast. She whispered into the Hall Mother's ears. At the same time, a great uproar took place on the mountain. "What did you say?" Xinxia's body was chopped into pieces. "That's ridiculous. How absurd. How useless are you knights? How could you possibly allow an intruder to sneak into the Hall of the Goddess? Who did it? Who?" The news spread rapidly. Even Song Chiming had heard the news. He was standing beside Magistrate Leonard. The two exchanged glances with one another and saw the astonishment in one another's eyes. Xinxia was the previous goddess. Her remains were preserved in the rear hall of the Goddess. Her remains would only be cremated after the new goddess was elected. The mountain of the goddess was the most heavily guarded place in the Parthenon temple. There was no way an intruder could sneak inside without alerting anyone, but someone had chopped the previous goddess body to bits. It was a great slap to the Parthenon temple. It was a probationary servant, Saintess Andy's subordinate. She killed herself with poison beside the goddess remains. Maybe she knew there's no way she could escape, the muse said. The Hall Mother, the Great Muse, and the Hall Masters were utterly infuriated. It was most likely the most humiliating day for the Parthenon temple ever. Not only did the murderer of a saintess break out from their custody, but someone else had also blasphemed the body of their previous goddess too. How unforgivable! Who was controlling her behind the scenes? The Hall Mother snapped furiously. Everyone immediately fell silent. Someone had just chopped the body of their previous goddess to pieces. It had to be part of a great conspiracy, plotted by a faction that had no respect for the Parthenon temple. It was basically declaring war against the Parthenon temple. What Mofan did today was already quite reckless, yet someone actually crossed the line even further, completely disregarding the authority of their Parthenon temple. I was told the spell of resurrection is the greatest miracle of the Parthenon temple. I'm quite interested to see if a person that has been chopped apart can be resurrected still, a voice spoke up. The word seemed to be directed at the Hall Mother. The Hall Mother was startled. She glanced at one of the guests, a woman that did not particularly stand out. The woman was wearing a white dress, suitable attire for a funeral. She slowly stepped out from the panicking crowd, but the evil presence she was emitting was inharmonious with the presence of the people nearby. She was wearing a huge hat with red lace covering her face and her neck. People could only see the outline of her face, but not her true appearance. She was like a ghost, as her aura felt rather lifeless, yet her temperament and physique resembled that of an attractive woman. Hall Mother Pamis glared at the woman that had uttered the scornful words, her chest heaving. "Conti, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Many people recognized the woman. It was Conti from the Shoreline Alliance. She was a reputable representative of the Shoreline Alliance. They never thought Conti would bear such a great hatred for the Parthenon temple that she would send someone to chop Xinxia's body into pieces, and even say such astounding words. The people could see a wild grin under the lace covering Conti's face. She ignored the comments of the people and walked forward. She arrived at a spot where everyone could see her, before pointing at Magistrate Leonard. Magistrate Leonard was clueless about what was going on. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. It went 1/2 meter high into the air, forcing the others to clear a path in panic. Song Chiming was startled, too. Leonard was perfectly fine just a moment ago. Why would he vomit black blood all of a sudden? Besides, the black blood. Every time Lingling finished a quest, she would send her report to Song Chiming, including the incident about the poison that the Black Vatican had used on Chongming Island. Song Chiming had purposely looked into it. He was utterly surprised when he sensed the same poison from the black blood that Leonard had vomited out. Wasn't the poison something that the Black Vatican used? It was last seen in the hands of a blue deacon, Fang Shaoli, who was Salan's student. Leonard, use all you have to protect your heart. If the poison reaches your heart, you are dead for sure. Song Chiming blurted out. Leonard was still vomiting blood. His right hand grabbed Song Chiming desperately while his left hand was pointing at the woman in the hat. He wanted to say something, yet he could not spit out even a single word. The poison was spreading rapidly. The Holy Court mage that was responsible for Leonard's safety was infuriated. He immediately started for the woman. "If you don't want your magistrate to turn into a dried corpse, I suggest you leave my line of sight now," Conti said coldly. Her words were irresistible. The Holy Court mage was stunned. He turned around and glanced at Leonard. The man was using his cultivation to keep himself alive, yet it felt like he was going to die at any second. The series of events had taken place too suddenly. The other magistrates looked stunned. The other magistrates started to vomit black blood too. They did not spit the blood out like Leonard did, as their condition was not as serious. However, even the muses of the Parthenon temple had no clue how to stop the poison. It was still spreading inside the victims' bodies. The whole place was in chaos. You are not Conti, who are you? Why are you targeting the magistrates? The Holy Court mage snapped. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Me, the woman grinned disdainfully, and sneered, I am Salan. The people almost lost their minds when they heard her words. Salan? She's Salan. The Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican, one of the scariest leaders of the Black Vatican, the one responsible for the calamity of Bow City and the calamity of the ancient capital. But wasn't Salan supposed to be Xinxia, whom the Black Totem Snake was trying to rescue? Why was there another Salan that dared to show up right in front of the crowd? I am Salan. That brief sentence had stirred great waves in the hearts of the powerful and prestigious people of the Parthenon temple. Chapter 1171. A Life for a Life. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Humph, where did this clown come from? You really think by putting up a show, we'll assume that you're the true Salan? Julank seemed rather calm, as if he was well aware of the person's true intentions. Great Magistrate, are you implying that she is not Salan, and she's only trying to distract us so Xinxia can escape? Another magistrate said. Exactly, how could a cunning person like Salan walk right into a trap? Great Magistrate Julank said. Salan would be a fool to show up in the Parthenon temple and walk into the magic formation on the sacred mountain. It was no different than walking right into a trap. Julank's words were quite convincing, but to everyone's surprise, the woman wearing a hat with laces suddenly burst out laughing. Her laughter was piercing their ears harshly. She is Salan. Songchiming said with a long sigh. Songchiming was once the clergyman of the Parthenon temple. He knew more about the past than most people present. As a matter of fact, when Panglai told him about the death of the master of the shadow element, Essendale, Songchiming had already guessed Salan's true identity. Do you dare place your blood on this stone? Great Muse Mellora was holding the cardinal bloodstone as she snapped furiously. Mellora tossed the cardinal bloodstone forward. Salan caught the stone and touched the veins on its surface. The Supreme Pontiff has the other half of the cardinal bloodstones in order to control the 7 red cardinals, to ensure that the red cardinals will not betray the Black Vatican. I could not help but wonder why the other half of my cardinal bloodstone is in your hands. Salan played with the cardinal bloodstone and asked in an intrigued voice. Stop trying to scare us, we took it from the main headquarters of the Black Vatican after sacrificing lots of our men. You devil, hand over the antidote at once, or we won't let you go, a Holy Court mage named Bola snapped furiously. The woman did not bother looking at Bola. She slowly moved her finger to her lips and bit it. A line of blood flowed down her finger before a drop of blood fell onto the cardinal bloodstone. The blood opened the cardinal bloodstone that had been sealed for many years like a key. The runes on the surface of the cardinal bloodstone vanished instantly, emitting a blood-colored light that covered the entire mountain top. The crowd was stunned. The cardinal bloodstone only reacted slightly to Xinxia's blood, but it was far from enough to open up the seal of the cardinal bloodstone. The terrifying red light burst out of the stone like the gate to hell had just opened. A strong sense of death lingered in the air. It's been so long, the woman stared at the cardinal bloodstone like a mother looking at her long-lost child, displaying a weird affection for the stone. The people soon noticed that the woman was holding onto another similar stone. It fit perfectly with the cardinal bloodstone. When they were combined together, it was like the bright red heart of a devil. The people almost felt like they were suffocating when they heard it beating. The magistrates were utterly dumbfounded. Mellora stood there with a blank face. Not only did the woman awaken the cardinal bloodstone, she even took out the other half of the cardinal bloodstone, which only a red cardinal would have. When the 2 cardinal bloodstones combined into one, they were able to unleash an overwhelming evil aura. She had awakened the bloodstone, and even possessed the other half of it. The woman was the real Salan. The Cardinal Bloodstone was the evidence that had convinced everyone that Xinxia was Salan, but now, someone else had thoroughly awakened the Cardinal Bloodstone. Not only did it prove that Xinxia was innocent, it also proved that the woman was the real Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican, the one responsible for the Festival of Death at the ancient capital, Salan. I have come for two things. First, I will be taking back my Bloodstone, and second, I will be taking Dulang's life. It was just a spur of the moment that I decided to chop Xinxia into pieces, nothing else. I have lots of time to settle my debts with her. Salan admitted her identity, and even when she was alone among the people of the Parthenon temple, she did not seem to be worried at all. The people of the Parthenon temple felt like their lungs were about to explode after hearing her words. Xinxia was their previous goddess, the source of faith of the Parthenon temple, yet the woman had chopped her remains into pieces. It was worse than killing her, and in addition to it, she even described it like it was nothing worth mentioning. Just a spur of the moment, nothing else. Take her down. The Hall Mother could not stand it any further. The black totem snake from China had given the armed forces of the Parthenon temple a great slap in the face, and now, Salan's actions had completely destroyed the Parthenon temple's dignity. How could the Parthenon temple possibly retain their authority if they failed to eliminate these two heretics? Yes. 7 golden sun knights that were standing close to the Hall Mother immediately stepped forward. These 7 golden sun knights were responsible for the safety of the future goddess of the Parthenon temple. They did not attack when the black totem snake showed up, as they were responsible for the safety of the Hall Mother and the Great Muse. The 7 golden sun knights were obliged to obey the Hall Mother's orders when the goddess had not been elected yet. They could easily bring destruction to an entire country with their 4 fully cultivated elements. Even if Salan was powerful, she had no chance against the 7 golden sun knights. The 7 golden sun knights swiftly made their moves, yet Salan had no intention of running away. She surprisingly spread her arms, as if she was waiting to be arrested. However, the grin on her face was a clear indication that she had some other plan in mind. The 7 golden sun knights subdued Salan in no time, yet the enraged Hall Mother suddenly vomited a mouthful of black blood onto Great Muse Melora. Melora's expression fell when she smelled the foul blood. The knights immediately panicked. They quickly surrounded the Hall Mother, together with the muses and the servants. How did you do it? That's impossible. The Hall Mother's mouth was covered in black blood. She pointed a shaking finger at Salan in disbelief. She was the Hall Mother of the Hall of the Goddess. She had the strongest healing magic, apart from the goddess herself. She was basically immune to any kind of poison. It was impossible that the Black Vatican's poison could threaten her. You can kill me now, I won't resist, but if I die here, your Hall Mother is coming with me too. Salan said calmly. You devil, what do you want? Melora snapped furiously. Everyone assumed that only the magistrates were poisoned, and their lives were currently in Salan's control. To their surprise, even the Hall Mother had fallen victim to it. The Hall Mother's cultivation was outstanding, yet the poison totally disregarded it. Even the healing magic was useless against it. How did Salan do it? Could it be that the Black Vatican had penetrated the Parthenon temple too? If so, the influence of the Black Vatican was simply too terrifying. Salan did not speak. She glanced at the enormous snake that had almost broken through the magic formation. Songchiming, you're familiar with the poison. Why don't you explain it to them? Salan said. Old Bao did not seem surprised that Salan knew what his name was. He let out a sigh and said, it is a kind of parasitic poison. The poison can hide in a person's body for a long time, and a creature called the Sudden Death Poison Queen acts as a trigger to it. She must have the creature with her, and if the Sudden Death Poison Queen dies, the poison will spread to the victim's heart 10 times quicker. There's no cure for it, apart from the spell of resurrection. The Sudden Death Poison Queen that Blue Deacon Fang Shaoli had was only a prototype. Old Bao had discovered how terrifying the Sudden Death Poison Queen was after conducting more experiments on the creature. Old Bao initially thought the Black Vatican was still unable to fully control the creature, but it turned out that Salan already had a Sudden Death Poison Queen that was much stronger. The Sudden Death Poison Queen was different from the one that Mo Fan stumbled into. If the queen died, the people that were poisoned would all be in danger. Salan was obviously well prepared before she dared to show up in the Parthenon temple. The people had no idea how many of them were already poisoned. "Pamis, are you ready to die with me?" Salan smiled. She seemed quite familiar with Pamis. It sounded like she was talking to an old friend. The Hall Mother's face was extremely pale. She was no longer able to talk properly, as blood kept surging out of her throat. Salan stared at Pamis. She began to vomit black blood too. As more black blood poured out of Salan's mouth, her life was draining away rapidly. Magistrate Leonard and Hall Mother Pamis both vomited mouthfuls of black blood. The foul odor spread through the air. "Hall Mother! Hall Mother! Magistrate!" The Muses and the Holy Court mags immediately panicked, but there was nothing they could do. They could only stand and watch. "Stop, stop it," the Hall Mother blurted out. While Salan was ending her own life, the Hall Mother could sense the poison spreading even quicker inside her body. The poison was not incurable. The Hall Mother believed she could cure herself given enough time, but Salan was threatening to suicide in exchange for the Hall Mother's life. The Hall Mother definitely did not stand a chance if the poison began to spread 10 times faster. Chapter 1172. The Body. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Back off now, the Hall Mother ordered the 7 Golden Sun Knights in a weak voice. The Golden Sun Knights immediately obeyed the Hall Mother's order. They did not dare to provoke Salan any further. "Ha ha ha, Pamis, you are a selfish B****ch. Salan burst out laughing. The Black Vatican would be fine with 1 fewer red cardinal, but the Parthenon temple could not afford to lose their Hall Mother. They had yet to elect a goddess, and if the Hall Mother died, the Parthenon temple would surely be in chaos. Salan was basically a self-detonating bomb. She would not mind conducting a suicide attack on the authorities of the Parthenon temple. The Hall Mother and the magistrates who cherished their lives would not dare to provoke such a madwoman. They had no choice but to swallow the humiliation. Even they had never imagined that they would allow a red cardinal of the Black Vatican to do as she pleased on the sacred mountain of the Parthenon temple. Salan was clearly scarier than the rumors had mentioned, as even the Supreme Pontiff of the Black Vatican had never done anything like this. "Dulank, your talents are comparable to a red cardinal of the Black Vatican, coming up with such a brilliant plot. Have you ever thought that you would be torn into pieces by something?" Salan walked toward Dulank. Dulank was staring at Salan. It was quite obvious that the great magistrate was panicking, yet he was trying hard to remain calm. "There's no way I have been poisoned by you," Dulank seemed very confident. He was not afraid of Salan, but no one dared to move, as the woman was controlling the lives of the Hall Mother and the magistrates. "The girl you are trying so hard to kill is protected by a man that even I am quite intimidated by. I won't even need to do anything myself, as you are already a dead man," Salan said. Salan walked away from the mountain top. Many people were surrounding the place, yet no one dared to stop the woman who was carrying great sins. She was utterly terrifying to deal with. Even the Supreme Pontiff of the Black Vatican had not left the Parthenon temple and the Holy Judgment Court in such a difficult situation before. "Wait!" Songchiming stopped Salan. Salan had reached the mountain path that was already damaged beyond recognition. The people on the mountain top were hoping that the woman would take her sudden death poison queen and leave as soon as possible. They were worried that they would be going down with the woman if she decided to proceed with the suicide attack. It has been so many years since the incident. Why do you have to vent your anger on the ordinary people? So many people died in Bo City and the ancient capital. If when Tai knew it was all your doing, how could he rest in peace? Songchiming pressed. "It's either black or white, he has obviously made the wrong choice. As long as he continues to hide in the mountain, I will continue to massacre his cities." Salan replied instantly. "Millions of people have died because of a single mistake." "It's only the beginning," Salan promised. Songchiming stood still. The complicated look in his eyes was replaced with a cold murderous intent. He was less than 100 meters away from Salan. Salan had always been untraceable. It was most likely her first time showing up in front of them, and she was currently in the Parthenon temple, of all places. It was the best chance they had to kill this devil. Songchiming could not allow a devil that would continue to stir up disasters to leave so easily, especially when he realized that it was all because of the judgment that was made in the past. Salan continued down the mountain, and slowly faded into the distance. Meanwhile, Songchiming remained unmoving. He was strong enough to take down Salan, but he chose not to do so. Apart from the fact that Magistrate Leonard would die together with Salan if he failed to kill Salan here, considering how vengeful the woman was, the magic city he lived in would most likely be her next target. Songchiming suddenly lost his courage when he thought about the calamity of the ancient capital. A man that had grown old would have more worries, and would be less bold. Songchiming could not help but glance at Mo Fan and the black totem snake. If Mo Fan was in his shoes, he would surely have killed Salan at all costs. As he was hesitating, Salan had already left. The scent of the black blood lingering on the mountain top had gradually weakened too. Songchiming returned to his friend Leonard and saw that he had fallen unconscious. He was unsure if the man had made it. On the other hand, Hall Mother Pamis managed to subdue the poison. Her servant was about to chase after Salan, but the Hall Mother immediately stopped her. She immediately ordered a muse to investigate the Hall of the Goddess and find every suspicious person. The reason why Salan was able to place them under control was because the members of the Black Vatican had infiltrated the Hall of the Goddess. The probationary servant that chopped Xinxia's body into pieces had already committed suicide, but they still had to find out who had poisoned them. Hall Mother, now that Salan has shown up, it means that Xinxia is innocent. I hope you will withdraw the magic formation and let Mo Fan and Xinxia go, Songchiming said when he saw the Hall Mother recovering quickly. It's still a fact that Xinxia murdered Panagia. She will be sentenced to death, regardless if she was Salan or not. Besides, Mo Fan dared to stir up chaos in our Parthenon temple. There's no way we can forgive him easily. Melora immediately screamed. The Hall Mother's face was still black. They had lost all their dignity today. They were too scared to do anything when Salan used her life to threaten theirs. As such, the Parthenon temple would not forgive Mo Fan, Xinxia, and the Black Snake easily. Humph, they are obviously guilty. If Mo Fan didn't show up, Salan would never have been able to sneak into the Parthenon temple. Perhaps Mo Fan has long colluded with Salan. His sins are unforgivable. Great Magistrate Dulank spoke up. Songchiming was infuriated by Dulank's words. How shameless could these people be? They had failed to take down the Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican, so they were planning to sacrifice the two young mags so they could justify themselves. Since when were the Holy Judgment Court and the Parthenon Temple so corrupt? It was quite obvious that everything had happened because they had falsely accused Xinxia as Salan. Xinxia was not Salan, meaning that there was no motive for her to murder Panagia. There was a great conspiracy behind it, yet the Parthenon Temple and the Holy Judgment Court still insisted on killing Xinxia instead of investigating the matter. Old song, it's no use, the judgment has been made. That girl will not survive, Leonard said to Songchiming feebly. What do you mean by that? Songchiming yelled. Dulank has performed the dark execution. The Holy Court mags aren't the executioners, Leonard said. Songchiming's expression darkened. He raised his head in disbelief and stared at the black totem snake that was giving his all to break through the magic formation, and Mo Fan who was determined to rescue Xinxia at all cost. Dulank, are you out of your mind? Songchiming lost his temper. He could no longer stay calm. He yelled furiously and went right up to Dulank. Songchiming's eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. His overwhelming mental strength surged toward Dulank. The Holy Court mags nearby almost fainted, unable to withstand the incredible pressure. Dulank stared right back at Songchiming. A strong energy was circling him too. One was the old clergyman of the Holy Judgment Court, and the other was the great magistrate. The auras of the two highest authorities of the Holy Judgment Court clashed with one another, knocking back the super mags nearby. Not a single person was standing within 100 meters of the two powerful mags. They had yet to cast a single spell, yet the sky had already darkened tremendously. She is Salan, so it's fine for me to use the dark execution on her. You are no longer the clergyman, you have no right to question my decision. Dulank said. The girl is innocent, you are abusing your power. I'm not the only person that voted with the black stone. Songchiming, you really haven't learned to judge the hour and size up the situation, haven't you? Do you really think I'm the only one responsible for Wentai's death? I only have one stone of guilt, but aren't you aware of what happened to him? He was too bright, even Xinxia felt threatened by his influence, and the only choice that he had was death. Dulank snapped. Then what about Xinxia? Songchiming snapped in return. The Holy Court mags and the magistrates tried to stop them, but their auras were just too terrifying. None of them could get any closer. You already knew who Salan was, can't you guess who the girl is now? Oh Songchiming, you are bound to be a failure. You are not heartless enough to be an authority. Xinxia was always our leader, only she could annihilate all opposing forces and reclaim the glory of the Holy Judgment Court. Dulank said. You all are responsible for it. Songchiming immediately realized who was behind the conspiracy all along after seeing Dulank's reaction. However, when he learned the truth, it felt like he was having a ridiculous nightmare. The Hall of the Goddess. On the long corridor that was covered in purple crystals, the fair-skinned Asheruia in a long, dark green dress was heading toward the end. The end of the corridor was the rear hall, where a blue coffin in the shape of a sacred leaf was placed. A gorgeous woman was lying inside, covered in lots of fascinating jewelry. Asheruia went closer to the coffin. The vice hall master that was guarding it hesitated slightly when he saw Asheruia. Asheruia took a quick glance at the coffin and saw that the woman's remains were still intact. She harumphed coldly and said, "Didn't they say Xinxia's body was chopped into pieces?" The vice hall master was unsure of what he should say. He took the initiative to move aside instead. Asheruia went closer and saw traces of blood in the coffin. However, when she took a closer look, her face went black. The body had clear cuts on it, but the cuts were slowly healing. The pieces of Xinxia's body were joining back together on their own. Chapter 1173. The Resurrection. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Asheruia looked at Xinxia, who was lying in the leaf-shaped coffin. She felt like the woman was only asleep. Her brows were shuddering slightly, and the imperious look on her face stopped Asheruia from moving any closer. Asheruia subconsciously took a few steps back. She turned toward the vice hall master who was guarding the place. The vice hall master did not speak. Great Muse Melora's voice was coming from the corridor. She hurried over to the coffin and took a close look at Xinxia's remains before letting out a relieved sigh. You already knew? Asheruia asked. Yes, Great Muse Melora nodded. Do you seriously think she is the only one that can bring glory to you? In my eyes, she's leading the Parthenon temple into a deep abyss instead. Asheruia said bluntly. Asheruia, considering how many years you have spent at the Parthenon temple, you should be aware that the Parthenon temple's status has been declining over the years. It's not just because we have yet to elect our new goddess, but because our leaders in the past were too weak, too merciful. Countless people across the world are suffering, the Black Vatican has been stirring up troubles, evil power is spreading its influence, plagues have destroyed lives, and the demon creatures are on the verge of making their moves. Our natural foe, the Tyrant Titans, has been restless too. Think of the time when Xinxia was in power. Our Parthenon temple was never afraid of any country, and never compromised with any of them. Melora said. Only Asheruia, Melora, and Vice Hall Master Lan Jin, who was guarding Xinxia's remains, were present. Vice Hall Master Lan Jin was not any weaker than Hayla. He was an old knight, and he rarely spoke. Asheruia, you always have a clear view of things, you should pick your side when you still have the time. Otherwise, you will lose all your footing in the Parthenon temple, Melora said. It seems like Andy died at your hands, too. You pretended to vow loyalty and devotion to Andy, but you were trying to kill her all along. Asheruia let out a hollow laugh. Andy was smart. She knew she didn't lose to the other saintesses, but had lost to her master, so she chose to end her life that way, Melora said. How about Panagia? Asheruia asked. Couldn't you tell that she has been one of us right from the beginning? Melora smiled. Xinxia didn't kill her, it was Panagia that killed herself, right? Asheruia deduced. Yes, the whole thing needed a fuse. The Hall Mother promoted Xinxia to a saintess, so we needed a reasonable excuse to judge her guilty. Don't worry, as long as Xinxia reclaims the role of the goddess, Panagia's death is basically her taking a nap. Xinxia won't allow a loyal disciple to die like that. Besides, she won't hold on to the role of the goddess forever, she needs a successor, Melora said with a smile. Melora was standing right beside the coffin. She saw Xinxia's body healing up completely, and her tightly shut eyes blinking. Melora was overjoyed by the sight of it. She had long waited for this day. You make it sound like it's all for the sake of the Parthenon temple, but in my opinion, you are just unwilling to give up your power. You enjoy hoarding the great authority. Asheruia said. The younger generation is unreliable, so we have no choice but to put in more effort for a few more years. So, have you made up your mind? Asheruia, you're smarter than Andy, you have been neutral all along, not posing any threat to either side, but you know we won't allow it. You will either submit to us, or be annihilated. Melora said. Asheruia glanced at Xinxia's body and said coldly, I think Salan is still too merciful, since she didn't chop Xinxia into minced meat. Melora's face darkened immediately. The disrespectful words from Asheruia conveyed her stance. Do you really think she has the chance? Xinxia will surely pay her back tenfold. Melora snapped furiously. Asheruia backed away. A thin, black sword suddenly appeared in her hand. She rapidly dashed toward Xinxia's coffin with a flicker and stabbed right at Xinxia's forehead. The lifeless body suddenly opened its eyes, staring right at Asheruia with a cold and merciless expression. How bold of you! Melora yelled. Vice Hall Master Langin did not expect Asheruia to do such thing. He quickly went over to the coffin and unleashed a golden light to protect Xinxia's body. Asheruia quickly withdrew her sword as if she already knew her plan would not work. Her foot left a black rose on the ground as she rapidly disappeared into the dark corridor. Melora and Vice Hall Master Langin were too preoccupied with Xinxia's safety. They did not expect Asheruia to be so cunning. She pretended that she was determined to take down Xinxia with her, yet she was actually planning to escape. Chase her, don't let that little b***** ch get away and ruin our plan. Melora ordered. Vice Hall Master Langin disappeared with a flicker, leaving an afterimage behind. He quickly chased after Asheruia. Vice Hall Master Langin was incredibly powerful. He soon caught up to Asheruia and stood in front of her with a cold face. He did not speak, but his eyes displayed a strong murderous intent. Even you are willing to submit to them? Do you have any idea who the girl that was sentenced to dark execution is? Asheruia asked, knowing she was no match for Vice Hall Master Langin. I have to make a choice. Vice Hall Master Langin finally spoke. Xinxia didn't use the spell of resurrection of the Parthenon temple, can't you tell? Asheruia said. I know, please apologize to Wentai on my behalf. Vice Hall Master Langin raised his hand. A blue flame burned vigorously on his palm. Its light was shining upon Asheruia's pale face. Asheruia's expression turned cold. Her eyes flickered icily. A dark beam descended from the sky and covered Asheruia. It turned into pieces of armor attached to Asheruia's body, granting her the power of darkness. It seems like you are involved with the evil forces, too, Langin said calmly. The Parthenon temple has turned into someone's playground. Even if she has the upper hand, I will not surrender it readily. Asheruia drew her sword and stabbed forward. The dark light resembling a sword unleashed a devouring energy, forcing Lanjin to back away. Lanjin used the fire as a shield to protect himself. The energy of the dark light looked intimidating, yet it was actually just a diversion. By the time Lanjin refocused, Asheruia had long vanished into thin air, leaving a trail of black wind behind. Asheruia escaped into the woods. She could sense Lanjin chasing after her like a wolf following the scent of its prey. She looked into her surroundings and caught a glimpse of her sacred palace among the mountains, but it was no longer safe there. She had no idea how many people of the Parthenon temple had submitted to Xinxia. She would be their next target once Xinxia died. Xinxia would not allow any competitor to live. The sky trembled under a deafening cry. The black totem snake seemed to have broken through half of the magic formation. A small section of his body was already outside of the barrier. Asheruia clenched her teeth and sprinted rapidly toward the black totem snake. She had to rely on the black totem snake's power to leave the Parthenon temple. The authorities of the Parthenon temple had all submitted to Xinxia. Even though she was a saintess, they might still sentence her with a ridiculous accusation. It was the Parthenon temple, only a few words were needed to sentence a person to death. Hayla, Shawshank, they are going to escape soon. I will strengthen the magic formation with my magic so it will destroy the snake. Asheruia arrived in front of the two hall masters. Saintess, it's dangerous here, you should go somewhere safe, a Golden Sun Knight spoke up. It's fine, if we let them escape, the Parthenon temple will be in disgrace, Asheruia said. She seemed calm on the surface, yet she was actually quite worried that Hayla and Shawshank had submitted to Xinxia. If so, she would have no chance of escaping. It doesn't matter if they make it through the magic formation. My men are already waiting outside. They won't be able to escape, but it will definitely help a lot if the Saintess is willing to strengthen the magic formation. This totem beast is quite tricky to deal with, Hayla nodded, agreeing to let Asheruia strengthen the magic formation. The magic formation was Wentai's work. It was Wentai that had set up the impenetrable defense for the Parthenon temple. The man had given Asheruia control of the magic formation, thus she was normally in charge of its maintenance. Asheruia headed toward the magic formation. Its energy was unable to distinguish between friendlies and enemies, yet it did not harm Asheruia. It even cleared a path for her instead. As soon as Asheruia entered the magic formation, Lanjin arrived with a murderous aura and stared at Asheruia, who had escaped into the magic formation. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to guard the hall of the goddess? Hayla raised his brows and said in a displeased tone. Asheruia has colluded with the Black Vatican and chopped Xinxia's remains into pieces. I have come to arrest her at Great Muse Melora's order, Lanjin said, as smoothly as if he had long come up with the excuse. Chapter 1174. Wentai's Death. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. What? Xinxia's corpse was chopped into pieces. Both Hayla and Shawshank were infuriated. A few older Golden Sun Knights were furious too. Xinxia was their previous goddess. Many had devoted their lives to her. The Golden Sun Knights were willing to risk their lives to take down anyone with the slightest disrespect to her. How is that possible? Did you make a mistake? Hayla demanded in disbelief. The Great Muse said perhaps Asheruia has always held a grudge against Xinxia for voting the Stone of Guilt. She took hold of the opening amid the chaos to get her revenge. It doesn't matter if she did it or not, we have to stop her from leaving the mountain of the goddess, Lanjin said. But she already went into the magic formation. I will lead some men and go down the mountain through the starry mountain path, to intercept her and prevent the black totem snake from leaving with the offender, Xinxia, Lanjin stated. All right, Vice Hall Master Lanjin, you will bring these men to the other side of the magic formation. Hayla immediately dispensed his men to Lanjin without hesitation. Lanjin led the elites among the knights and quickly proceeded to the mountain path. It was the only way down the mountain without being targeted by the magic formation. The knights and adjudicators led by Hayla and Shawshank were occupied with the battle against the black totem snake. They were totally unaware of what was going on at the top of the mountain. Asheruia had only gone to the hall of the goddess when she had sensed that a great conspiracy was taking place, and she had almost died because of it. After entering the magic formation, Asheruia raised her head and glanced at the skyscraping snake. The magic formation was not targeting her. After all, her adoptive father was the one that set up the magic formation. No one was more familiar with it than Asheruia. "Mo-Fan, I will bring you guys out of the magic formation," Asheruia yelled at the black totem snake. Mo-Fan and Xinxia were being targeted by the magic formation too. If the black totem snake had not protected them, the magic formation would have turned them into ashes long ago. Mo-Fan was a little suspicious when he saw Asheruia. However, he decided to believe in her. If she was actually trying to set them up, she just needed to stand aside and watch. "Big guy, don't hurt her," Mo-Fan said to the black totem snake. The black totem snake moved his tail and scooped Asheruia up, lifting her to his head. Asheruia landed on the black totem snake's head. The wild energy of the magic formation suddenly halted, allowing the black totem snake to catch his breath. "Ask the snake to move toward the valley, I'll clear a path for you," Asheruia blurted out with a grim look. Mo-Fan immediately relayed the information to the black totem snake. The black totem snake was struggling to move inside the magic formation. He would trigger strong traps if he was too careless. However, when following Asheruia's instructions, the black totem snake clearly sensed that the magic formation was growing weaker, allowing him to move closer toward the exit. "You're injured?" Mo-Fan quickly noticed that Asheruia had scorch marks on her. "The whole thing is a conspiracy," Asheruia said. "What happened?" Mo-Fan asked. "The four saintesses aren't the candidates of the election, the only candidate is the previous goddess, Xinxia." Asheruia snapped furiously. "Isn't that woman dead already?" Mo-Fan said. "Yes, or so everyone thought, but you forgot that the Parthenon temple has the spell of resurrection," Asheruia said. "Spell of resurrection?" The Parthenon temple had such an exalted status mainly because of their spell of resurrection. However, the role of the goddess had been unoccupied for quite some years, thus no one had seen the spell of resurrection for years. Asheruia glanced at Xinxia and said, "You were always treated as a sacrifice to resurrect Xinxia. Someone already learned your true identity the first day you stepped into the Parthenon temple. They have been setting you up and have long waited for this day, to sentence you with the dark execution. Once Xinxia is resurrected, she will reclaim the role of the goddess, and be granted the spell of resurrection that she was never able to get her hands on." "My true identity?" Xinxia was utterly confused. "Didn't everyone accuse her of being Salan not long ago? Have you really lost all your memories when you were still a kid? Or did Salan use the amnesia bug on you so you won't remember it?" Asheruia said. "I really don't know," Xinxia said. "Asheruia, what do you mean by that?" "Xinxia is not Salan," Mo-Fan said. "It's true that she isn't Salan, but she's still closely related to Salan." "Mo-Fan, you must admit that there's no way she can't remember what happened in the past, before she was staying at your place," Asheruia said. "I really don't remember, I only know that I've been to a lot of strange places. I initially thought I don't remember because I was still too young. I can only remember the things after I moved to Bow City with my mum," Xinxia said. "Do you know why you and your mum went to Bow City?" Asheruia said. Xinxia shook her head. "Back then, Xinxia was hunting you and your mum. The two of you were on the run, and you eventually reached Bow City. You are Wentai's daughter," Asheruia said. Mo-Fan was greatly confused. Wasn't Asheruia Wentai's daughter? Why was Xinxia her daughter all of a sudden? "I was adopted, Xinxia is his true daughter. She has Wentai's blood flowing in her, but that's not the main point," Asheruia said. "Then what is?" Mo-Fan said. Wentai was called the Holy Saint because his cultivation and mental power surpassed his sister, Xinxia. Xinxia was elected as the goddess, but there was one thing that she didn't inherit, the soul of the Parthenon temple. The soul of the Parthenon temple will attach itself to the new goddess that is elected. It will grant the goddess the spell of resurrection, making her the true ruler of the Parthenon temple. Back then, when Ty's name had spread across the world, and the soul of the Parthenon temple intuitively attached itself to him. When Ty was the one with the spell of resurrection. Even though Xinxia was the goddess, she gained her power through violence and brute force. She did not earn the approval of the soul of the Parthenon temple, hence she did not have the spell of resurrection, Asheria said. Mo Fan immediately remembered Asheria once mentioned that Xinxia had voted with the stone of guilt to sentence Wen Tai to death. The reputable man was then executed without mercy. It turned out that Xinxia did not cast the vote because she believed that Wen Tai was guilty, but because of the jealousy that had long filled up her heart. Despite being a goddess, she had never earned the approval of the soul of the Parthenon temple. It was obviously a humiliating blow to her. On top of that, Wen Tai's reputation had exceeded hers. Even as his sister, Xinxia could not stand Wen Tai's existence. So this is the truth behind Wen Tai's death. Mo Fan said. Mo Fan was not interested in the reason behind Wen Tai's death, but he was quite surprised that Xinxia was actually Wen Tai's daughter. Wouldn't that mean Xinxia was living incognito in Bo City before she ended up staying in his house? Does that mean Xinxia enrolling in the Parthenon temple and being promoted all the way to a saintess was part of their arrangements too? Mo Fan said. The Hall Mother should know Xinxia's identity. She voted Wen Tai guilty, thus she decided to promote Xinxia to a higher position. However, her decision was reckless. She basically placed Xinxia in the control of the people who are planning to resurrect Xinxia. Asheria said. Mo Fan still had lots of things he did not understand. He was about to ask further when he saw the black totem snake had left the magic formation of the sacred mountain. Asheria had brought them out of the magic formation as she promised, but Mo Fan could not feel any joy, as lots of mags of the Parthenon temple were already waiting for them outside the magic formation. The Parthenon temple had even sent out their mags of faith. Mo Fan saw a whole army of them standing on the top of a mountain nearby. There were at least 1,000 of them. More troops were on standby at the base of the mountain. As for the adjudicators and knights, some were flying in the sky, some stood on high ground in formations. They had no intention of letting the black totem snake escape. They had wasted too much time breaking through the magic formation, yet it was the only way out of the Parthenon temple. Based on the information that Asheria had given them, Mo Fan knew the Parthenon temple was determined to kill Xinxia, as she played an important role in the resurrection of Xinxia. Mo Fan let out a hollow laugh when he saw the armed force of the Parthenon temple moving into position. Xinxia was not Salan, the accusation was no longer valid, yet these people still insisted on murdering the innocent girl. The truth never mattered, nor was the question if the girl was guilty or not, since power was the most important thing. With power, they could sentence a person guilty or innocent. With power, these evil people could do as they pleased. Both Wen Tai and Xinxia were sharing the same fate. Did that be ************************************************* come back to life? Mo Fan turned around and glanced at the magnificent hall of the goddess. Yeah, I saw her open her eyes. Her loyal subordinates have gotten rid of all the saintesses. Once she comes back to life, she could easily tell the people that she had no choice but to reclaim the role of the goddess since all the candidates were involved in accidents. Asheria immediately felt hopeless when she saw the scale of the army in ahead. She said in a self-mocking voice, "What difference would it make now? There's no way we can escape this place. Even a forbidden mage would have trouble breaking through the army." It was the reason why those people would use even the most detestable methods, just to hold on to their power. Chapter 1175. The Army of Destruction. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A cold wind blew at the sacred mountain, sweeping the bluish-green petals into the air. The slightly icy floral breeze briefly fondled the faces of the people. The petals drifting in the wind were incredibly fragile. They soon broke into pieces, scattering in the air as a great storm started pouring down mercilessly. Xinxia lifted her gaze. Her mood was like the dark and gloomy sky. She once thought the Parthenon temple had an inviolable, sacred brilliance surrounding it. She once had high hopes when she first arrived at the place, hoping that she could do something with her humble efforts. However, it turned out that the sacred mountain was a lot more complicated than she had imagined. The Parthenon temple might have a sacred outer veneer, but it also had the ugliest side to it that had been completely exposed by the cold rain, the disappointing greed of humans. Why did she even bother putting in so much effort to come here? She would not mind if she alone was deeply trapped in this swamp, but Mo Fan was also surrounded by the armed force of the Parthenon temple. Maybe I should go with them. I am the only person they want, Xinxia said. Mo Fan shook his head. There was no way the Parthenon temple would let any of them go. In order for Xinxia to seize the role of the goddess, they would surely eliminate every risk possible. They are coming, Asheruia said in a deep voice. Under the cold rain and the flying petals, Great Muse Melora and Great Magistrate Dulank were flying toward them, followed by a troop of Golden Sun Knights and an army of Silver Moon Knights. The light of their magic armor was bright enough to light up the mountain. There were 4 Holy Court mags behind Great Magistrate Dulank, too. Their strength was immeasurable. Han Ji, Zhu Meng, Panglai, and the others had tried to keep them busy, but their efforts were to no avail. Melora and Dulank smiled when they saw that the black totem snake's flesh was badly mutilated. The magic formation of the sacred mountain had still been powerful enough to inflict serious damage on the totem beast. It would prevent them from losing too many elites. After all, even a super mage could easily lose their life if they were being careless when fighting against a supreme ruler. Enough with the struggle, even a totem beast has no chance of escaping from the Parthenon temple. Melora grinned coldly. The black totem snake was unleashing his domain in the form of a poisonous mist. The blue poison started to spread across the mountain. The poisonous mist would prevent mags below the super level from coming any closer, preventing the army of advanced mags from blasting them continuously with spells. Considering the number of advanced mags that the Parthenon temple had, their spells could easily raise the mountain to the ground. The black totem snake's scales had cracked open, thus the continuous blasts were still dangerous. I don't understand, why would you go so far and use the dark execution? Is it because you feel better when you use it on Wentai's daughter? Asheruia asked. You few deal with the black totem snake's poison. Dulank ordered his subordinates. They had many powerful mags on their side. If they teamed up, they would have a great chance of taking out the black totem snake. However, the black totem snake was incredibly powerful. If a battle broke out, anyone could die in the battle. The number of super mags in the world was quite limited. Even losing one was considered a great loss. They did not want to go all out with the black totem snake. The best choice they had was to let the army of adjudicators and mags of faith wear out the totem beast slowly, since the creature had already been badly injured by the magic formation. Dulank and Melora were not in a rush, either. They knew Mo Fan and his crew were like trap beasts. Even though Han Panglai, Han Ji, and the others insisted on protecting them, they were currently in the Parthenon temple. They just needed to assign a few men to keep them busy while they slowly settled the matter on hand. Everything was going according to plan. You are about to die, does knowing the truth really matter? Dulank smiled. It's just so I can tell my adoptive father the truth, Asheruia said. Asheruia still could not understand why Xinxia had to die. It was true that Xinxia was Wentai's daughter, but Xinxia had already opened her eyes, meaning that the girl was not the key to Xinxia's resurrection. Was Xinxia trying to kill Xinxia just because of her hatred for Wentai? If so, they could easily do it behind the scenes. Why would they bother using the power of the Holy Judgment Court on her? Dulank did not mind spilling the beans. He pointed at Xinxia and said, Wentai was a very tricky opponent. He knew his death was approaching, so he used the power of the dark execution to seal the soul of the Parthenon temple inside her body. The soul of the Parthenon temple is inside her body. Asheruia was shocked. Mo Fan looked at Xinxia too. Yes, the Holy Judgment Court didn't just make something up. There is actually another soul sleeping inside her body, but the soul isn't Salan, it's the soul of the Parthenon temple that Goddess Xinxia needs the most. Since when Tai sealed the soul of the Parthenon temple inside her body with the Dark Execution, the only way to retrieve the soul of the Parthenon temple is by activating the Dark Execution, Julank declared. It turned out Xinxia's legs were feeble because her body could not bear the heavy burden of having two souls in it. They were not lying. However, no one had expected that these people would come up with such a huge lie in order to reclaim the soul of the Parthenon temple. They had tricked everyone into believing that Xinxia was Salan. Even the girl thought that the lie was the truth. If Salan had not shown up and revealed the ugly faces these people had, the others would still be kept in the dark. Aren't you afraid that you will offend the Chinese royal palace and the enforcement union? Asheruia pressed. Mo Fan, Xinxia, and the black totem snake were from China. By now, Song Chiming, Panglai, and the others would have learned the truth too. If they still insisted on killing Mo Fan and Xinxia, they would basically fall out with China. Chinese royal palace and enforcement union? Asheruia, how could you say such a thing when you are a member of the Parthenon temple? Since when did the Parthenon temple have to be wary of what others think? Do you really think the Chinese royal palace and enforcement union are a threat to us? Once Xinxia claims the soul of the Parthenon temple and obtains the spell of resurrection, the Chinese might even come and beg us instead. Everyone is scared of death, especially the authorities and the leaders. If we give the Chinese a chance to resurrect someone, do you really think they're going to fall out with us because of these minor characters? The spell of resurrection is going to give us control over everything. Julank burst out laughing. In his eyes, Asheruia was simply too naive. Xinxia already led the Parthenon temple to a golden age without the soul of the Parthenon temple. Once she has the spell of resurrection, the 5 magic associations are going to lower their heads to us too. Asheruia, Xinxia has always been fond of you. She always saw you as her niece with great potential. She might not be satisfied with Panagia. I'm pretty sure that you know what that means. Why would you bother to go against her and walk on the path that's going to lead to your death? Mel Laura said. Who did you think helped the probationary servant sneak to Xinxia's coffin? I was quite regretful that I didn't do it myself, or I would have shredded her into mincemeat instead. Asheruia retorted coldly. It was you that colluded with Salan. Mel Laura said in astonishment. I didn't know she was Salan, but her suggestion was something that I thought of doing every day. Asheruia said. Well, you were pretty good at hiding it. Since you're so displeased with Xinxia, I will surely relay your message to her, so she can take care of you. Mel Laura sneered. The sky was suddenly filled with the howl of a great elemental storm. It was like the ring of a giant knell in the Citadel of Athens. The Holy Court mags had driven the poisonous mist away while Julank and Mel Laura were buying time. The adjudicators and mags of Foti went into their positions on the high ground and fired their destructive spells at the enormous black totem snake. The first spells that descended upon the area were the Skyflame funerals from the adjudicators. The sky was set aflame, lighting up half the mountain. The rain continued to pour down with the fire. The flames were so densely packed that there was simply no escape from it. The rain of fire was like a grand funeral. Destructive flames had filled up the entire sky. It was like the coming of the apocalypse. How minuscule were mere humans in the face of a terrifying rain of fire at this scale? The black totem snake raised his head and observed the flames that were pouring down. He let out a furious roar fearlessly. The totem seal flickered on his badly mutilated flesh. The black totem snake leapt and swam up into the sky, drawing a huge, glowing seal along his trail. The flames poured down from the sky, but those that collided with the seal were dispelled immediately, as if they never existed in the first place. Keep it going, kill that totem beast. Julank said coldly to Lanjin behind him. Lanjin waved his hand and fired a blinding white light into the air, signaling the army of mags to attack again. The adjudicators took a brief rest while lots of star patterns and star constellations lit up another mountain nearby. 2,000 mags of faith cast their magic. Countless wind spells combined into an enormous, black tornado that connected the sky and the ground. The black tornado was a lot bigger than the black totem snake. It wriggled and approached rapidly with overwhelming, tearing force. Chapter 1176. Holy Judgment, the Dark Execution Ground. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Black Tornado was still approaching, but it had almost uprooted the whole mountain. The Black Totem Snake quickly coiled up. In order to prevent any harm from befalling Mofan and Xinxia, the Black Totem Snake dug his head deeper between his body. He did not have many scales left to defend himself. Big guy. Mofan did not feel pleasant after seeing how hard the Black Totem Snake was trying to protect him. The Black Totem Snake was heavily outnumbered, after all. It was only a matter of time until his defenses were torn apart by such a huge army of adjudicators and mags of faith, and it would soon start to drain away his life force. Xinxia, how long until I can fully recover? Mofan asked panickingly. Your injuries were too serious, I still need some time. Xinxia was already trying her best to heal Mofan. Mofan had used up too much of his energy overcoming the challenge of the Starry Mountain path. It was unlikely that he could fully recover in a short period. Most importantly, his energy had depleted. If he demonized now, he would be a lot weaker than usual. The armed forces of the Parthenon temple had gathered from the mountain waste to the base. He would struggle against the army of adjudicators and mags of faith, let alone the Golden Sun Knights of the super level, and the Holy Court mags that were even stronger. Mofan was trying his best to recover while the Black Totem Snake was buying him time. The more he recovered, the stronger he would be when he demonized. However, seeing how the Black Totem Snake was being attacked by thousands of advanced mags, Mofan was quite worried that the totem beast could not hold on for much longer. Even if you recovered, you are still an advanced mage, any of the Golden Sun Knights could easily take you out, Asheruia said hopelessly. Didn't you have a magic pendant that can help me recover? Quick, use it on me, Mofan said. The Black Totem Snake continued to resist the continuous magic blasts from the army of mags. Mofan sensed the aura of the Black Totem Snake gradually weakening. The Black Totem Snake could still take on the armed forces of the Parthenon temple if it wasn't for the magic formation of the sacred mountain. The magic formation had inflicted serious damage on the creature and greatly weakened him. Is it going to make a difference? Oh, you have no idea what the Dark Execution is, do you? Asheruia said with a wry smile. Just use it on me, can it replenish 3/10 of my energy? Mofan blurted out. If it's only you, my pendant can replenish all your energy, Asheruia said. She did not understand why Mofan still insisted on recovering under the circumstances. Was he seriously not giving up yet? How stubborn and ignorant could he be? For real? Mofan grabbed Asheruia in joy. I don't know what trump card you have up in your sleeves, but I have to say that the Dark Execution is the strongest power in the world. No one has ever escaped from it. My adoptive father Wentai was so close to becoming a forbidden mage, but he didn't survive it either. Just give up, if the Black Totem Snake protects you with everything he has, you might be able to escape still, but it's impossible for you to bring Xinxia away, Asheruia said. Just help me recover, quick! Mofan snapped without listening to what Asheruia had to say. Asheruia let out a sigh. She stepped closer to Mofan and took out the pendant. I'll need some time to fully replenish your energy, I'll need you to. Asheruia was just about to tell what Mofan had to do when she saw a few stones glowing with a dark energy appearing out of nowhere in their surroundings. Mofan was startled too. He looked at the black stones in confusion, but he somehow felt they were slightly familiar. The stones of guilt? Asheruia exclaimed. The Black Totem Snake had dug his head between his body. It was impossible for anything to reach them without breaking through the Black Totem Snake's body. However, the black stones seemed to possess the mysterious power of the space element. An otherworldly, icy energy was leaking out of the stones, like executioners searching for their prey. The black stones moved closer to Xinxia, as if they had found their prey. A few more stones of guilt appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Xinxia. Mofan was worried that the stones would harm Xinxia. He reached out his hand to grab them, yet a strong dark energy burst out of the stones and corroded his hand instantly. Asheruia reacted quickly. She cast a spell to protect Mofan. Otherwise, his hand would have corroded into bones within a few seconds. "Don't touch them, you will turn into a puddle," Asheruia warned. More black stones appeared. Asheruia counted quickly and realized there were 10 of them. There were 13 magistrates in total. In other words, 10 out of 13 had voted Xinxia guilty, and their stones of guilt were carrying out the dark execution. The 10 black stones were incredibly strange. They circled Xinxia like a ring and suddenly emitted a black light. It formed a dark seal imprinted on Xinxia's forehead. "Brother Mofan." Xinxia felt utterly helpless. She could feel that her body had been isolated. Even though she was only a step away from Mofan and Asheruia, it felt like she was in a different world. The black light of the stones of guilt shrouded her. "Xinxia, it's okay, don't be scared." Mofan was in a panic. He could no longer wait until his energy was replenished. His eyes were emitting a crimson-red glow. It did not matter what the dark execution was, Mofan was going to tear it into pieces. The black light flickered vigorously and vanished together with Xinxia right before Mofan and Asheruia. Just like how the black stones of guilt had traversed space to reach Xinxia, they had vanished without a single trace, bringing Xinxia with them. A terrifying aura burst out of Mofan's body as soon as Xinxia disappeared. The demon blood rushed in his veins. He was about to unleash the demonic power. Asheruia was astounded when she sensed the terrifying aura Mofan was emitting. The black totem snake slowly extended his body. He seemed to notice that Xinxia had been brought away by some unknown force. The furious totem beast slammed his tail onto the mountain. The mountainside collapsed after receiving the tremendous blow. A troop of 300 mags of faith died instantly, their blood splattered across the mountain. Calm down both of you. Xinxia isn't dead, she was brought to the dark execution ground. Do you remember the dark dueling ground? It's a place of darkness that a contract establishes. The person that is bound to the contract will be trapped inside. The stones of guilt have brought Xinxia to the dark execution ground, a place that is similar to the dark dueling ground. It's at the bottom of the mountain, look. Asheruia quickly said when she saw Mofan and the black totem snake about to lose control of themselves. The wild energy Mofan possessed calmed down slightly. He glanced at the base of the mountain through the smoke produced by the magic blasts and saw a barrier separating a huge area of darkness. The barrier had encapsulated a spacious area. It indeed resembled a spectacular execution ground from afar. Mofan had seen it before. He remembered the master of the shadow element, Citadel, had been trapped in a similar dark execution ground too, before he was torn into pieces by the mystical beast called Hayla and dragged into the realm of the dead. Mofan stared at the intimidating dark execution ground and asked in shock, "Did Wentai die inside that?" "Yeah, the Holy Judgment Court is able to keep their superiority mainly because of the dark execution's power. No one can escape the dark execution." Mofan, they are aiming for the soul of the Parthenon temple inside Xinxia's body. The dark execution is happening. There's nothing you can do. You should just leave while they are focusing on retrieving the soul of the Parthenon temple. If you die here too, how are you going to avenge Xinxia? The Parthenon temple and the Holy Judgment Court aren't something you can take on with your current strength, besides, Asheruia said. Asheruia hesitated slightly, as she was unsure if it was appropriate to tell Mofan what she was thinking. Besides, there's something you should know. Xinxia might not be Salan, but she's most likely. Mofan looked at Asheruia with cold eyes. Asheruia did not dare to say anything further. She could feel a terrifying aura bursting out of Mofan's body. It was wild and icy, as if he had turned into a completely different person. "You don't care, do you?" Asheruia sighed. Mofan remained expressionless. "If you really want to save her, the only way is to barge into the dark execution ground and retrieve her soul, which is already half a step in the realm of the dead. Wentai has inflicted serious damage on Hayla. It isn't as strong as it used to be, yet it still killed Citadel, the strongest shadow mage, quite easily," Asheruia said. Try your best to replenish my energy. I will ask the Black Totem Snake to bring you to safety. Mo Fan's gaze never left the dark execution ground. Why do you insist on saving her? Anyone can lose their loved ones, why can't you? Wake up! Asheruia snapped furiously. Asheruia truly respected Mo Fan. Even when everyone believed that Xinxia was Salan, Mo Fan never doubted her. He insisted on bringing her away and had broken through the magic formation of the sacred mountain. Even now, after the dark execution had fallen, even when Mo Fan was up against the armed forces of the Parthenon temple, he did not give up. But Xinxia was already a dead woman. Even when Tai, one of the strongest mags, had failed to survive the dark execution. How could someone as weak as them escape it? She had to admit that Mo Fan's love for Xinxia was far beyond the authority and the power that the people of the Parthenon temple were thirsting for. But that was it. Mo Fan calmed down slightly after hearing Asheruia's words. Mo Fan looked at Asheruia, whose eyes had reddened. He could tell that she was yelling at him from the deepest part of her heart, as her only close one, when Tai had died to the same conspiracy. Compared to Xinxia, who had never seen when Tai before, when Tai was Asheruia's true father. Asheruia, you are right, anyone can lose their loved ones, it's just how it is, Mo Fan agreed. He looked into Asheruia's tearful eyes and said, but when it happens to me one day, I hope that I've used up every bit of my energy and my strength, I hope that every drop of my blood has dried up, and my heart has stopped beating. Chapter 1177. The Wolf Soul Demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The dust drifted into the air by the blast swept at Mo Fan's face. Asheruia's heart skipped a beat after hearing Mo Fan's words. Until his heart stopped beating. No one could really oppose the world, but it was enough as long as they were not left with any regrets. Asheruia slowly placed her hand on Mo Fan's chest. She could feel the man's heart pounding heavily. Many people were living like walking corpses, but the man before her was vivid and blazing like fire. A blue light circled Asheruia's hand as energy kept pouring into Mo Fan's body. Mo Fan could feel the energy in his star galaxies replenishing rapidly. It was not only replenishing his energy. His wounds were recovering too, including his broken organs and bones. Mo Fan had no idea what magic Asheruia was using, but he clearly felt himself recovering at an insane rate. He fully recovered in just a short period of time. On the other hand, Asheruia's face was extremely pale, but she was still as gorgeous as usual. Hopefully the hidden power in your body is a lot stronger than I've imagined, as you are going to take on armed forces that can conquer half of the world. Asheruia had a faint smile, as if she was bidding him farewell. The color of Mo Fan's eyes shifted. An abnormal dark red filled his pupils. They were so dark that they could reflect the entire chaotic sky. The demon blood that he had been withholding for a long time turned restless. They were like demons that had just been released from cages. They could not wait to descend upon the mundane world and unleash their wrath across the sacred mountain. The essence orb was also emitting a brilliant and eerie light that soared into the clouds like a sword. Mo Fan had saved up the energy for a long time. He had promised Old Bao that he would not use the demon element until he had filled up the essence orb. However, even if the orb was not filled up, he had no intention of suppressing the power of the demon element anymore. The Black Vatican was detestable, he wanted nothing more than to send them all to hell with everything he had, as they were not worthy to live in this world. However, he was totally disappointed after learning the ridiculous lie that the Parthenon Temple and the Holy Judgment Court had woven for their own greed. Humanity was constantly threatened by the demon creatures that ruled the world, but the leaders of the human race turned out to be unreliable, too. Left with no choice, Mo Fan could only use violence to curb violence. Since they were willing to shed the blood of the innocent lives to acquire more power, Mo Fan was more than willing to shed their blood, too. An enormous, white shadow stood firmly behind Mo Fan. It was a demon wolf supreme that had been awakened from the deepest abyss in the underworld. The wolf stared down at the sacred mountain. The savage light its eyes were emitting could easily tear these weaklings into pieces. Mo Fan's hair had turned white, the color that symbolized death. His long hair was like a coat of sharp spines on his back, and his body was covered in the runes that echoed with the enormous shadow of the demon wolf supreme behind him. His enlarged muscles looked oddly terrifying. TL note: white symbolizes death in certain countries, particularly Asian countries. White represents death, mourning, and bad luck, hence people normally wear white clothes during funerals. Asheruia was so shocked that she could not find any words after seeing Mo Fan's transformation. Even though Mo Fan still retained his face, the strange runes had turned him into a demon from the underworld. She felt extremely tiny before his icy aura. She believed that even if she was used the power of the Dark Contract, she would not stand a chance against Mo Fan at all. The black totem snake was already quite intimidating, yet Mo Fan's presence was actually even more intimidating than it was. The black totem snake let out a cry. He had detected a bunch of adjudicators casting powerful spells on a mountain not far away. The destructive aura spread through the woods and destroyed them. Mo Fan lowered his gaze to the black totem snake. Fresh blood was flowing down his enormous body. His skin was dyed red too. "Leave the rest to me," Mo Fan gently petted the black totem snake's head. He had done a lot. It was time for the Parthenon Temple and the Holy Judgment Court to experience how it felt when they were up against a real demon. Mo Fan launched himself into the air from the black totem snake's head. He was not able to fly, but he easily leapt over the tall hill in front of him and landed on the mountain among the adjudicators like a meteorite. The adjudicators were drawing a huge star constellation. 60 mags were working together to cast a plant spell, and once it was done, it would prevent the black totem snake from moving. The plant element was very effective against larger targets. The battle would be over once their plant spell was completed. Who's there?" the middle-aged man leading the adjudicators snapped furiously. He turned around and saw a ghastly figure with an overwhelming aura standing there. It felt like he could easily devour the mountain with a single breath. The demonized Mo Fan did not answer the question. He merely uttered coldly, "Blood Shadow Strike." The giant wolf shadow behind Mo Fan sprang forward. It split into countless wolf shadows sprinting wildly across the mountain. Tearing, biting, trampling, it was like a horde of demon wolves conquered the mountain in the blink of an eye. The adjudicators died horrible deaths, their bodies torn apart and eaten, their limbs were scattered across the place. It was a massacre. Their blood was flowing down the mountain like streams. Shawshank, who was commanding the battle up in the air, opened his eyes in disbelief as he watched his men die. They were the elite among the adjudicators, yet they were all wiped out in an instant. What exactly was the figure that was moving so fast? How did it possess such terrifying power? Hall Master, the entire 7th squad has been wiped out. Impossible. Did anyone see what the thing was? It jumped out from the black totem snake. It's too quick, it's killing us like it is harvesting wheat. Shawshank was enraged. The adjudicators played an important role in the armed forces of the Parthenon Temple. The black totem snake had already killed many of them, but even more had died now. It was totally unacceptable. The black totem snake is in its final struggle. Isn't it normal for blood to be shed every time a new goddess is being elected? How can we grow stronger without sacrifices? Julank was not too bothered by the loss. It was only a bunch of adjudicators. Once they had the spell of resurrection, even forbidden mags would be willing to submit to them. Why would they care about the death of some adjudicators? Besides, the adjudicators had sworn loyalty to Xinxia. It was their honor to die for the sake of the Parthenon Temple. Shawshank glanced at the woods now covered in blood and demanded, "Did you not see a human figure?" "I didn't. I'll place you and Vice Hall Master Lanjin in charge. I suppose you know how to deal with Hayla," Julank said. They were finally at the most important part of their plan, claiming the soul of the Parthenon Temple. Julank had to focus on the dark execution. He wanted to see Xinxia being dragged into the realm of the dead just like when Tyrant witnessed the soul of the Parthenon Temple being granted to Xinxia. These candidates or saintesses were incomparable to Xinxia. Julank left and headed for the dark execution ground. Shawshank and Melora stayed to deal with the Black Totem Snake. Shawshank was still concerned about the thing that was massacring their men in the woods. It did not seem like a power of the Black Totem Snake. Melora, use your magic to find that guy, Shawshank said. Ua? Melora, Shawshank turned to his back when he heard Melora stammering. However, a great chill immediately ran down his spine as he took a quick glance. A bloody hand had penetrated Melora's back and come out her chest. The hand was holding her beating heart. Her eyes were wide in surprise as she slowly turned and followed Shawshank's gaze. Behind Melora was a man shrouded by a demonic shadow with an evil, cold grin on his face. His bloody red eyes had a strong aura of death and did not look human at all. It's him. Shawshank was dumbfounded. He recognized the man's face. He was none other than the young mage that was trying to rescue Xinxia, Mo-Fan. However, his appearance had changed completely. He had transformed into a cold-blooded demon with a strong desire to kill. Great news. Melora? You devil, let go of her. 5 Golden Sun Knights were on standby close to Melora. As the Great Muse, Melora's healing magic and blessing elements were outstanding. Even though she was not a capable fighter, with her help, a super mage could easily take on 3 super mags of their level at the same time. However, no one expected a demon to appear out of nowhere and drive his hand right through Melora's back. None of the Golden Sun Knights had reacted in time. Even Melora herself could not use any of her magic equipment. After all, no one expected they would die with so many protectors around them. Chapter 1178. The Soul of the Parthenon Temple. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I thought your blood had already been corrupted and turned black, but it's still so red. Demon Mo-Fan slowly pulled his hand out of Melora's twitching body. He was admiring the blood on his hand as if it was a work of art. Melora did not die instantly. She was still grasping onto her last breath, waiting for Shawshank to protect her. If everything went according to the plan, Xinxia would eventually obtain the spell of resurrection. As long as she could preserve her body and her soul, she still had a chance to be resurrected. Melora could feel her life draining away at an insane rate. She had only one final wish. Mo-Fan suddenly flipped his hand. A strong wind immediately surrounded Melora, destroying her final hope. She could even see pieces of her body drifting in the wind. It looked utterly terrifying. She never thought she would die such a gruesome death at the hands of a demon that seemed to have come from a different world. Why would this Mo-Fan, whom they never treated seriously, possess such terrifying power? Shawshank shivered in fear. He and the Golden Sun Knights were totally unaware when Mo-Fan had shown up. If he had been aiming for them instead, they would have ended up just like Melora. Mo-Fan's hatred for Melora was so strong that he was tearing her into pieces, leaving her no chance of being resurrected. Avenge the Great Muse. A Golden Sun Knight that was blindly loyal to Melora let out a roar, trying to overcome his fear. Even though they were super mags, they had never seen anything like Mo-Fan. A giant demon judgment sword of the light element descended from the sky, aimed right at Mo-Fan's head. The sword was as tall as a building. Shawshank managed to cast the spell right after recovering. Mo-Fan raised his head and looked at the demon judgment sword, yet he did not try to dodge it. He slowly raised his other hand. A deep, silver energy burst out of his palm. He suddenly clenched his hand, aiming at the demon judgment sword above him. The giant sword was immediately shrouded by the silver energy of the space element and crushed into pieces before it could reach Mo-Fan's head. Shawshank and the rest of the Golden Sun Knights took a deep breath. The demon was able to shatter a super spell so easily. How strong could he be? Let's attack together. A few Golden Sun Knights started constructing star palaces rapidly. It was obvious that these Golden Sun Knights had been in the super level for quite some time, considering how quickly they were casting their spells. 1,000 Leaf Saber soon appeared in front of the Golden Sun Knight that initiated the attack. The leaves danced wildly and slashed at Demon Mo Fan like white scythes. They were dense and fierce, leaving no gaps between them. Demon Mo Fan did not have the ability to fly. He stayed in the air briefly before landing on the ground. The thousand-leaf sabers pursued after him, cutting the plants across the mountain into dust scattering in the wind. As soon as the thousand-leaf sabers disappeared, a golden sunlight sprang forward using the slaughtering wind slash. He cut at Mo Fan using the wind as his weapon. The slaughtering wind slash sliced forward from one end of the hill to the other. Demon Mo Fan crossed his arms in front of him, before he slid across the ground after the slaughtering wind slash struck him. He does not seem to be injured," another knight exclaimed after taking a closer look. The Golden Sun Knight with the wind element was dumbfounded. It was his strongest spell. Both the thousand-leaf saber and the slaughtering wind slash were able to slaughter thousands of demon creatures in an instant, yet they did not leave even a single scratch on the guy. Was he even human? Sinking ground! Shawshank yelled furiously from up in the air. The wood shook. The ravine that Mo Fan was standing in suddenly sank rapidly, as if an enormous giant had just stomped on the ground, leaving a deep pit where Mo Fan was standing. Demon Mo Fan fell into the sinking pit. His body was buried by the rocks. However, he was not crushed by the force. His eyes flickered coldly instead. He broke free from the rocks and crouched like a stretched bowstring. Bang! With a loud blast, the mountain collapsed as Demon Mo Fan stomped the ground, launching him into the sky like a bolt of black lightning. Shawshank activated all his defenses, including an expensive magic armor. However, when the bolt of lightning swept past him, he felt like all his bones had broken. He fell rapidly to the bottom of the mountain. Shawshank did not stop even after landing on the ground. He slammed further into a deep hole in the city down the mountain. His magic armor was broken into pieces. He was still alive, yet the tremendous pain in his chest prevented him from rising to his feet. He was the Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Judgment. He never thought he would be defeated so easily one day. Driving a man from the mountain's waist to its foot. How strong would the impact have to be? After some time, Shawshank recovered slightly. He glanced at the mountain's waist and saw the demon grabbing the Golden Sun Knight that had sworn his loyalty to Melora. Shawshank could not see what the demon did. He only saw blood jetting up into the sky, before the Golden Sun Knight's body was tossed into the valley like a piece of trash. The Golden Sun Knight stood no chance against the demon. They were all taken out at different spots. A loud cry sang out. The snake's breath swept across the mountain like a black tornado. The armed forces hiding in the mountain immediately received a destructive blow. Many human figures were knocked into the sky. Mo Fan turned around and looked at the black totem snake. He saw that it had slightly recovered during this short period. He was lending a hand by cleaning off the rest of the armed forces of the Parthenon temple. The number of mags that the Parthenon temple had was just too high. It was impossible to kill every single one of them. Besides, apart from those that had sworn loyalty to Xinxia, Julank, and Melora, Mo Fan had never planned to kill every person of the Parthenon temple. Not everyone in the Parthenon temple had submitted to Xinxia. It was quite obvious that the Hall Master of the Hall of Knights, Hayla, was totally unaware of the conspiracy. The people that wanted to kill Xinxia were Julank and Xinxia. Mo Fan did not waste his time further with the Adjudicators, Mags of Faith, and the Golden Sun Knights, knowing that the black totem snake was clearing a path for him. He transformed into a bunch of wolf shadows and sprinted down the mountain. The Mags of Faith did not stop attacking with their magic along the way, but most of the attacks only consisted of intermediate spells. They were unlikely to inflict any damage on Mo Fan, considering how fast he was moving. Mo Fan's demon element had grown stronger than it had been at the ancient capital. It turned out that the demon element also grew with his cultivation. A black pillar stood between the sacred mountain and the flourishing city. The people nearby had been evacuated after the Parthenon temple's Hall of Faith sounded the alert. The city looked empty, and the boundary of the dark execution ground made it look like something out of an apocalypse. The city was deserted. The dark execution ground had been established in the city, and a feeble woman was trapped in it alone. The black stones of guilt were circling Xinxia. The seal of the dark execution had almost burned through her forehead, leaving her in great pain, her sweat pouring down like a rain. A dark light was shining upon Xinxia. The shadow it was projecting was completely different from Xinxia's outline. It was a slender figure, its waist-to-leg ratio different from normal humans. Its black hair was reaching its knees. Outside the dark execution ground, Dulang acted as if he had just seen the most wonderful thing in the world when he saw the shadow being projected from Xinxia. His eyes were brimming with greed. It's the soul of the Parthenon temple, it's really on her. Dulang had the urge to pounce on the girl. However, he was not allowed to enter the dark execution ground, and the soul of the Parthenon temple would not reside in the body of a great magistrate, either. The soul of the Parthenon temple would only reside in the true successor of the Parthenon temple. Only the saintesses that had received the blessing of the god seal were able to inherit the soul of the Parthenon temple. When the soul of the Parthenon temple was revealed, a figure standing on the observatory tower on the hall of the goddess glanced down the stairs. She could just see the dark execution ground, and the stunning outline of the soul of the Parthenon temple was like a gorgeous painting on the ground. The person grinned, her heart overflowing with joy. Xinxia had been waiting for years to get her hands on the soul of the Parthenon temple. Once she claimed the soul of the Parthenon temple, it was time for her to stand at the top of the world. Xinxia's eyes were fixed on the soul of the Parthenon temple on the dark execution ground. She did not seem bothered by the blood splattered across the mountain. The battle for power in the Parthenon temple had always been paid in blood. Even if the black totem snake had not shown up, she would still take out every single person that was unwilling to submit to her, and the number of casualties would be several times greater than the number of people dying now. Chapter 1179. The Fire Demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The sacred mountain flattened at its foot. Normally, the petals of the flying flowers would be scattered across the place. However, apart from the petals that were destroyed by the overwhelming energy, all that was left was the residue of the spells on the streets and the roofs. The people in the Citadel of Athens were terrified when they saw the dark execution ground, but what scared them the most was seeing people dying on the sacred mountain. They might not be aware of the complicated reasons behind the battle that was taking place there, but they knew it had been a long time since the Parthenon temple was involved in such a tragedy. Cold rain was still pouring down from the grey clouds looming over the Citadel of Athens. The sky was dark and cloudy, and between a few ancient buildings, a shadowy figure shrouded by an evil aura landed on the ground. Its eerily glowing eyes were staring at the spacious dark execution ground. A lightning halberd descended from the stormy clouds without a sound. It drove right into the ground between the buildings, as tall as the structures around it. Lightning arcs burst out of it and sprang right at Mofan with a strong sealing force. Demon Mofan reacted swiftly. He jumped onto a building and turned around. He saw a mage in a golden robe standing opposite him. His face was covered by a mask. Mofan was unable to see his face, but he could tell how strong the man was from his powerful aura. "I don't care what you are, anything that comes any closer will die," the Holy Court Mage stated coldly. The fact that the Holy Court Mage could detect Mofan's presence and sneak up on him easily proved that he was one of the strongest among the Holy Court Mags. "You already knew the judgment was part of a great conspiracy, and yet you Holy Court Mags are still willing to obey Dulang's order." Demon Mofan stared at the Holy Court Mage and demanded hoarsely. The Holy Court Mage did not respond. It was quite obvious that he was on Dulang's side. Wild lightning burst out of his body once again as another lightning halberd fell from the sky and landed close to Mofan. More lightning halberds began to fall soon after, 12 of them in total. The lightning halberds formed a magic formation with deadly lightning arcs moving between them. The Holy Court Mage stood outside the magic formation and stared at Demon Mofan trapped inside it. The lightning element was known for its incredible damage, but after reaching the super level, the lightning spell was very effective at trapping a target instead. The Holy Court Mage believed the magic formation was enough to trap the demon for some time. The Holy Court Mage was just about to report back to Great Magistrate Dulang when his vision blurred all of a sudden. The man with crimson-red eyes eerily blinked out of the magic formation and was now only half a meter away from him. The Holy Court Mage immediately broke out in cold sweat. He did not think his target would be able to break out of the magic formation so easily, and he could already smell death from such a close distance. Outside the dark execution ground, Dulank was still looking at the soul of the Parthenon temple greedily. He even wished that he could turn into Hayla, the envoy of the realm of the dead, and end the girl's life with his own hands. It would quicken the process of releasing the soul of the Parthenon temple from that lowly woman and giving it to the real goddess. In the past, he always enjoyed watching Hayla climbing out from the realm of the dead slowly and tearing the arrogant people that opposed him to pieces. However, he was not in the mood today. He wanted to get it done as quickly as possible and get rid of the voices that were rebelling against him and get the situation back under control. A man wearing the armor of a Holy Court Mage fell from the sky and slammed heavily onto the ground beside Dulank. The Holy Court Mage responsible for Dulank's safety yelled out in surprise and quickly stepped forward to protect Dulank. The man that fell from the sky was still sliding across the ground. He finally came to a stop after smashing through a few walls. Another Holy Court Mage quickly went up to take a look, before returning with a twisted expression. "It's Ciso. I think he's dead," the Holy Court Mage called out. Ciso was an elite among the Holy Court Mags. He had been asked to guard the perimeter of the dark execution ground. They saw his lightning spell descend not long ago. They initially thought he would take out the enemy quite easily, but to their surprise, he was the one that died. The rest of the Holy Court Mags felt uneasy. "That thing is coming, Great Magistrate," a blue-haired Holy Court Mage exclaimed. "Why are you panicking? Set up the defense." Great Magistrate Dulank harumphed coldly. "Dulank, watch out, he's very strong," the injured Shawshank said. Shawshank had been knocked down the mountain by Mofan. He had decided to stick close to Dulank instead, as the Golden Sun Knights and the Adjudicators were weaker than the Holy Court Mags. He was hoping that Dulank could take out the demon. However, Shawshank immediately lost confidence when he learned that even Ciso, one of the strongest Holy Court Mags, had died too. He could not help but feel they had offended someone they could not afford to. "The barrier will stop him from getting any closer," Dulank said. The barrier had the shape of an icy wall. It had covered the entire place and completely separated it from the space outside, preventing Mofan from entering the dark execution ground. The crystalline barrier continued to grow thicker, like a glacier of blue ice. The barrier was transparent. Demon Mofan walked up to the barrier and stared at the people hiding inside. Dulank was inspecting Mofan in return. He was rather surprised. Wasn't he the young man that was trying to rescue Xinxia? How did he leave Vice Hall leader Shawshank with such serious injuries and even kill his trustworthy man, Ciso? Demonic flames gradually burst out of Mofan's body and engulfed the wolf soul shadow behind him. The flames attached to Mofan's back formed the outline of the Flame Bell Empress. The previous evil aura had disappeared, replaced by the pure, destructive aura of fire currently enveloping Mofan. Mofan's appearance of a wolf demon had transformed into a blazing figure. The stunning outline of the Flame Bell Empress astonished the Holy Court Mags. A fire demon! Mofan's power shifted tremendously when the shadow behind him changed. He raised his fist and slammed it heavily onto the barrier of crystalline ice. A giant fiery dragon sprang out of Mofan's fist and slammed into the barrier. The barrier began to crack rapidly under the overwhelming force of the flames. The crack spread further, and soon covered half the barrier. Dulank, who was initially wearing a smug expression, immediately paled when he saw the damage dealt to the barrier. "That's impossible! A single punch!" The guy had broken his barrier with a single punch. The wild flames surged fiercely and filled up the space. The broken pieces of the barrier melted within the blink of an eye. Mofan stepped forward. The flames spread across the ground, following his steps, setting the place on fire. The terrifying flames did not burn everything into ashes. They were like a bunch of servants under the control of their master. They had temporarily occupied the territory, and would not move before receiving a command from their master. The flames surrounded Xinxia, Xinxia, and the 3 Holy Court mags. "What exactly are you?" Xinxia's voice began to tremble when he saw Mo Fan coming closer. As an authority, Xinxia was a powerful mage too, yet unlike Panglai and Songchiming who were able to climb to their positions with their outstanding strength, Xinxia had climbed to his current position with political tricks. He was not any stronger than Siso, who had just died, and was weaker than Xinxia, too. The strongest force in the Parthenon temple was the Hall of Knights, especially the few hall masters that included Hayla. However, Hayla had started to withdraw the Golden Sun Knights and the Silver Moon Knights after realizing something. Protect the Great Magistrate! Xinxia was still injured. He already knew it would come down to this when he realized the demon was just as strong as the Black Totem Snake. They needed an entire army of mags to have a chance to take him on. Even Mel Laura had died to him. Xinxia did not want to die. As soon as he gave the order to protect the Great Magistrate, he fled in the opposite direction instead, leaving the Holy Court mags to protect the Great Magistrate. Mo Fan did not intend to let the ambitious man go. His gaze followed Xinxia. A fiery pillar burst out of the ground in the direction that Xinxia was running, intercepting him. Xinxia was astounded. He used all his might to move a few hundred meters away when he felt the danger approaching. However, as soon as he came to a street surrounded by buildings, he saw the buildings erupting in flames and turning into a fiery ocean. The flames pounced on him fiercely. The fire grew stronger quickly. Xinxia struggled in the flames. The 3 Holy Court mags were overwhelmed by fear when they saw Mo Fan summon such a powerful fire with just a simple glance. Mo Fan glanced at the 3 Holy Court mags and said mockingly, "If you run now, I will spare your life." The youngest Holy Court mage among them turned around instantly and fled. Xinxia's face contorted when he saw one of his trusted men abandon him so quickly. Chapter 1180. The God of Death, Hayla. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Holy Court mage on Xinxia's right was just about to use his magic when Demon Mo Fan set his body on fire. The flames were inextinguishable, but the man was a super water mage. He immediately summoned a strong tide. The waves splashed across the streets and flooded the roads, but still failed to put out the fire that was growing on him rapidly. The fire burned through his defensive magic and destroyed his magic equipment. It then burned through the skin and turned the Holy Court mage into a blackened corpse. A demon like you shouldn't exist in this world. The 5 magic associations and the Holy Judgment Court are going to send you back into hell. Xinxia yelled when he saw his men dying horribly. In addition to bringing the authorities and the strongest mags in the world to judgment, the Holy Judgment Court was also responsible for exterminating and forbidding evil magic. The power that Mo Fan possessed was clearly unacceptable. Xinxia believed the Heresy Judgment mags could easily eliminate the demon in front of him. "I have only used my power against the people of the Black Vatican, but compared to them, you actually deserve to die more," Mo Fan retorted. The Holy Judgment Court was meant to serve justice and eliminate evil forces, but what did their great magistrate Xinxia do? If the Holy Judgment Court was controlling the fate of the human race, he would not mind destroying it instead. A deafening roar came from the spacious dark execution ground. The buildings and streets inside it had turned into a giant, black pool. A ghastly head wearing a horned helmet slowly rose from the muddy water. Black flying insects spread into the surroundings like thick clouds of smoke outlining a serpent. Under the horned helmet was a face half covered in tentacles. Its entire jaw was covered by long black beetles. A pair of metallic, black horns curled to the back of its head. Its forehead was protected by the helmet, and its hollow eyes had a ghastly, crimson-red glow. It was glaring at Xinxia, who was bound to the dark execution ground by the stones of guilt. It felt like the woman would be completely destroyed by a single breath from the creature. Countless black insects were circling Xinxia, as if they could not wait to feast on her. These insects of death rarely had a chance to taste such a tender sacrifice. It's Hayla. It's over? Panglai and Songchiming both saw the creature summoned by the Stones of Guilt in the Dark Execution Ground. The god of death of Greece was one of the strongest creatures in the world. It had even killed Wen Tai, who was extremely close to becoming a forbidden mage. Even the strongest mage would stand no chance against it. Hayla was similar in size to the black totem snake. Its shadow loomed over the citadel of Athens. The creature could easily trample the city into ashes with a single stomp. The people could see the enormous creature of darkness from every location on the sacred mountain. If the Dark Execution Ground was not cut off by the barrier, the flying insects and the overwhelming aura of death would surely have caused an unimaginable disaster to the citadel of Athens. The people of Athens hid behind the city's barrier, yet they could not feel any sense of security. Humans were just too minuscule compared to the majestic creature. Ha ha ha, Hayla is here. There's no way you can save her. Great Magistrate Julang burst out laughing as soon as he saw Hayla's appearance. Mo Fan's gaze was icy. He could sense how strong Hayla was. Its aura was even stronger than the black totem snake. The mountain zombie and the black totem snake were the strongest creatures that Mo Fan had ever seen, but to his surprise, Hayla was even stronger than either supreme ruler. The flames of fury inside Mo Fan's heart burned higher as the thought of Xinxia being trapped with the creature crossed his mind. The flames surged wildly and spread across the city, surrounding the entire Dark Execution Ground. Julang and the last Holy Court mage were devoured by the flames. Mo Fan could not care less if they were dead or alive. He tried to use his flames to tear a gap in the barrier of the Dark Execution Ground. The Dark Execution Ground was similar to the Dark Dueling Ground. It had a barrier that would stop anyone apart from Xinxia from entering. The only existences that were allowed in the Dark Dueling Ground were the target and the executioner, Hayla. If Hayla was hostile toward the citadel of Athens, it could easily raze the city to the ground, let alone killing Xinxia, who basically had no way of defending herself. Mo Fan almost lost his mind when he saw Hayla slowly approaching Xinxia. His flames had already spread to the other areas, including the sacred mountain of the Parthenon temple. The people under the sacred mountain could only see the demon flames and the Dark Execution Ground. The flames clashed with the dark energy. Even the super mags did not dare go any closer. The civilians and the mags on the sacred mountain were dumbfounded by the spectacular sight. Panglai flew into the sky and yelled at Mo Fan, "Mo Fan! You're too close to the citadel of Athens. Control your flames, or else they're going to burn the innocent people to ashes. There are hundreds of thousands of people behind the city's barrier." Mo Fan took a quick glance in the direction of the city and saw that his flames were inches away from the city's barrier. The Parthenon temple had long evacuated the people into the barrier, but if he did not suppress the flames, they would devour thousands of people in an instant. "We'll help you to tear a gap on the barrier, but Hayla is very powerful, don't force yourself," Songchiming said to Mo Fan. Songchiming and Panglai were worried that once Xinxia died after her soul was dragged into the realm of death, Mo Fan would totally lose control of himself and bring total destruction upon the citadel of Athens. They were the strongest mags in China. Mo Fan's demon flames were struggling to break through the barrier of the Dark Execution Ground, but Songchiming was once the clergyman of the Holy Judgment Court. He was quite familiar with the Dark Execution Ground. He asked Panglai to lend him a hand, and they forcibly tore a gap open on the barrier of the Dark Execution Ground with the power of the Chaos element. Mo Fan turned into a meteorite and flew right at Hayla as soon as the gap was big enough for him to enter, leaving a trail of flames behind him. "Don't you touch her," he roared. The flames were like a bright sun falling from the sky, slamming into the ground in front of Hayla. Hayla was just about to reach out its claw and drag Xinxia into its territory. To its surprise, an intruder had barged in. The explosion forced Hayla to dodge sideways, but the flames had burned every flying insect they contacted to ashes. Hayla was a real supreme ruler, a deity of darkness. No one had ever dared to provoke it like that. It used its claws to put out the demon flames burning it. It took a heavy step forward and swung its claw at Mo Fan. Hayla's claws were enormous. A dark magic claw immediately surrounded Mo Fan. It was big enough to hold an entire mountain. A silver flicker burst out of Mo Fan's body before he vanished into thin air with a shudder. The giant claw missed, but Hayla was able to sense the ripple of the space element. It summoned a black pitchfork to its hand and hurled it at the spot Mo Fan was moving to. Mo Fan had blinked continuously to move at least a kilometer away, but the dark pitchfork seemed to have locked onto him, able to track Mo Fan down still. The dark pitchfork struck Mo Fan. He smashed through the walls of 5 buildings before he was nailed to the ground before a water fountain by the pitchfork. The dark pitchfork was huge. Mo Fan was extremely tiny compared to it. He was struggling to break free from it. Hayla easily leapt across the distance of 1 kilometer. He landed beside the water fountain and grabbed the dark pitchfork that was nailing Mo Fan to the ground, before stabbing at the place Mo Fan was lying on repeatedly. Each time the pitchfork landed on the ground, it would produce a tremendous shockwave, raising the structures nearby to the ground. Mo Fan gathered his demon flames in front of him to reduce the damage being inflicted on him. Hayla's strength was utterly terrifying. The super mags had barely left a single scratch on Mo Fan with their spells, but Hayla had already inflicted serious damage to Mo Fan with its attacks. As Hayla was indulging in the violent attack, a lightning bolt came down out of nowhere. A normal lightning bolt was like a little sparkle to Hayla, but this bolt of lightning actually consisted of a few hundred lightning strikes. The creature cried out in agony when the lightning landed on its head. The lightning kept hitting Hayla. The creature seemed to be afraid of lightning. It immediately backed away. The arcs of lightning scattered across the place and lasted for a long time. Chapter 1181. The Sacrifice on the Plate. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Xinxia. Edited by Aelrianth. Hayla was infuriated by the heavy blow from the lightning strike. It touched its horned helmet and discovered a huge hole in it. The lightning had almost penetrated its head. Tiny lightning arcs were still crawling on its skin, and it could feel a numbing pain from them. Hayla let out a furious roar at Mo Fan. The spores on its body opened as countless black insects flew out like a disgusting cloud. They quickly surrounded Mo Fan, beating their barely visible wings. Mo Fan maintained the flames around himself. The black insects were trying to put out the flames by abusing their number. Flames of normal temperatures were nowhere enough to kill them. The shadow behind Mo Fan grew brighter. The temperature of the flames engulfing him rose. When the flames were able to set the flying insects ablaze with the slightest touch, the insects suddenly became a great medium for the flames to rapidly spread through the air. Hayla was able to keep releasing the black insects. The number of black insects was shocking, but they also allowed Mo Fan's flames to spread even further and eventually reach the giant creature. The flames burned Hayla's skin. The creature came to grief once again, raising its hoof and stomping the ground. Mo Fan did not understand what Hayla was trying to achieve. However, he soon felt a tremendous force targeting him from above. It turned out to be a dark hoof several times bigger than the creature's own. Its shadow had covered the entire carefully planned area of the city. Black dust scattered across the place within the blink of an eye as the area collapsed. Mo Fan was able to react in time and escape the area. However, he soon realized he was standing in the shadow of another dark hoof. They had sealed off every direction that Mo Fan could run to. Even space was sealed by an overwhelming energy, preventing Mo Fan from blinking away. A huge cloud of dust was swept into the air by the stomp. Hayla was indulging in the pleasure of bringing destruction upon the place. It kept trampling everything it could see around it. The violence of the creature was clearly witnessed by many people. The dark execution ground had isolated the area, but it was still a part of the city. The streets, buildings, and parks were razed to the ground. The whole area was covered in debris, apart from the spot where Xinxia was. So this is the kind of creature that the Holy Judgment Court is raising. Panglai lifted his gaze and stared at the creature that was going berserk in the dark execution ground. They had lost track of Mo Fan due to the huge cloud of dust that the stomping hooves had swept into the air. They could not tell which of the stomps had caught Mo Fan and driven him into the ground. However, Mo Fan was most likely still alive. Otherwise, Hayla would not have had the urge to trample everything it saw into pieces. The creature was venting its frustration on the city, since it was unable to locate Mo-Fan. Finally, Hayla seemed to have realized something. It turned around and placed its attention on the girl locked down by the stones of guilt. The creature immediately displayed its savagery as it headed toward Xinxia. It would only take it a few steps to reach her. Hayla opened its mouth. It was going to swallow Xinxia right away. The sacrifices it received were usually powerful mags, but it was an extremely weak girl this time. That being said, it found the soul inside her body quite interesting. It would have plenty of time to enjoy the soul once it dragged the girl into the realm of the dead. Mo-Fan was able to reach Xinxia a step quicker than Hayla. There were traces of blood on his lips. He was quite convinced that Hayla was stronger than the mountain zombie. A single stomp from the creature had inflicted serious damage on his organs. Even though he had dodged most of the stomps, the strong impact still ended up inflicting a certain amount of damage to him. Xinxia looked at Mo-Fan. It was her first time seeing Mo-Fan in his demonized form. The man felt oddly strange to her, as if he was a different person. His body was covered in bloody wounds with a strong evil presence. Even his face had a strong disdain toward everything. She was struggling to believe that the man was Mo-Fan until she saw a gentle look in his crimson-red eyes. Her heart melted instantly. What price had her brother Mo-Fan paid in order to stay alive? Xinxia would not believe that filling the essence orb was the only requirement for gaining such extraordinary power. She could sense a coldness on Mo-Fan's face that did not belong to him. Mo-Fan's heart was burning like a reckless inferno. Xinxia fondled the demonic lines on Mo-Fan's face. They were like scars that would leave the man in tremendous pain every night. They were not as simple as a source of power. He had done too much just to save her. She did not feel like she was worthy of being alive for so long. Hayla was infuriated. Xinxia was supposed to be an offering to it. Even the ruler of darkness would not dare to touch its food, yet the mutated human was attempting to take away the food on its plate. Hayla raised its hoof once again. A giant shadow loomed over Mo-Fan and Xinxia. Xinxia raised her head and saw an enormous object that had completely blocked off the light. The only thought that was left in her mind as she saw the thing coming down was the pressure of death. Piss off! Mo-Fan's sound had changed completely. Lightning that lit up the entire gloomy sky burst out of his body. The lightning, enhanced by the silver energy of the space element, landed on Hayla's chest, knocking the creature off balance as it was about to stomp the ground. The fierce lightning struck the black armor on its chest, revealing skin crawling with black worms. The layers of worms on its skin were writhing about. It looked like the creature's skin was wiggling from afar. Hayla finally regained its balance. Seeing that the armor on its chest was broken, it tore away the armor that was hindering its movements. Hayla's true appearance was exposed. Only the spot that Mo-Fan's lightning had landed on was crawling with worms. It seemed to have a hole in it, which the worms were treating as their cave. Mo-Fan, that's the wound that Wentai left on it in the past. You have to focus your attacks on the wound, it's the only chance you have to kill the creature. Song Chiming shouted. Chapter 1182. The Trembling Citadel of Athens, Part 1. The Trembling Citadel of Athens, Part 1. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-Fan glanced at the wound densely covered by the worms. He grabbed Xinxia and blinked to somewhere safe before placing her down. The clash between him and Hayla could easily destroy a small city. If Xinxia was too close to them, the energy could easily destroy her. After all, he was fighting against a supreme ruler. Mo-Fan quickly returned to the battlefield. He looked at the shocking wound on Hayla's chest. It was unimaginable that the creature was still alive after losing such a huge chunk of its chest. Mo-Fan summoned blazing red flames and rode the tide of flames into the air. The flames gathered toward Mo-Fan and gradually turned him a fiery eagle the size of a cloud. The eagle let out a cry before diving at Hayla's chest. The flames spreading from its wings set everything nearby aflame. Black insects flew out like puffs of smoke, forming layers of defense. They were using their shells and dark auras to stop the flames from coming any closer. The shells of these black insects stopped the flames from spreading. However, as Mo Fan's flames reached a certain temperature, the flames began to melt the shells away, too. Hayla roared and swiped its claws wildly, slicing the fiery eagle into multiple segments. However, whenever the flames dissipated, the shadow of the Flame Bell Empress behind Mo Fan would brighten. More flames began to pour out of Mo Fan's body. Their brilliance lit up the rain-drenched sacred mountain. The bloody mountain was brightly illuminated. The raindrops evaporated in the scorching heat. The flames asserted their dominance over the area, charring the black insects to ashes. The fiery eagle's aura grew stronger. Hayla was no longer able to stop the flames. The flames pressed forward and dug their way into the hole on Hayla's chest with a blinding explosion. The fiery eagle penetrated the pitch-black body. The calamity fire spread widely across the hole and burst out of Hayla's back. The wild flames surged across Hayla's chest, killing the worms. Their dried and burned bodies fell to the ground like raindrops. Hayla cried out in pain. The attack made it to recall the humiliation it had received 20 years ago, when a human had managed to blast a hole in its chest and destroyed its heart. If the ruler of darkness had not replaced its heart with a filthy hive of insects, it would have died long ago. Hayla bellowed. A thick black cloud loomed over the creature. Mo Fan initially thought the blow would deal significant damage to the creature, yet to his surprise, even more worms had appeared and filled up the burning hole. The worms were using their bodies to extinguish the demon flames and fill up the wound. Hayla's chest soon recovered, as if it was perfectly unharmed. Hayla's chest was crawling with black worms once again. Panglai, Songchiming, and the others outside the dark execution ground were astounded. Could they be the dark withering worms, allowing the creature to keep recovering from its wounds? Panglai asked. He seemed to have recognized the worms. Songchiming had a grim face too. He said in a deep voice, "It's fine if they're the dark withering worms, but it's going to be troublesome if they are the dark undying worms instead." The whole place was incredibly noisy due to the buzzing of the black insects. To make matters worse, these black insects would fly into the surroundings and devour everything they stumbled into. The bricks on the street, the concrete of the buildings, the reinforced steel of the structures, the wooden furniture scattered across the place, the entire place was covered in debris from the buildings that Hayla had stomped on. Meanwhile, the clouds of black insects devoured it all like they were crops. Even the sturdiest material was gone in an instant. The black insects bloated up after devouring the debris, and flew to the wounds that Mo Fan had inflicted on Hayla. Not only would the wounds recover in no time, the creature was also shrouded by a deathly light. Its skin was sturdier than the layer of insect shells covering it before. The creature let out a deep breath, and a gust of death swept across the place. Mo Fan found himself in the middle of a chaotic storm. The color of his skin and his muscles began to change, as if a deadly poison was flowing across his body. Mo Fan clenched his fists and crossed his arms in front of his chest. It summoned forth two giant silver arms in front of him, blocking the black breath. He slowly skidded along the ground and eventually was forced back to the black barrier without noticing. He had reached the edge of the dark execution ground. The strong breath of death continued to strike the dark barrier and spread to the area outside the barrier. The area was empty, since the people had already been evacuated. However, as the black breath swept through the area, the buildings were covered in black dust. The buildings slowly vanished under the corroding power of the dust. The barrier of the dark execution ground was not impenetrable. Once a force surpassed its threshold, it could easily go through it. The people trembled in fear when they saw the black dust corroding the streets and the tall buildings. They had no idea if there were people in the area who had failed to evacuate in time. The Holy Judgment Court was reckless, summoning Hayla so close to the city just to put Xinxia to death quicker. The Mags of Faith and Athens government were trying their best to reassure the people, telling them that the creature was under the control of the Holy Judgment Court. However, the people were still overwhelmed with fear when they saw the streets they lived in turning into black dust. Anyone could tell how evil Hayla was. If the barrier was not protecting the city and the dark execution ground, the creature would bring great destruction to the city. Countless people would die just so the creature could satisfy its lust for blood. Up on the sacred mountain, Pamis looked feeble and worn out. She went to the observatory tower and glanced at Hayla, who kept unleashing the dark undying worms recklessly. It has caused great panic in the Citadel of Athens. You have to put an end to it now, Xinxia, All-Mother Pamis said helplessly. Chapter 1183. The Trembling Citadel of Athens, Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Hall Mother had never thought Xinxia would wake up from the cold coffin. She felt uneasy looking at the woman, whose face did not change even the slightest. Xinxia was a scary woman. The Hall Mother had watched her grown up, from a gentle, innocent young girl into what she was now. The Hall Mother was struggling to adapt to her change. She was terrified by the decisions that Xinxia had made in the past. Now that she had woken up again, it would surely draw the Parthenon temple into a terrifying game of political power. I'm just taking back what should have been mine long ago. Look at that girl, no vision, no wisdom, no courage. If we continue to let her hold onto the soul of the Parthenon temple would soon be a laughingstock to the world. Is that what you want? Xinxia said without any emotion. She had a strong disdain for anyone originating from her very bones, including the indecisive Hall Mother. The Parthenon temple would not do well without a goddess. It could not afford to lose the spell of resurrection, either. The Hall Mother naively thought she could elect Xinxia as the goddess, but could the girl really take on the role with her delicate looks and merciful heart? What a joke! If the Parthenon temple only relied on being merciful, it would have long been wiped out by the Tyrant Titans and other factions that eyed them covetously. Once I claim the soul of the Parthenon temple, this crisis will come to an end. I'm not the one you should be convincing now, but the guy who naively thought he could take on the Holy Judgment Court and the Parthenon temple. He is using an evil power that does not belong to this world. Xinxia might be innocent, but you knew it was inevitable. As for the man with the evil power, he will eventually be taken out by the heresy judgment mags. Xinxia declared. Perhaps you should put more attention on the Black Vatican, the Hall Mother said. Salan is nothing but a buffoon. The people of the Black Vatican have infiltrated the Parthenon temple under your watch. It seems like it's time for you to retire, too, Xinxia stated. Xinxia was blatantly forcing the Hall Mother to quit. The Hall Mother was startled, yet she could not do anything about it. She could easily tell how many people were supporting Xinxia by the great conspiracy that was taking place. Even the Holy Judgment Court was under her influence. She could easily take out anyone she pleased with the power of the Holy Judgment Court. The Holy Judgment Court focused on authorities and powerful mags. Once Xinxia successfully claimed the soul of the Parthenon temple, it meant she could take out or resurrect any person as she wished. Who could possibly stand against her? So this was what Xinxia was aiming for all along. Her methods were as cruel and intimidating as usual. I just hope that you will think about the people more. Hayla's power is already corroding the city. The people are overwhelmed with fear. They are starting to feel suspicious. It will greatly affect your influence, the Hall Mother said. Xinxia did not respond. She glanced down at the Citadel of Athens and Mo Fan, the one who possessed the power of the demon. She was sensitive towards any power that could threaten her. Mo Fan's power had clearly caught her attention. The guy could face Hayla head-on. If she could not recruit him to her side, she would have to take him out. She had no intention of putting a stop to the mess involving Mo Fan and Xinxia. Hayla would be the best weapon she had to eliminate anyone that opposed her. As for the fears of the city and the panicking people, she could easily comfort them once it was over. Most people were clueless, forgetful, and easily manipulated. Lightning burst out of Mo Fan. Spears made of countless lightning arcs punctured Hayla's chest once again. The lightning spears summoned a great storm that descended upon the place. However, the dark undying worms soon made a piercing and unpleasant sound. They spread out and devoured the debris nearby to fill up the wounds that had been inflicted on Hayla. It seemed like they had started to run out of things to eat in the dark execution ground. The dark undying worms flew out of the barrier and turned into rapid-moving clouds that devoured everything they came into contact with. The plants in the parks disappeared, the buildings on the streets vanished, the vehicles on the roads were gone, too. There was nothing they could not eat. The area within a kilometer of the dark execution ground turned into barren land. The people and the mags inside the safety barrier were petrified. Didn't they say the creature could not leave the dark execution ground? Why were the dark undying worms able to leave the dark execution ground and feast on the things outside? It was terrifying how the city was turned into empty land in an instant. The dark undying worms were not just targeting the city. The sacred mountain had fallen victim to the dark undying worms too. The dark undying worms seemed more interested in living things than plants and buildings. They went straight for the people on the sacred mountain. The Hall of Faith and the 10,000 stairs were not protected. Apart from the armed forces of the Parthenon temple, there were still believers that had not been evacuated on the sacred mountain. The clouds of dark undying worms in the form of clouds swept past, turning the believers into skeletons in the blink of an eye. The rest of the people were dumbfounded by the sight of the skeleton scattered across the 10,000 stairs. Run, quick! Why would the Holy Judgment Court summon such a monster? The sacred mountain was in a huge mess. The Mags of Faith initially thought they could fend off the dark undying worms with their spells. However, they were soon devoured and turned into a pile of bones, just like the rest of the people. Xinxia, the Hall Mother, yelled. Xinxia remained emotionless. She was quite surprised that Hayla had started to devour the city and the people to strengthen itself, yet she had no plan to send the creature away. The demon was not dead, and Xinxia was still alive. As long as she had not claimed the soul of the Parthenon temple, the battle would not stop. The Hall Mother knew how cold-blooded Xinxia was. She did not stay any longer, since it was meaningless to try and convince Xinxia. She immediately assembled the people of the Hall of Judgment and the Hall of Knights to defend the sacred mountain from the dark undying worms. Otherwise, the sacred mountain would turn into a mountain of skeletons. Chapter 1184. The deadly worms invade the city. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. After Mofan slightly scattered the black aura that was shrouding Hayla, the creature quickly obtained more energy from the dark undying worms. It seemed to have grown stronger after obtaining the energy that the dark undying worms had collected from humans. It slowly leaned forward and aimed its horns at Mofan. The oddly shaped horns transformed into a pair of horns even bigger than the creature itself. It slammed the horns in Mofan's direction. The whole place was trembling from the overwhelming force. The black horns almost reached the sky. Mofan could sense a formidable force coming his way when the creature swung the horns at him. It felt like thousands of creatures with black horns were charging in his direction. The defense that Mofan had set up with his will collapsed instantly. The horns knocked him flying. The black horns left Mofan no chance to dodge or escape, and he slammed into the black barrier. Blood splattered across the dome. The unstoppable horns almost smashed the barrier of the dark execution ground to pieces. Xinxia could not stop tearing up after seeing the bloody wounds all across Mofan's body. Hayla was still growing stronger with the help of the dark undying worms, but Mofan was left with more wounds and bruises as the fight continued. His strength was declining, too. Xinxia was extremely worried that Mofan would die to Hayla. Was there any meaning for her to live if he died? Xinxia was trying her best to break free from the control of the stones of guilt. The soul of the Parthenon temple seemed to have partially woken up in the dark execution ground. A gentle, blue light spread into her surroundings, battering the stones of guilt around her. Xinxia could feel a gentle force flowing through her body. She intuitively glanced at the soul of the Parthenon temple behind her. So this thing was the reason she couldn't walk properly? It seemed to be granting her some kind of power. Xinxia did not want to be a burden. As long as she was trapped here, Mofan had no choice but to fight Hayla. Fresh blood was smeared all across Mo Fan's body. He fell from the black barrier like a fragile piece of paper. He struggled to his feet and stared at the dark creature with the countless black insects circling it. The demon element had granted Mo Fan great power, yet it was quite obvious that Hayla had surpassed the level of ruler-level creatures. If when Tai had not left the creature with a serious injury, even the demon element and the black totem snake were not enough to take the death god of Greece on. No wonder the Holy Judgment Court could do as they pleased. They would not have such power if it was not for their ability to sentence any person in the world to judgment. Mo Fan turned around and looked at the Parthenon temple, which the black insects were swarming towards. Mo Fan was not a saint. Considering how the Parthenon temple had treated Xinxia, he did not have any good impression of its people. As a matter of fact, he was actually elated when he saw the dark undying worms devouring the adjudicators and the mags of faith. That being said, it would be better if their flesh would not make Hayla any stronger. The dark undying worms spread ever further. Hayla had ordered the dark undying worms to head toward the barrier protecting the city after it had tasted the pleasant flesh of the humans. The creature had sensed the strong presence of living humans inside the barrier. If it could devour them all, it would fully recover its strength. It would be able to easily defeat ruler-level creatures with a single move. It had a strong desire to recover its strength. The dark undying worms had overpowered the dark contract. The creature greedily demanded more living people be given to it as an offering, just so it could regain its power. Hayla was not able to kill Mo Fan for the time being. The creature was not in a rush, either. Its dark undying worms covered the sky above the city. The black clouds moved rapidly toward the areas without any protection. The black worms were extremely deadly to ordinary people. A swarm of them could devour hundreds of people in an instant. The magistrates and the mags that came for the funeral on the sacred mountain were startled when they saw Hayla aiming for the people in the city. In particular, the magistrates and holy court mags of the Holy Judgment Court were absolutely dumbfounded. Hayla had never extended its claws beyond the dark execution ground. Why would it suddenly go out of control? Or perhaps Hayla had always desired more death, just so it could grow stronger. You guys have summoned a demon," someone among the crowd screamed furiously. "Stop the dark execution at once, or else the whole city is going to burn in ashes," a great muse yelled. Hayla had always been an evil existence, its very name represented death. The Holy Judgment Court had already crossed the line by performing the dark execution so close to the city, and now, the creature was planning to feast on the people on the sacred mountain and in the city. They had to put a stop to the mess. They could not afford to let the demonized man and Hayla fight any further. The Citadel of Athens could not bear any more damage, as the barrier of the dark execution ground was nowhere enough to restrain their power. The black totem snake made his way to the outside of the dark execution ground and unleashed a poisonous mist. The dark undying worms died instantly after touching the poisonous mist, and fell from the sky. The dark undying worms had almost reached the areas with people. The armed forces of the Parthenon temple were unable to stop them in time. However, the black totem snake's poison mist domain came just in time, and stopped Hayla from obtaining more power. The people of the Parthenon temple were greatly relieved when they saw the black totem snake's poisonous mist killing the dark undying worms. The black totem snake might look savage, but the kind-hearted guardian beast would not take innocent lives. He had actually gone easy on the people that had attacked him, which was the main reason why the people of the Parthenon temple had managed to injure him. If the creature had not cared about their lives, the armed forces of the Parthenon temple would have had to stay at least a kilometer away from the black totem snake. Hayla was infuriated when the dark undying worms were wiped out. It went to the barrier and slammed its head on it wildly, as if it was trying to go out there and brawl with the black totem snake. The black totem snake was not scared of the creature, either. He opened his mouth and roared at Hayla. The two enormous creatures faced one another in a standoff, allowing Mo Fan to catch his breath. His body was recovering rapidly, using the power of his demon element. The black totem snake could not enter the dark execution ground, and Hayla was obviously unable to leave it. The dark undying worms were the only thing that could leave the dark execution ground. Chapter 1185. Brawling Hayla in blood. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Hayla could not recover its power and heal its wounds without the energy provided by the dark undying worms. Mo-Fan withdrew the flames around him. The shadow of the Flame Bell Empress was replaced by the Wolf Soul shadow. Its strong aura of darkness spread across the dark execution ground. The Wolf Soul shadow howled and leapt out of Mo-Fan's body, lunging at Hayla. It swept its claws across Hayla fiercely, leaving wounds on the creature's body. Viscous black liquid kept pouring out from the wounds. Hayla attacked with his horns again, slamming them in Mo-Fan's direction. Mo-Fan faced the creature head-on. More shadow wolves leapt out of Mo-Fan's body, forming an army that crashed into Hayla's horns. Both sides were using the power of darkness. The whole place fell into darkness as their forces collided. Mo-Fan agilely weaved through the darkness and dashed toward Hayla's position. He gathered his strength into his leg and kicked at Hayla's waist. Mo-Fan's kick fired off a black shockwave, slashing across Hayla's waist. The move only inflicted minor damage on Hayla. The creature turned and swung its claws fiercely. The claws were enhanced by the sealing force of the dark magic and covered a much bigger area than they appeared to. Mo-Fan had already gotten used to the creature's attacks and was long prepared for this move. He dodged the claws in advance and appeared right in front of the creature. The creature had lumps of meat poking out of its body. Mo-Fan stepped on the meat lumps and made his way toward the creature's chest. Hayla realized what Mo-Fan was up to. Its paws opened once again, and countless dark undying worms flew out of. Mo-Fan was not to be outdone. Lightning burst out of his body and spread wildly across Hayla's body. The black lightning arcs were as thick as dragons' as they coiled around the creature. Countless dark undying worms were killed instantly. The lightning also affected Hayla's ability to move. Its upraised claw stiffened, it was struggling to bring it down. As the creature was paralyzed by the lightning, Mo-Fan quickly took hold of the opportunity and reached Hayla's chest. The wound on the creature's chest was like a hollow cave. When Mo-Fan took the dark undying worms out with his lightning, he could even see the dark sky on the other side through the hole. Mo-Fan went inside the wound. His hands were covered by shadowy claws. If fire and lightning alone were not enough to kill the creature, Mo-Fan had no choice but to tear the insides of the creature apart with brute force. Mo-Fan ripped wildly with his claws, tearing a bigger hole inside Hayla's chest. More dark undying worms came out of the wounds as black liquid jetted out from them. Hayla let out a cry of pain. It reached its claw inside its chest and dragged a chunk of its flesh and bones that Mo-Fan was hiding between out. Hayla's claw was covered in black blood and rotten flesh. It felt like it had just pulled its organs out. Hayla tightened its grab, trying to squish Mo-Fan into pieces. However, it soon felt a tremendous pain from its chest again, as something had torn its chest even further open. Hayla finally realized that it was holding a shadow puppet in its claw. The human was still somewhere in its chest. Viscous, black blood poured out of the wound like a stream. Hayla stopped trying to dig Mo-Fan out with its claw. It focused on controlling the worms in its body instead. Mo-Fan kept clearing a new path inside Hayla's body. The claws of the Demon Wolf Supreme were the sharpest weapons, especially when tearing through the flesh of an enemy. Mo-Fan forcibly tore the wound apart, until it was twice as large as before. The creature's blood kept pouring down like rain. When Mo-Fan was trying to look for the creature's organs inside its body, a huge worm that could easily swallow Mo-Fan with a single bite suddenly sprang out from the walls of flesh. Mo-Fan nimbly dodged aside but realized that the walls of flesh had turned into the same worms, surrounding him while inside Hayla's body. Read more chapter on. Mo-Fan immediately realized that Hayla's body was made up of different kinds of worms. It could devour its enemies even when they were inside its body. The worms were tricky to deal with. Mo-Fan was already struggling to attack at will in the limited space. He decisively went out into the open and summoned the shadow of the Flame Bell Empress to burn away the worms that chased after him. Mo-Fan cleared a path and moved out of Hayla's body, burning most of the worms along the way. The wounds had stopped recovering, as the dark undying worms could no longer provide Hayla with the energy it needed. The creature totally lost its calm. Blood kept pouring out from the wound, and it was now even bigger and deeper. It chased after Mo Fan while stomping and smashing across the place, determined to turn Mo Fan into pulp. It was difficult to inflict any damage on Hayla, but Mo Fan's tantrum inside the creature's body had proven to be effective. The creature's aura had obviously weakened after it started losing its calm. However, Mo Fan was definitely not in a good spot, either. The creature was just too strong. The endless attacks kept leaving more wounds on Mo Fan. Despite the difference in size, Mo Fan was using the shadow claws and basically brawling the enormous creature in close combat until one of them fell to the ground first. Panglai, Zhumeng, Songchiming, Hanji, and the others were all left in great shock as they watched the fight develop. Hayla was easily one of the strongest creatures in the world. It was the ace of the Holy Judgment Court, yet Mo Fan, who was only an advanced mage, was able to take it on with the power of the demon element. Both Zhumeng and Hanji could tell that Mo Fan was a lot stronger compared to his display at the ancient capital. It showed that the demon element grew stronger as Mo Fan's cultivation improved. If Mo Fan achieved the super level, granting him 8 elements, wouldn't that mean even Hayla was no match for him? If the power of the demon element actually surpassed Hayla's, the Holy Judgment Court was surely going to lose their authority. None of them had high hopes of Mo Fan defeating Hayla, but it was clear that they had all underestimated the demon element, the exclusive element that only Mo Fan had. Chapter 1186. Crashing into Hell. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Black blood was pouring out of Hayla's body. Lots of dead worms were falling off it. The death of the worms meant that Hayla's life was draining away. Hayla was made up of countless worms. The death of the dark undying worms was a serious blow to the creature, and now its insides had been torn up by Mo Fan using brute force. Its wounds continued to worsen during the brawl against Mo Fan. Hayla stared at Mo Fan. The creature suddenly turned and charged in Xinxia's direction. A black pool appeared in the same direction it was running to. It was the tunnel connected to the world it had come from. Hayla was aware that it was meaningless to keep fighting with the demonized human. It was planning to snatch its offering and return to the realm of the dead. If the man insisted on chasing after it into its territory, it would have grown a lot stronger by then. It would have no problem killing him. Mo Fan was covered in wounds too. When he saw Hayla was rushing toward Xinxia, he realized how cunning the creature actually was. He immediately had a bad feeling about it. He gathered all his might and rushed toward Xinxia. The black pool grew quickly. The area around Xinxia turned muddy. Her leg slowly sank into the muddy black pool. Hayla was sinking into the ground too. The black pool was connected to another plane. Hayla had disappeared quickly. Half of its body had already submerged into the pool. Hayla turned around, as if it was laughing at Mo Fan's stupidity. It was not necessary for it to fight Mo Fan to the death. All it wanted was the delicious offering. Once it dragged the offering into the realm of the dead, it would still have control over the situation. Mo Fan was hot-blooded from the fight. He had not thought Hayla would be so cunning. Normally, a high-level creature would not allow any existence to provoke them. Hayla was called the god of death of Greece, thus it was supposed to fight its challenger to the death instead. To everyone's surprise, even Hayla was scared to brawl with demon Mo Fan any further. It had decided to escape with its offering. This had never happened in the past. The face of the woman watching over the city from the observation tower on the sacred mountain twitched furiously when she saw Hayla trying to run away. Hayla was supposed to kill Xinxia in the dark execution ground, so that she could claim the soul of the Parthenon temple. If Hayla dragged Xinxia into the realm of the dead, the soul of the Parthenon temple would disappear from the world too. Everything she had done so far would be in vain. Xinxia's nails were already sinking into her palm. Her hateful eyes were glaring at Mo Fan. Her plan would have been absolutely perfect, if not for Mo Fan and the black totem snake. Hayla was utterly shameless. It was initially quite a distance away from Xinxia. Mo Fan had been keeping an eye out on her during the battle against Hayla, but the creature simply opened up a gate from a distance to drag Xinxia into the realm of the dead. Xinxia kept sinking into the black pool. Only her neck was still above the surface, her body was fully sunken into the pool. Hayla knew Mo Fan would surely come and rescue Xinxia. The creature forcibly intercepted Mo Fan, even though it meant receiving another strong blow from him. Mo Fan could not do anything apart from watching Xinxia being dragged into the realm of the dead. Hayla let out an imperious cry, yet it sounded like a treacherous laugh to Mo Fan. When Hayla confirmed that Xinxia had been dragged into the tunnel, it also started immersing itself. It was very impressive that Mo Fan had managed to take on Hayla, yet it was almost impossible for him to stop the Greek god of death from running away. Seeing that Xinxia had disappeared into the black pool, Mo Fan swung his shadow claws at the remaining part of Hayla that was still above the black pool in rage. Black blood splattered across the place as pieces of flesh scattered. However, it still did not stop Hayla from escaping into the black muddy pool, even though half its shoulder and its neck were torn apart by Mo Fan. It continued to return to the realm of the dead with a sneer. In the end, both Xinxia and Hayla disappeared into the black muddy pool. The pool was quickly shrinking. The pool was the only tunnel to the realm of the dead. Mo Fan felt like his heart had been dug out when he saw the black pool closing up. He could no longer feel Xinxia's presence in this world. He would never hear her calling him Brother Mo Fan in a gentle voice. He could no longer go close to her and smell her sweet scent, and see her innocent, pure smile, and her blushing face whenever he teased her. Mo Fan had wanted to slack off many times whenever he was cultivating. However, whenever he came up with an excuse that there was no need to train so hard, he kept remembering Xinxia's body, curled up in the fridge just so she could survive Bo City. Their cruel world had already left the girl covered all over with cuts and bruises, let alone the realm of the dead under the black muddy pool. The demons there would be even crueler. Its chill would pierce through her bones and her soul. She would be tortured endlessly down there, and most importantly, she would be all alone. No one knew what was in the realm of the dead. All they knew about it were mere rumors, since no one had ever come back alive. However, the more clueless Mo Fan was about the realm of the dead, the scarier his imagination of the place was. Perhaps it was a deep slumber, perhaps it was a place that was 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times scarier than the rumors had mentioned. Either way, he had to stop Xinxia from ending up in the realm of the dead. She was the most innocent, kindest girl he had ever seen. A girl like her did not deserve such an ending. He would find a cure for her legs and bring her to the most beautiful beach so she could leave her first footprints on the sand. He would then bring her up a mountain on a clear day with a starry sky, to show her the most beautiful things in the world. Even when Xinxia was falling into the black pool, Mo Fan did not hear the girl say a single word. She was only looking at him from the distance. She was already aware that she had no chance of living. She was hoping to use her final moments to remember Mo Fan's face, as he was her precious man. She did not complain at all. Her heart was fully occupied with contradicting thoughts, a reluctance to part ways, but knowing that her man had done all he could for her. The more Mo Fan thought about it, the harder it was for him to accept it. Mo Fan did not forget how Zhong Xiaohu had burst into tears and cried when Yu sacrificed herself for him. He did not forget how much pain Xu Jiaoting was in. He wanted to end his own life by tearing himself apart when he killed his own girlfriend after being turned into a cursed beast. He clearly remembered how Zhong Kong had shown up at the Quanshan mountain to keep his promise, even though he had turned into an empty shell. The things he went through were carved in his bones and engraved in his heart. Mo Fan knew that even if Xinxia was gone, he could continue on with his life just like everyone else, but every night, every time he was lost in his thoughts, she would show up in his mind. The person he loved should always stay by his side. He wanted to enjoy her pleasant laughter, her gentle touch, and her flirtatious fondling instead of grieving for her and living in endless regret. "I will never abandon you, I will not forsake you," Mo Fan yelled. Blood-red tears rolled down Mo Fan's cheeks. The girl that had always been at his side had never felt so distant before. The distance between them was no longer an inviolable sacred mountain, but the boundaries between the human world and the realm of the dead. Mo Fan dived right into the gate of hell as it was about to close up. He allowed the black muddy pool to devour him as he bid his farewell to the human world. Mo Fan! Mo Fan! Pang Lai, Han Ji, Zhu Meng, and Song Chiming stared at Mo Fan in astonishment, watching him diving into the gate of hell recklessly. Asheruia stood on the black totem snake in utter disbelief. Some people lived for their own sake. They set up evil altars that were stacked with dead bodies, and even with the ability to resurrect, their rotten souls and bodies were still disgusting as usual. But this man was like a blazing sun, setting his spirit on fire in order to proclaim his beliefs. Hayla disappeared. The dark execution ground disappeared. The innocent girl that stirred the great storm in the Citadel of Athens disappeared, together with the demonized man that stirred up chaos for the sake of the girl. The area where the dark execution ground had been was beyond recognition. Not even a single corpse was left. The sacred mountain stood firmly amid the rain, yet when the sun came out eventually, the people would see their mountain of faithful of holes. Song Chiming raised his head. Raindrops fell on his pale face. It was like a cycle, when Tai's death had brought great chaos in the past, too. When Tai was the holy saint, the man that could have led the human race out of the danger posed by the demon creatures. This time, it was his daughter. Similarly, Mo Fan, who possessed the demon element, could have become the greatest weapon against the demon creatures. They had tried their best to protect Mo Fan, but they still could not avoid the game of life, nor could they make the choice for Mo Fan. Who was the winner in the end? No one. When the human race weakened slightly, the threat posed by the demon creatures would grow stronger. The final winner was actually the demon creatures that were preying on humanity. Chapter 1187. Allow me to fight for you until the very last moment. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Her body was covered in sticky, black liquid. It was not as cold as she had imagined, but it felt suffocating, as if her body was entangled in spider silk, like the worms crawling around her would come and devour her in any second. Xinxia opened her eyes, but she could not see anything in the darkness. It felt like she was falling slowly. The weightlessness made her feel like she was nothing but a soul. "Am I dead?" Xinxia murmured in her heart. There was no sound, no light, not even a single hint of warmth. Perhaps this was what death felt like. The emptiness that would make a person panic, the overwhelming sorrow from the sense of loneliness. The sadness gradually turned into an unstoppable surge of emotions as she recalled her final moments. Was she never going to see him again? The loneliness was not what she was afraid of. She had long gotten used to being alone, until the boy that was a year older than her living next door kept coming to visit her. Even though she was too shy to speak, the boy would keep jabbering on his own. Just listening to him would drive all the boredom away. She had lived at the very end of the street, and was not allowed to leave the house. She would rest her head on the windowsill waiting for the boy's face to show up. Either he was trying to scare her or amuse her with a grimace, or maybe he was wearing a smile. She no longer felt like she was transparent after Mo Fan showed up. She was no longer someone that had been abandoned in an old house on a street. Her anticipation of seeing Mo Fan did not disappear when she grew up. It was subconscious. Her heart would be brimming with hope and joy whenever she saw him. She was not afraid of being alone, but of the fact that she would never feel the anticipation again. Without it, she was basically dead on the inside. After all, it was Mo Fan that made her feel alive in the first place. The anticipation of seeing him had kept her going all this time. She continued to fall as if the place was bottomless. Xinxia tried hard to stay awake, longing to remember his face. She believed it was the only thing she could do, as she eventually fell into a deep slumber. She suddenly heard a sound that made her blood run cold nearby. Xinxia glanced around in the darkness. Even though she could not see anything, she could sense countless worms wriggling around her. The worms were like huge maggots, with sharp teeth around their heads and necks. More worms showed up. It felt like they had gathered around a dining table, and were ready for dinner. They could not wait any longer to feast on their prey. Xinxia let out a self-mocking smile. It turned out that she was not dead. She still had to go through the pain of being eaten alive by the worms. Xinxia closed her eyes and raised her head slightly. The fear on her face was replaced by a calm look as she gradually accepted the fate awaiting her. The worms lunged at the girl like a strong tide. Die! Die! Die, you assholes! A huge flame lit up the dark tunnel like a brilliant sun. The fires knocked the worms aside and burned them into ashes. The fire burned fiercely around Xinxia. She was unable to see the burning figure clearly, as it was just too fast for her. Her eyes followed the figure that was running around in the darkness while massacring the worms. Xinxia had no idea how many worms were in her surroundings. The whole place was pitch black, and she was completely surrounded by the black worms. The burning figure had brought her a glimpse of light and warmth by killing the worms. Xinxia was able to take a quick glance at her surroundings with the light produced by the flames. She lifted her gaze and saw countless worms wriggling above her. There were so many of them that she could not see even the slightest opening. Brother Mo Fan. Xinxia was totally aware of who the burning figure was. Her eyes widened in astonishment, before they slowly turned wet as tears burst out of them. The tears rolled down her cheeks, her neck, and soaked her shirt. Mo Fan did not hear her cry. He was lost in a frenzy from the endless killing. Since Hayla was planning to devour Xinxia in this place, Mo Fan would kill every single one of the billions of worms that Hayla was made of instead. Hayla grew stronger after entering the dark tunnel. Mo Fan finally cleared a path through the thick layers of worms to reach Xinxia, but they were currently in Hayla's territory. The creature had no intention of letting them leave. The worms kept showing up. Mo Fan had barely cleared the area within a kilometer to create some space, but the worms soon filled up the space from all directions. Xinxia glanced around her. It felt like she and Mo Fan had ended up on a planet completely made of worms, and they were currently stuck in the core of the planet under countless layers of them. Mo Fan did not stop killing. The shadow behind him flickered continuously. Whenever the black worms filled up the space around them, Mo Fan would emit an eerie, red glow that turned thousands of worms into nothing. Mo Fan was killing the worms untiringly. He had no intention of stopping at all. Xinxia never thought Mo Fan would come after her. She had been dragged into the abyss of hell. She was nothing but a dead person. Flames burst out of Mo Fan's body and surged in different directions, each clearing a path through the layers of black worms, burning the worms along its path into ashes. The thousands of trails of flames immediately tore a huge gap through the worms. Mo Fan immediately looked through the gap. He initially thought he could see an opening, but the worms just kept coming. It did not seem like their numbers were falling after all the killing he had done. Mo Fan had already unleashed all his power. If he still could not clear a path through the worms, it was basically game over. The little space that he had created was soon filled up by the worms. Mo Fan landed beside Xinxia. His face was finally filled with fatigue, yet Xinxia did not see the slightest despair on it. Mo Fan was looking at Xinxia too. The redness in his eyes slowly faded away, and slowly reclaimed their original brown. The two stared right into one another's eyes. Neither of them said a single word, yet they could read one another's minds just by looking into their eyes. "I will bring you out of here," Mo Fan swore. Xinxia did not let Mo Fan fight any longer. She hugged Mo Fan from behind tightly. Her soft body hung tightly onto him. Her hands were wrapped around Mo Fan's chest as she placed her head on Mo Fan's back. The only thing she wanted was to stay with Mo Fan while waiting for the worms to slowly fill up the space around them. Mo Fan knew what Xinxia was thinking. As a matter of fact, he was completely worn out, too. Mo Fan grabbed Xinxia's cold hands and slowly loosened them. He turned around and faced her. Mo Fan had a wry smile upon seeing the calm look in Xinxia's eyes. He tugged her into his arms. Xinxia's petite body sank deep into Mo Fan's chest, as if they had merged into one. "Is this enough?" Mo Fan whispered into Xinxia's ears. It's more than enough, Xinxia nodded heavily. Mo Fan and Xinxia did not tear up under the circumstances. Both their eyes and their hearts were calm and peaceful. Brother Mo Fan. I love you. Mo Fan was lost for words. Xinxia had never said those 3 words to him. Mo Fan loved her, too. He always treated their relationship, a mix of the love of a family and romance, preciously, but Hayla's noisy cries kept harassing them. The creature still wanted to disturb them during their final moments. Black worms kept moving closer. The space that the light of the flames could reach kept shrinking. The filthy worms impatiently surged forward while crying out greedily. Mo Fan and Xinxia totally disregarded the worms surrounding them. Death was knocking impatiently on the door. Mo Fan was engulfed in the brown calamity fire once again. It slowly rose from his feet to his chest and his head. Xinxia looked at Mo Fan, who had put on the fiery armor, in astonishment. She did not understand what Mo Fan was up to. Sorry, I just can't do it, Mo Fan said, as his face was covered by the flames. Xinxia wanted the two to wait for their death silently. Mo Fan did not respond, as he could not really do it. He was not willing to wait for his death while the two were hugging one another. The worms opened their mouths and lunged at their prey. Mo Fan's fists were set aflame. The flames spread wildly like dragons, killing every single worm nearby. Xinxia looked at him. The flames engulfing him were no longer scorching and as powerful as they used to be. Mo Fan was also looking at Xinxia. He said, "Allow me to fight for you until the very last moment, please." Before Xinxia could give her answer, the figure that was surrounded by flames and lightning dove into the layers of worms. The black worms soon turned into pieces and dust as blood splattered across the place. Xinxia remained still, her eyes closely following the figure moving rapidly among the worms. Chapter 1188. The Spell of Resurrection. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The flames created a space without the black worms again. Mo Fan was so worn out that he was struggling to lift his hand. His energy had depleted and his mind had reached its limit. The worms filled up the space again in no time. They soon lunged at Mo Fan and tore at him with their sharp teeth. Even his demon flesh could not avoid being torn by so many worms at the same time. The worms started tearing through Mo Fan's skin. Some smaller worms even dug into Mo Fan's body. Mo Fan no longer felt any pain. He slowly fell into the world of darkness as the army of worms devoured him. He had indeed fought until the very last moment, except he still wanted to hug Xinxia again. When Mo Fan was lying in the ocean of worms, a sad voice appeared in his mind. Mo Fan slowly lifted his heavy eyelids and saw a bright light. It was blinding his eyes a little, but it felt extremely warm. "Is this?" Mo Fan murmured. As he recovered consciousness, he realized that the shadow of the Flame Bell Empress had left him. The thing ahead was a slender figure engulfed in flames. As Mo Fan realized what it was, the figure soared up above him. Mo Fan saw the Flame Bell Empress body disintegrating under the blinding light. "Little Flame Bell, no, don't do it, don't." Mo Fan realized what Little Flame Bell was trying to do, and screamed at the top of his lungs. Flame Bell Empress rose to the highest spot. A great tide of calamity fire surged across the darkness the moment her body disintegrated completely. The flames spread out wildly, like a howling tide, burning the black worms scattered in the surroundings to ashes before the flames even touched them. Mo Fan clearly remembered the fire calamity that he had gone through at the North Burning Valley. It had set the entire place on fire, driving every creature that did not belong to the fire out. It indeed felt like a great calamity that the heavens had brought to earth. Seeing how Little Flame Bell was summoning the calamity fire, Mo Fan finally realized the calamity fire did not originate from the heavens nor the earth. It did not appear out of nowhere, but it was Little Flame Bell's life. Little Flame Bell was burning her life. Mo Fan could not move even a single finger. He lifted his gaze and saw little Flame Bell burning her life force. His eyes kept moving, yet not a single tear was shed. His sorrow was so strong that he could not shed a single tear. The huge calamity fire turned from a ring of flames into an unstoppable fire surging across the dark space. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, billions of black worms were burned to ashes. Mo Fan was no longer surrounded by darkness and worms, but the calamity fire that had set Mo Fan's heart on fire, a fire calamity that little Flame Bell had transformed into by sacrificing her life. Little Flame Bell turned into flames dancing wildly across the place before she could bid him farewell. The whisper of flames scattered across the place elegantly after wiping out the black worms. They were like stars in a night sky, yet they had filled Mo Fan's heart with coldness and grief. Rain was still pouring down on the citadel of Athens, washing away the blood, the filth, and the remains, yet it could not wash away the greed and filth that were imprinted in the hearts of the authorities. The dark execution ground had disappeared entirely, but there was still a pool of water where the gate initially was. No one dared to get any closer. Only Panglai, Songchiming, and the others were nearby. They were still staring at the gate of hell that had closed up long ago in disbelief. Suddenly, the ground turned scorching hot. A spectacular pillar of flame burst out of the black pool. The flames soared into the sky, evaporated the raindrops and split the stormy clouds in half. The light shone upon the citadel of Athens, bringing warmth to the drenched city. "Is this?" Songchiming was astounded. He stared at the flames that had appeared out of nowhere in disbelief. The flames lasted for some time, their warm light shining down upon the area within 100 kilometers, like a sacred ritual. Finally, Songchiming and Panglai both saw two feeble figures being sent out by the fiery pillar. It was like they had ridden the current of the flames from another plane back to this world. "It's Mo Fan and Xinxia." Songchiming was the first to react. Panglai was excited, and in utter disbelief, too. Didn't they already fall into the darkness? How was it possible for them to make their way back? Where did this abnormal pillar of flames come from? It was countless times purer and stronger than the flames that Mo Fan normally had. Panglai and Songchiming had countless questions, but they had to save the two first. Mo Fan was carrying Xinxia. He landed on the ground under Songchiming and Panglai's protection. The fiery pillar slowly dissipated as soon as the two landed safely on the ground, as if it was there to escort them. The place returned to calm gradually. Mo Fan placed Xinxia on the ground so Han Ji could treat her wounds. He walked toward the fiery pillar. "How did you?" Han Ji was just about to ask. Xinxia said in a soft voice, "It was little Flame Bell, she sacrificed her life to summon the fire calamity." Panglai, Songchiming, Han Ji, and Zhu Meng realized what had happened. They looked at Mo Fan's grieving back, not knowing how to comfort him. Songchiming was the most familiar with the little Flame Bell. The little creature had grown up at Mo Fan's side. She was intelligent, adorable, and charming. When the old mags could not do anything to save Mo Fan and Xinxia, it was little Flame Bell that had sacrificed her life to save them. Mo Fan reached the spot. He could feel some heat on the ground still. He saw a tiny red leaf on the ground too. It was light as a feather, and had fallen before the calamity fire completely disappeared. Mo Fan cautiously reached out his hands and held the last fire leaf that little Flame Bell had left behind preciously. He kissed the leaf softly, yet it felt like his heart was being torn apart. It was so painful that he was struggling to breathe. "Brother Mo Fan," Xinxia's voice came from behind him. Han Ji helped Xinxia over to where Mo Fan was. Xinxia placed her hands on Mo Fan's back before reaching for the fire leaf that little Flame Bell had left behind. "Let me hold her," Xinxia said. Mo Fan raised his head. He did not speak as he slowly handed Xinxia the fire leaf. Xinxia held it carefully and closed her eyes. Glowing dust like tiny crystals flew out of Xinxia's body. She was eventually shrouded by a sacred light as a blurry, godly figure appeared behind her. Her hair slowly drifted up, revealing her perfect face. As her eyes sprang open, they looked completely different. The girl was no doubt Xinxia, but she had such a stern expression that it felt like she had turned into a different person, especially the eyes that clearly did not belong to her. Xinxia was glowing now, and gradually merged with the light. The others were utterly confused, but they soon heard the clear sound of a heart beating. A small heart made of light floated out of Xinxia's chest. It landed on Xinxia's hands, and the fire leaf that little Flame Bell had left behind. The fire leaf slowly merged with the heart of light, turning into a fruit in Xinxia's hands when the light eventually disappeared. It's the spell of resurrection. The spell of resurrection. She has the spell of resurrection. The light of the spell of resurrection was so unique that every member of the Parthenon temple could recognize it instantly. Many adjudicators and guardian knights had surrounded the place. They had witnessed Xinxia use the spell of resurrection in person. They had witnessed how the soul of the Parthenon temple had descended upon the place. Who would have thought that the girl that was accused of being Salan, the girl that was dragged into the realm of the dead by Hayla, would possess the spell of resurrection? The guardian knights initially wanted to apprehend Mofan and Xinxia, but they all dropped to their knees with their heads on the ground upon witnessing the scene. The adjudicators and the mags of faith half knelt on the ground, too. The believers in the Hall of Faith were completely astounded. When some of the old believers who had seen the light of the spell of resurrection bowed sincerely, the rest of the believers began to kneel too. The living had to endure the pain inflicted by death, and the only way to eliminate that pain was the Parthenon temple's spell of resurrection. Brother Mofan, Xinxia smiled. She never thought she would possess such power, nor had she ever been so relieved as when she had saved little Flame Bell's life. Mofan was left in awe, staring at the calamity fruit. Little Flame Bell was born from a calamity fruit. Did that mean Xinxia's spell of resurrection had brought little Flame Bell to reincarnate? Brother Mofan, she's still the same little Flame Bell, but she needs the purest and strongest baptism of fire to be reborn. Xinxia cautiously placed the calamity fruit in Mofan's hands. Mofan held the calamity fruit. He could feel the heat inside the calamity fruit, and a rhythmic pounding like the beating of a heart. Xinxia, Mofan immediately realized something. He raised his head and looked at Xinxia. Xinxia let out the purest smile and shook her head. It's fine, we are sharing the same heart. I'm not with you always, but from today on, as long as little Flame Bell is by your side, my heart is with you, too. Her steps were slower. She could never catch up to Mofan's pace. However, the little Flame Bell would always stay by Mofan's side. They would go on adventures, fight battles, share moments of joy and sorrow together, and now, she did not need to worry about Mofan and miss him so much. It was the best ending that Xinxia could have hoped for. Chapter 1189. I told you I'm going to take your life. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The rain started pouring again. The petals that rose into the air were scattered by the raindrops. Not many of them were left intact. Xinxia looked down coldly from the observation tower. She was like a phantom without a spirit. She did not have the slightest living presence. The believers were not facing her. They had placed all their attention on the girl, and were bowing to her. It meant that her plan had failed. She had failed to take out all the saintesses, and had failed to claim the soul of the Parthenon temple. The girl had obtained the approval of the soul of the Parthenon temple, meaning that the soul of the Parthenon temple would not acknowledge a new master for the next 10 years. Xinxia could not afford to wait another 10 years. Below the sacred mountain, Dulank was hiding in a shed in low spirits. He leaned against the pillar feebly, his face contorted. He had clearly abused his powers. The clergyman of the Holy Judgment Court would soon arrive to sentence him. He had no chance of living without Xinxia's help. But then again, would Xinxia have the power to save him? The soul of the Parthenon temple had been awakened. It had granted the girl they had accused of being Salan the spell of resurrection. It was a deadly blow to the people behind the conspiracy. It was impossible for them to recover now. The whole Parthenon temple would turn against them. Great Magistrate, we should leave at once. Xinxia is surely going to pretend that she knows nothing, But it won't be so easy for us, Dulank's personal bodyguard spoke up. Read more chapter on. Dulank gathered his thoughts. The man was right. He could not just sit here and wait for his death. There was no way Xinxia would admit that she was responsible for everything that had happened. Running away was the only option he had. Dulank immediately fled toward the sacred mountain while everyone was bowing to the girl. He headed for the Mediterranean Sea. Dulank still had some connections. He believed he could easily escape the disaster that was about to befall him. He just needed time to plan for a comeback. Dulank and his bodyguard fled the city. They could already see the waves of the Mediterranean Sea. The city and the sacred mountain were still not in order. No one put any attention on them. Dulank turned around and looked at the citadel of Athens and the sacred mountain as he felt the sea breeze. Great Magistrate, we have to leave now, the bodyguard prodded him. I can't accept it. We were so close to getting the sacred mountain under our control. It's not just the citadel of Athens, but all of Europe too, but I have to run away like a coward now. Dulank snapped. Everything had been going according to their plan. Dulank had smelled victory the moment he cast the Dark Execution. It had guaranteed their victory in the past, taking out Wen Tai, yet to his surprise, the Dark Execution had failed this time, not to mention that it was against a young man. Who exactly was that Mo Fan? How could he possess such terrifying power? How did he even save her from the grasp of the god of death? But there's nothing you can do now. If you really don't want to leave, I do have an idea, the man said. What? What idea? Dulank was startled. He glanced at the bodyguard that had followed him for 14 years. The bodyguard had always been Dulank's trusted aide. He was not the smartest, but Dulank was very satisfied with his ability to complete the orders given to him. Dulank was a little suspicious, even he was utterly helpless under the circumstances. How could the man come up with any brilliant plan? The bodyguard stepped closer. He seemed rather mysterious. Dulank was feeling impatient. Perhaps he did have a brilliant plan? As such, Dulank took the initiative to step closer. However, the bodyguard suddenly stabbed Dulank's heart with a dagger made of ice. Dulank did not expect the blow at all. His other men had already left when they realized the pinch they were in. They knew Dulank was in deep trouble. The loyal bodyguard was the only person that stayed by his side, as such Dulank trusted him even more while cursing his other men countless times. To his surprise, the bodyguard who seemed to be ready to die for him suddenly showed his true colors. His face was full of hatred and disgust, as if he had nursed this grievance for a long time. The bodyguard's face even contorted with all the excitement he was feeling. The dagger was made of ice. Dulank did not die instantly from the blow. The chill was spreading from his heart to the rest of his body. Dulank stared at the bodyguard in disbelief. He still did not understand the reason behind it. He heard the sound of heels tapping on rocks. Dulank saw two legs wearing sharp heels coming toward him slowly. Dulank slowly lifted his gaze and saw a sharp chin and a pair of emotionless eyes. I said that I came to do two things, and the second thing was to take your life. Are you really that forgetful? A cold voice said disdainfully. Dulank saw the woman's face. This time, it was not covered by black lace and a hat, allowing him to see her face clearly. It's you. Dulank began to truly panic. It sped up the rate of his life being drained away. There's no reason for you to stay any longer in this world. I have already sent your family down there to wait for you. I didn't leave a single one out, including your beloved bastard, the woman said. Dulank totally lost his mind after hearing the words. He lunged at the cruel woman recklessly. The woman did not move. Dulank fell right at her toes as he totally lost all his energy to stand up properly. Dulank broke down mentally in an instant, his tears mixed with his snot. No one knew he had a bastard son in this world. Dulank was extremely displeased by his daughters. None of them had inherited his wisdom and capabilities, until he surprisingly found his bastard son. Dulank suddenly had some anticipation in his life. He even started paving a path for his son so he could inherit his power. Brawling had taken everything into consideration. Even if he failed, his son could still obtain great power in the future. However, Brawling totally lost his will to live when he heard about the death of his son from Salan. Xinxia, Essendale, and you, Brawling. I'll leave Xinxia for the lucky last, the woman said. She sounded like she was murmuring to herself. Brawling was already a dead man. The cold slowly took his life away. He died on a remote beach where no one would come, in ragged clothes, his face full of pain and despair. His body would be corroded by the sea breeze and the heat of the sun. People rarely came to this place. When someone eventually discovered his corpse, they simply assumed it was the body of a victim involved in some kind of shipwreck, or someone that had been tossed into the sea. Brawling had thought about his death. It would surely take place in a huge church. The people would hold a great funeral, with children dressed in white clothes like angels singing for him. His descendants and his friends would be dressed in the most luxurious outfits, expressing their gratitude for the things he had done. Many powerful people would come and salute him. It was nothing like the situation he was in now. He was forced to flee for his life in guilt and would now die a horrid death. His body would rot and stink while every single person of his family was brutally massacred. You have done well over these years, Salan glanced at the bodyguard, whose hands were stained with blood. Madam, it's the only thing I lived for since he was set up, the bodyguard replied. Do you have any plans after this? You can come with me if you don't, Salan said. I'm sorry, I can't do that, you have killed too much. I believe he wouldn't want you to do that either, so many innocent lives, the man answered in a serious voice. I only gave him my promise on the condition that he stayed alive, Salan said. How did the girl awaken your cardinal bloodstone, could she be? The man asked seriously. The bodyguard no longer had any drive in his eyes after he took Brawling out. However, he felt a glimpse of anticipation rising in his heart when he asked the question. Go ahead if you want to follow her, but we are surely going to stand on opposite sides one day, and I won't show any mercy when that happens, Salan said calmly. You are right, she is nothing like you. She reminded me of Master when I saw how calm she was facing the dark execution. The man looked relieved. He knew how cruel and wild the woman before him was. Luckily, their daughter had inherited the personality and temperament of her father. That is why I didn't want to have anything to do with her. So you abandoned her? Yeah, she would grieve for a little dragonfly for the whole day. She's kind and naive toward everyone, and I was disgusted by it. It kept reminding me of your stupid master. Don't describe my master like that, he was the smartest person in the world. I told him I was going to kill as many people as he had saved if he died, but he still chose to die. He chose to believe in hypocrites instead of an evil but honest person like me. Isn't that stupid? So you're doing all these because you hated him. The people that cast the black stones were already dead in my eyes. He's the one that I truly hated. Madam, this is my last time calling you madam. If we are to meet after today, I'll do everything I can to take your life. Do as you please. Chapter 1190. The Final Judgment. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. 10 days later, the citadel of Athens and the sacred mountain were still shrouded by a gloomy rain, but the crisis and the dark execution were finally put at an end by a fair judgment. 2 ex-clergymen and 2 current clergymen were responsible for supervising the magistrates. They had to decide if the magistrates had cast their votes for personal gain. 5 magistrates who had colluded with Brawling were busted. The rest of the magistrates that voted with the black stones were fine, but they were still punished for not being able to assess the case objectively. Brawling's corpse was found 2 days ago. The rotten body had a great stench. However, the body was present in court. The 5 magistrates standing behind the body had grim faces. Xinxia was seated on the other side. She was also being interrogated by the 4 clergymen. As long as the investigation continued, her freedom had been taken away, and her role in the Parthenon temple had been temporarily suspended too. During the trial, Xinxia only had one identity, the main person suspected as being responsible for the conspiracy. Once she was found guilty, there was only one outcome: her soul would perish. Normally, a normal person would die after being executed. However, considering that she had just come back to life, sentencing her to death would not be effective. Her soul had to perish. At that time, even the strongest evil spell could not resurrect her, nor was it possible to turn her into a living dead, or an undead. She would cease to exist in this world. The 5 magistrates have pleaded guilty, but they accused Xinxia of being the mastermind. I hope that the clergymen will understand that they are only accusing Xinxia as the mastermind because of what Julank told them. It was quite obvious that Julank alone was responsible for the whole thing. He was trying to trick people to join him by abusing Xinxia's name, trying to achieve his goals by any means. Xinxia was still asleep in the leaf coffin. I believe if she was alive, she would have tried to stop Julank too, the lawyer defending Xinxia claimed. Yeah, Xinxia is innocent. Julank is the greatest evil. Even if he's dead, he has to be punished too, someone among the jury shouted. Xinxia sat in the seat of an ex-clergyman. He seemed quite grim, as he strongly believed it was all Xinxia's doing. Julank might be ambitious and greedy, but he was not capable of plotting such a great conspiracy. Xinxia was terrifying because even though she was dead, she had already made plans for the next few years. They had said she died from sickness, but it was more likely that the woman had placed herself in a deep slumber until the soul of the Parthenon temple was found. The investigation clearly found that Xinxia did not really die back then. She held on to her final wisp of life force and had only woken up recently. Xinxia, do you have anything to say? The magistrate Mochizuki Hachihibe inquired. Mochizuki Hachihibe was from the Mochizuki clan in Japan. The Twin Guardian Towers was the best place to lock away magistrates, as no prison in the world was more suitable for imprisoning evil mags. I was totally unaware of the whole thing. If the clergymen find me guilty, I have no objection whatsoever. It's true that it has all started because of me, but I'm hoping that the clergymen will give me a chance to redeem myself. If the 4 clergymen sentence me not guilty, I am willing to step down from the role of the goddess and travel across the world as a saintess. I want to contribute more for the sake of the Parthenon temple and the people that are suffering across the world. As a goddess, I have failed to guide my believers, and they have committed such unforgivable sins because of me. I am willing to suffer the consequences. Xinxia lowered her face. Her eyes had a sincere, irrefutable glow. Old clergyman Xinxia believes that if you aren't sentenced guilty, you might proceed to harm Saintess Xinxia, who now has the soul of the Parthenon temple, Mochizuki Hachihibe said. I can swear an oath of darkness that I will not do any harm to her. Not directly, not indirectly, I'm willing to let clergyman Xinxia hold on to the dark contract, and if it reacts even the slightest, I am willing to be punished accordingly, Xinxia said. Xinxia will not do anything like that, there's no need for the dark contract, someone quickly exclaimed from among those watching. Xinxia smiled and comforted the person, the trial must be fair. Everyone has a dark side in their hearts, including me. I am willing to sign the contract that will last for eternity. The 4 clergymen discussed this among themselves. Xinxia insisted that Xinxia was guilty, yet the other clergymen believed they still needed more evidence. However, would Xinxia leave any evidence behind? Xinxia had been lying in the leaf coffin. There was no evidence. Who would even look for evidence on a dead body? Despite Xinxia's insistence, he was well aware of the difficulty of judging a person who had just come back to life guilty. All the accusations had been placed on Julank, Mel Laura, and the 5 magistrates. In addition to them, Panagia, Shawshank, and Vice Hall Master Lanjin would also be punished accordingly. It was most likely why Xinxia was so brilliant. Even in a struggle for power where everyone ended up with a torn body and crushed bones, she was still able to weather the consequences. In the end, Xinxia did not vote for Xinxia's guilt. They only needed 2 votes to sentence her, but Xinxia knew that the other 3 clergymen would not cast their votes, thus his vote would be completely meaningless. After they were done with Xinxia, it was Mo Fan's turn. Mo Fan had scorned the authority of the Parthenon temple. The black totem snake under his command had stirred up a great panic in the Parthenon temple and killed many adjudicators, mags of faith, and holy court mags. The trial to judge Mo Fan was not open to the public. Not only would the 4 clergymen have to judge Mo Fan's actions, they also had to evaluate Mo Fan's demon element. Once Mo Fan was sentenced, he would be punished too. If Mo Fan's demon element was regarded as evil, the heresy judgment mags would treat Mo Fan as an evil mage. They would either strip Mo Fan's demon element or execute him. Normally, Xinxia would insist on judging Xinxia guilty, as he believed it was the right thing to do, even if Xinxia was not found guilty in the end. However, for the sake of Mo Fan and the black totem snake, he agreed to meet Xinxia in secret. If Xinxia let her go, she would ask the other old clergyman to spare Mo Fan and the black totem snake. Mo Fan and the black totem snake had killed many people. No matter what the reason was, they still precipitated a bloodbath on the sacred mountain. Mo Fan could afford to ignore the laws and the order, yet it meant he would be blacklisted by the whole world. Mo Fan had come in first in the World College tournament, and the power of his demon element made him superior to demon creatures. He was surely their trump in dealing with the Black Vatican and the kingdoms of demon creatures in the future. Xinxia wanted to send Xinxia to hell, yet he could not afford to let her take Mo Fan with her. Xinxia would basically lose most of her influence after the incident, but it was far from enough to stop her. Xinxia believed Mo Fan would eventually send Xinxia to hell after he grew even stronger. As a result, Mo Fan was found not guilty, too. As for the demon element, not many people knew the demon was actually Mo Fan. Even Xinxia could not actually tell. The 5 magic associations would have to gather and discuss the demon element. It was a lengthy process. Mo Fan would still be fine for another 1 or 2 years. However, the Heresy Judgment Court and the representatives of the 5 magic associations forbid Mo Fan from using the demon element before the final verdict had been decided. As long as Mo Fan kept that in mind, he would still be free until the demon element was judged to be evil magic. Both Xinxia and Mo Fan were found not guilty. Mo Fan's identity was still recognized internationally and his demon element would not be made public. He was still the winner of the World College tournament, but the Heresy Judgment Court, the 5 magic associations, the Citadel of Athens, and the Parthenon temple no longer welcomed him. Besides, even if they found Mo Fan guilty, there was another problem. Were they going to use the dark execution on Mo Fan? Didn't he just kill Hayla not long ago? Not many organizations would be able to take him down if they fell out with him. The Holy Judgment Court did not want to embarrass themselves again. After all, their faces were still burning and swollen from the slap that Mo Fan had left on them. Mo Fan learned that the Parthenon temple had a teleportation portal on the sacred mountain. In order to chase the man of chaos away, the government of Athens did not want Mo Fan to leave on a plane. They simply asked Hayla to escort him to the teleportation portal in person to send him back home, despite the ridiculous cost involved. Mo Fan was quite infuriated, but he reluctantly accepted the offer considering the teleportation portal was a lot quicker than taking a plane. Xinxia, where is your stuff? Mo Fan asked when he saw Xinxia. Xinxia was not bringing her belongings with her. They were supposed to leave today, no one could stop them from staying together from today on. Brother Mo Fan, I spent the whole night thinking about it, and I decided to stay, Xinxia said with her head lowered. She was scared that Mo Fan would be angry. She had no idea how she was going to tell Mo Fan about it. Mo Fan looked at the girl. He was not angry, but he was surprised. Why? This place is covered in blood and greed. Why would you want to stay? Mo Fan said. Hayla immediately glared at Mo Fan, wondering if the idiot had totally forgotten he was there. Is it because of that B*****ch You're scared that if you leave, she will still become the goddess in a few years, right? Who cares what's going to happen to the Parthenon temple? Mo Fan sighed. Xinxia shook her head. She seemed to be struggling to say something. After some time, she finally spoke in an extremely soft voice. I think I know why my blood was able to activate Salan's bloodstone. Chapter 1191. Competing for the role of the goddess. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-Fan looked at the girl. Xinxia had always been gentle and soft in front of him. She would obey every decision that he made for her. However, judging from Xinxia's stern face, Mo-Fan could tell that she was trying to tell him something very serious. "You don't need to say it, I already knew," Mo-Fan interrupted her. He knew what Xinxia was trying to say. It was not difficult to come to the conclusion. Even if Asheruia had not spilled the beans before, Mo-Fan already knew the truth. However, Xinxia was Xinxia, Salan was Salan. No one knew better than Mo-Fan that despite the two being bonded by blood, they were completely different people. "Xinxia, I understand what you think, but none of it is your fault. No child can choose who their parents are. Even if you have the blood of a cardinal of the Black Vatican, it's fine as long as you still have a clear conscience. Besides, if anyone really wants to argue that, you are Wentai's daughter. The contributions he made easily override the sins that Salan has committed. To be fair, you were never in the limelight like Asheruia, hence they had no right to put the blame on you just because you are Salan's daughter. You are who you are," Mo-Fan declared. Mo-Fan knew it was something both he and Xinxia had to face. Xinxia was able to activate Salan's bloodstone because she was Salan's daughter. Mo-Fan seriously had no idea that Salan was actually so close to him. He even saw her when he was still a kid. The woman had abandoned her daughter and left her in the hands of his father, and had never checked up on her. Tangyu also told him that Salan had only shown up in Bo City because she was seeking assistance from Great Deacon Hu Jin, Muhi. Perhaps even Muhi had no idea that Salan had a daughter who had settled down in an ordinary family close to the Mu family's villa. Without that incident, the truth would never have been revealed. Mo-Fan was utterly astounded when he first learned the truth, but he did not mention it to Xinxia. Mo-Fan hoped Xinxia would never learn the truth. Her mother was a woman who could not bear the loss of her husband, her mother was cruel enough to abandon her daughter who could not walk, her mother was the sinful, vicious Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican. Xinxia was obviously a lot smarter than Mo-Fan thought. Perhaps she had always concealed her wisdom under her gentle expression, standing aloof from worldly affairs. "Brother Mo-Fan, I understand, but I have made up my mind after thinking about it for many days. I want to stay here and take the role of the goddess from Xinxia." Xinxia's eyes were not soft as they normally were. Mo-Fan rarely saw such strong determination from her. He believed she had indeed made up her mind. However, how could Mo-Fan not worry about leaving her in such a dangerous place? Hayla was startled too. He asked curiously, "You want to compete with Xinxia?" Xinxia was simply too young and weak. If it wasn't for the Hall Mother support, Xinxia would never have become a saintess. She did not have many supporters, she did not have a strong influence, having a pure and kind heart was nowhere enough to be the goddess of the Parthenon temple. The soul of the Parthenon temple might have chosen her, but it did not mean she was the goddess. The goddess had to have the ability to lead the Parthenon temple and adapt to whatever situation she found herself in. In Haylan's eyes, Xinxia was far from qualified to be the goddess. Xinxia looked at Haylan and asked seriously, "Knight Haylan, do you seriously believe Xinxia isn't behind all this?" "I believe it's her doing, as I never believed she would die so easily to some sickness," Haylan admitted blatantly. "Brother Mo-Fan, my parents are still related to me. I can easily put the matter aside using the excuse that they are them, and I am who I am, but instead of being a bystander and watching even worse things happen, I want to learn how to be strong and take care of myself. I want to learn how I can face these inevitable conflicts. I can't just let Xinxia claim the role of the goddess, and I can't watch my mother take innocent lives without feeling any sense of guilt." Xinxia slowly lowered her head. "I know Brother Mo-Fan won't agree, but I'm sorry, Brother Mo-Fan, I'm going to stay, even if you don't agree. It's the right choice for me, and something I want to do from the bottom of my heart. I'm sorry, Brother Mo-Fan, you have tried so hard to save my life, but I didn't listen to your arrangements. I'm sorry." Xinxia's eyes were filling with tears. She had made the decision so that she could face her complicated identity and herself, yet she could not afford to face Mo-Fan. He had gone into hell to drag her out of misery, but in just a few days, she had jumped right into it again. She was surely going to let Mo Fan down. Mo Fan fondled her face and wiped away the tears. He chuckled, "You say you want to be stronger, yet you keep crying so easily." "Brother Mo Fan, I was worried that you were going to be angry," Xinxia sobbed. "Why would I be angry with you?" Mo Fan consoled her. Mo Fan looked at Hayla and asked, "Fatty, is there any rule forbidding the goddess of the Parthenon temple from marrying someone?" "Who are you calling a fatty?" "The Parthenon temple is sacred and free. Every member of the Hall of the Goddess, from the probationary servants to the goddess, are free to engage in relationships as they wish. However, the goddess is usually too busy to care about relationships. Most goddesses have been single," Hayla snapped back furiously. "Oh, good then," Mo Fan nodded, and said to Xinxia, "I agree that the Parthenon temple can't afford to have a goddess who doesn't have the soul of the Parthenon temple. The spell of resurrection was just too important in this world, which was always in danger." Xinxia was willing to stay at the Parthenon temple despite everything that had happened. It showed how determined she was. Xinxia had already sworn that she would not harm Xinxia. The dark contract was currently in Old Bao's hands, so Mo Fan did not need to worry if Xinxia was trying to set Xinxia up. Meanwhile, the Hall Master of the Hall of Knights was appointed to be Xinxia's guardian knight. Hayla was more than worthy to take on the role. Mo Fan was relieved after learning that the fatty was looking after Xinxia's safety. After all, Mo Fan was quite worried that Salan would try to do something to her after learning her true identity. Xinxia was just a nobody before, but she now had the soul of the Parthenon temple. If she continued to stay at the Parthenon temple and fully mastered the spell of resurrection, Mo Fan strongly believed that Salan would find a way to abuse Xinxia's power. "Hayla, you better take good care of her. If she is missing a single strand of her hair, I will tear your Parthenon temple down," Mo Fan said. "Humph." Hayla harumphed coldly, yet he did not say a word. Hayla was well aware of Mo Fan's capabilities. The Parthenon temple could still handle Mo Fan on his own, but the man was able to bring the Black Totem Snake with him too. The demon and the Black Totem Snake could really raise the Parthenon temple to the ground. "Then I'll be going. I'll come visit you if I miss you, and if you're not comfortable here, I can come pick you up anytime." Mo Fan said as he entered the teleportation portal. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan understood the Parthenon temple was where Xinxia belonged. Both her temperament and her character had seemed to merge with the soul of the Parthenon temple. Perhaps she could inherit when ties will and become the goddess respected by the whole world. "Knight Hayla, are you willing to support me?" Xinxia watched Mo Fan leave. She hesitated for a moment before asking Hayla with a serious face. Hayla was startled. Wasn't this goddess a bit too straightforward? I'm willing. Even though you don't have the traits of the goddess of the Parthenon temple, you have the heart of a goddess that thinks about the people of the world. It's our honor that you are willing to stay behind and compete with Xinxia. You will beat her one day. Their cunning and dirty tricks will only triumph temporarily, but mercy and kindness is the true spirit of the Parthenon temple, and I believe it's the reason why the soul of the Parthenon temple has forsaken Xinxia," Hayla declared firmly. Hayla was relieved that Mo Fan did not bring Xinxia away with him. Xinxia was easily the worst candidate in history for the role of the goddess, but she was currently the Parthenon temple's only hope. Xinxia's cold-bloodedness would eventually lead the Parthenon temple to destruction. As the Hall Master of the Hall of Knights, Hayla was far more willing to support Xinxia. Xinxia soon learned that Xinxia did not leave. The great muse serving Xinxia clearly saw the calm smile on her face disappearing as her face began to twist. "She wants to compete with me for the role of the goddess," Xinxia's voice was icy. "She wants to compete with me for the role of the goddess." Her voice turned sharper. Slowly, Xinxia burst out laughing, her body shaking vigorously. She kept repeating the same phrase. "She wants to compete with me for the role of the goddess." Hava hava. Chapter 1192. Taklamakan Desert. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The truth was, if Mo Fan was given another chance, he would rather take a first-class flight back to Shanghai. The long-distance teleportation was nothing but torture to Mo Fan. Despite the fact that it only took a short time, Mo Fan felt like his mind was about to explode and his body was about to be torn into pieces after traveling through the turbulence of space. It explained why the teleportation portal was not available to the public as a way of travel between the main cities. Normal people would surely be shredded by the turbulence of the trip. Mo Fan flew back home after arriving in Shanghai. He fell feebly on the couch. The filled-up essence orb had nullified the consequences of using the demon element. The whole trip to the sacred mountain felt like a long dream to Mo Fan. He was completely exhausted after waking up from the dream. He was still living in the condo he had used when he was studying at the Pearl Institute. As a little reward for representing the national team in the World College Tournament, the school had already gifted Mo Fan the apartment. Mo Fan did not tell Mu Nujiao and Ari Tutu, as the two sensitive girls might immediately move out of the place. Xinxia was not around and Mu Ningxue was busy making preparations to establish her own clan. It was acceptable for him to keep two concubines in his own house, right? He was not allowed to cheat, but he still enjoyed watching Mu Nujiao's slender legs as she walked by and Ari Tutu's combination of cute face and huge bust. Mo Fan finally recovered from the dizziness from using the teleportation portal. He had heard of car-sick, sea-sick, air-sick, but he had never heard of portal-sick. Mo Fan headed straight for the Clear Sky Hunter Agency that night. Even though he had settled everything on his hands, there was still one thing that kept bothering him, the resurrection of Little Flame Bell. Little Flame Bell was still a fire calamity fruit. Xinxia mentioned that Little Flame Bell was a living fire spirit of nature. She would only be reborn by placing her in an elemental sacred land blessed with the fire of the heavens and earth. Whenever Mo Fan recalled how Little Flame Bell had sacrificed her life to summon the fire calamity, his heart would race in a surge of emotion. He had to bring Little Flame Bell back to life as soon as possible, even if meant traversing mountains of daggers and seas of flames. Liu Yu had long sensed Mo Fan's presence. Her face was still the same, yet her temperament was like an elegant orchid, with her own unique charm. Mo Fan, Liu Yu said in a soft voice. She had a happy smile, yet her eyes were a little shy. Liu Yu, you look well. Mo Fan greeted her. Mo Fan headed toward the bar right away. Liu Yu quickly followed behind him. Liu Yu had no idea what had happened at the Parthenon temple. She was clueless about the astonishing deeds that Mo Fan had done, too. Oh, by the way, I have found you a junior brother, his name is Bola. He will visit us once he is done with all the procedures. You should bring him on a tour around the Magic City. If there's anyone you are not fond of, you can ask him to bite the person, Mo Fan informed Liu Yu as a thought crossed his mind. A junior brother. Liu Yu blinked in confusion. Yeah, Mo Fan felt like Liu Yu was not a junior as she had been following him first. As such, he could only make Bola a junior instead. It was not like Bola would care. Mu Ningxue came to talk to me, Liu Yu said. Oh, how was it? Mo Fan inquired. She's really pretty, I would fall for her if I was a man too. Cough cough. I didn't ask you about that. What did the rich people that you introduced to her think? Not bad, most people are willing to work with her because of the reputation she earned in the World College Tournament. Some said they were not willing to have a young girl giving them orders, they all agreed after a beating, Liu Yu reported. Mo Fan was quite amused. Since when had Liu Yu turned into such a violent person? That being said, it was necessary to be a little brutal, since they were planning to establish a clan. I will be going away soon. When Bola is here, you can let him look after the city. The Mu clan won't stop bothering Mu Ningxue, and the Lu clan is going to look for troubles. If they can't find me, they would go and trouble Mu Ningxue instead. It's inevitable we'll offend a few factions. We really need a super mage to oversee the clan. Oh? Is he a super mage? Is that strong? Liu Yu exclaimed. Most clans with a super mage had a certain status in the major cities. If they managed to recruit a super mage, it would be a lot easier for Xinxia to establish a clan, as it would certainly convince the people who were not initially confident in them to join up. A super mage was the symbol of absolute strength. It did not matter what areas they were involved in, just having a super mage represented how powerful they were. He's a lot stronger than a super mage, Mofan smiled. Unfortunately, Bola had to remain in the dark because of his identity. He would mostly be protecting Xinxia and Liu Yu in the dark, preventing them from being set up by other factions. Mofan was not too worried about Bola being in charge of their safety. He believed Xinxia would be able to rise in no time and take the enormous Mu clan on. "Lingling, did you miss me?" Mofan asked when he saw Lingling walking out from behind the bar. He could see traces of milk on her lips. She must have just woken up from a nap and had a bottle of milk. Lingling was quite surprised that Mofan had come back so soon. Even though she had learned that he was still alive from Old Bao, she was still surprised to see him well and alive. Mofan immediately picked Lingling up and gave her a big kiss on her tender cheeks, like kissing rosy apples. "I still want to marry someone." Lingling anxiously pushed Mofan the Lolakan away with a long face. Lingling was rather angry that Mofan had gone to the Parthenon temple without saying a word. He took the black totem snake, but he did not bring her along. He was up against the Parthenon temple, surely she could have helped. Mofan's approach was simply wild and terrible. "Show it to me," Lingling said. "What?" "Little flame bell," Lingling said. Mofan immediately took out the fruit that Little Flame Bell had turned into. Lingling caressed it. The fruit shuddered, as if it could sense Lingling's presence. It seemed like Little Flame Bell had missed Lingling too. "It should remember us still, right?" Lingling asked softly. "Yeah, she does. Actually, this might be a chance for her too. If we can find an elemental sacred land for her to be reborn in it, her strength might grow even further," Lingling said. "Really? But isn't it hard to find a place like that?" Mofan asked. An elemental sacred land was a place where soul seeds, extremely rare at the best of times, could be found. It was time for Mofan to look for a new soul-grade fire seed, too. It would make his fire element a lot stronger when joined with Little Flame Bell's calamity fire. It might be comparable to his lightning element, after it was enhanced by the blessing of the god seal. There's actually a place that might be quite suitable, but we need to gather more people. It's not the safest place to visit. Lingling had already done the homework for Mofan, as usual. Little Flame Bell's resurrection was his first priority. Mofan could not afford to wait any longer, but when he heard Lingling mention that Little Flame Bell might grow even stronger if they picked the right place, he immediately felt great anticipation. Little Flame Bell's lineage and strength were outstanding. If she could evolve further, how strong would she end up being? I did consider putting Little Flame Bell back in the North Burning Valley, but the temperature of the place has gradually dropped after the Flame Bells were no longer there. The place is no longer suitable for Little Flame Bell's resurrection. We have to place the Calamity Fruit in a stronger elemental sacred land that will give Little Flame Bell a better chance of being resurrected. Taking our overall strength into consideration, we might be able to take some risks and try our luck in the Taklamakan desert. There are rumors that the place is scorching hot from around October until the end of the year every year. Some hunters also reported that they had seen mountains engulfed in flames in a spectacular manner, but no one has found out the reason behind it. Lingling explained what she had found out to Mofan. The Taklamakan desert was located in Xinxia, between Tianshan Mountain, the Kunlun mountain range, and Altintag. It was a vast basin, and in the middle of that basin was the infamous Taklamakan desert. The terrain along the coastline of China was rather flat, so most cities were built there. The majority of land in the northwest of China was not occupied by humans, but there were countless species of demon creatures. Elite hunters would spend most of their time in the west, as the places were filled with death and opportunities. As for the Taklamakan desert, even though it was not as terrifying as the Sahara Desert, most hunters would still pull a long face at its name. Those that were able to come back in one piece after visiting the Taklamakan desert could boast about it for the rest of their lives among fellow hunters. Even the military had to hire hunters when they were on a mission in the Taklamakan desert, just so the whole squad would not be wiped out. The desert was scorching hot. A place with high temperatures would have a high chance of nurturing a fire seed. Normally, Mo Fan would be reluctant to visit a place where he could easily get lost and lose control of the situation, but he simply cast all his doubts aside, since it was for the sake of Little Flame Bell. No matter how dangerous the place was, there were still people that managed to come back alive, right? "Brother Fan, you're back. I've missed you," Zhong Xiaoho's voice said on the other end. Are you busy lately?" Mo Fan asked. "Not really, I've been rather free after we cleaned up Qingling Mountains." Sigh. "I'm actually struggling to get used to it since I've been fighting demon creatures for a long time. Brother Fan, why don't we visit the Qingling Mountains again? Perhaps we can find some great treasure there," Zhong Xiaohu proposed. "We'll go next time, I have a better place in mind." He, I promise it won't let you down." Mo Fan smiled with squinting eyes. Lingling could not help but whisper, "Can't you trap someone else?" "Brother Fan, the last time you invited me to Croatia for a vacation." "Huzzy, I promise that I won't trick you this time. It's definitely a vacation. We'll go witness a spectacular work that nature has made in the West and kill some demon creatures along the way." "There won't be any danger," Mo Fan said in a serious voice. "All right, I'll pack up my stuff now." Hanging up the call, Mo Fan immediately dropped his smile and poured himself a glass of iced beer. He emptied the glass and said, "One down." Chapter 1193. Assembling the team for the Wasteland. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The wind in autumn was soothing. The cars driving past occasionally would sweep the fallen leaves scattered on the ground into the air. "Son of a B*****ch, were you trying to show off your sports car?" a young man yelled furiously from the side of the road. Beside the young man was a man wearing sloppy clothes. He had pierced ears and his hair looked stylish. He also had a faint tattoo on his face. He must have great courage to have a tattoo on his face. However, the courageous man did not dare show his temper. He stood with his head lowered. He did not dare to snap back at the seemingly ordinary young man who was scolding him. As a matter of fact, no one would dare to say a word when an enormous white wolf more than 10 feet tall was standing beside them. Buddy, can you please put your wolf away? It's disrupting traffic and scaring the people, too. I know that you have the license of a hunter master, but you have gathered a huge crowd." A few traffic policemen tried to resolve the conflict, but they too did not dare speak too loudly. "That's what he gets for mocking me," Mo Fan spat. Mo Fan was planning to visit the Hunter Union. Since the place was not too far away, he decided to go for a run for a little exercise. To his surprise, the man with piercings went full torque and drove past Mo Fan while raising his middle finger. Mo Fan was immediately enraged. He summoned the Flying Creek Snow Wolf right away and intercepted the man's car in only a few seconds. Were the people of his country blind? He had won the World College Tournament for the country, yet not only did they fail to recognize their hero, the man even gave him a middle finger while driving past him, forcing him to ruin his image. "Piss off, the next time I see you, I will tear your car apart." Mo Fan snapped at the man. Yes, I won't do it again." The man was utterly relieved. He immediately pressed hard on the pedal to leave the place as soon as possible. "You're still speeding? Don't you know how to drive slower?" Okay. The man immediately stepped on the brakes and obediently drove the sport car away like it was an electric scooter. The car slowly faded into the distance. The traffic policemen were relieved. Didn't they always say advanced mags would usually behave themselves? They would not bother being too fussy with normal folks. Why did they stumble into an advanced mage that seemed to enjoy stirring up trouble? The whole street was screaming after seeing his imperious frosty wolf. Besides, there was no ride that would catch more attention than the man-summoned beast. Speaking of which, your wolf looks quite familiar. He looks like the wolf that the winner of the World College Tournament Mo-Fan summoned, one of the policemen noticed. Mo-Fan smiled. Finally, someone that watched TV. He had such a brilliant performance in the World College Tournament. It did not make sense that no one would recognize him when he was walking on the street. It really is, friend. Are you Mo-Fan's fan, too? You even dyed your wolf the same color as his Flying Creek snow wolf, another policeman spoke up. Mo-Fan had the urge to feed the two policemen to his wolf. Did he really look so different on screen and in real life? He had no one to blame but himself for rejecting all the personal interviews. It was quite difficult to see a participant's face clearly on the screen during the matches of the World College Tournament. Mo-Fan proceeded on his way to the Hunter Union. The man that Mo-Fan had taught a lesson just a few moments ago had left his car on the side of the road. He quickly went into a dimly lit shop. He went to a corner and smiled as he said to a skinny man with a long chin hiding in the shadows, "I've tested him. He's just a hot-headed fool, he can't endure the slightest provocation." "Humph, that's not hot-headed, that's something wrong with his brain. Otherwise, he would not dare to do such thing to my brother," the man with a long chin said. "Shall we proceed with the plan?" the man with piercings asked. "Go ahead," the man with a long chin said. As soon as he finished the sentence, a man wearing half a mask slowly walked out from the shadows. His eyes were flickering with hatred, as if it had set his eyes aflame. "Just do as you please, we'll handle the rest," the man with a long chin said to the masked man. "I swear I'm going to make him pay." Mo-Fan went to the area reserved for Hunter Masters as soon as he reached the Hunter Union. Hunter Masters were close to the apex of the hierarchical pyramid of the Hunter Union. Most Hunter Masters were advanced mags and above. The place was less crowded than the hall where normal hunters did business. Every Hunter Master would be accompanied by a Hunter Mistress in heels and black stockings. The Hunter Mistress would serve the Hunter Master a glass of wine. Mo-Fan's rank was not low, either. The Hunter Master was classified into levels by the number of stars they had. Those with 7 stars could register to be a senior hunter. However, they must have made great contributions or completed extremely difficult quests to become a senior hunter. Exploring the Taklamakan Desert was considered a difficult quest by the Hunter Masters. Lingling had made it clear that they would have to join a party on their expedition to the Taklamakan Desert, as the few of them were not enough to take on its challenges. Mo-Fan had no choice but to pay a visit to the Hunter Union and see if there were any teams planning to go on an expedition to the Taklamakan Desert. "I would like some information about the teams that are heading for the Taklamakan Desert. Give me their information, and most importantly, their contacts," Mo-Fan said. "Sure, mister, do you need anything else?" the Hunter Mistress asked with a smile. "Oh, give me another cup of this, it's quite nice," Mo-Fan pointed at the wine that he had already finished. The Hunter Mistress was startled. She nodded and brought a new glass to the bar. "Xiao Tu, what do you think?" "It's rare to see such a young Hunter Master, he's pretty cute too," the beautiful bartender said. "He's just a nobody," the Hunter Mistress sneered. Mo-Fan carefully went through the list and saw a familiar hunter group on it. Golden Battle Hunters, aren't they the hunter group that was almost wiped out on Chongming Island against the Black Vatican? They are planning an expedition to the Taklamakan Desert too. Mo-Fan raised his brows. The Taklamakan Desert was a hell difficulty dungeon for most hunters. Not many parties had managed to complete it successfully. It was necessary to gather a whole group of hunters to go on an expedition. Clans, associations, institutes, hunter groups, and many other organizations had to establish their reputations to attract new mags to join them in order for them to grow stronger and expand their influence. Many people were aware of the existence of hunter groups. They were groups of mags that would do things that normal people did not dare to do. It was likely that the Golden Battle Hunters were planning to be one of the first to sample the crab. If they managed to set their flag in the infamous Taklamakan Desert, their reputation would grow significantly. Most importantly, the places that no people dared to go were most likely full of resources, too. They would make a fortune if they happened to find a magic ore vein, an elemental sacred land, an energy source, or an oasis full of incredibly useful herbs. They could use the money to retire, buy more resources, or bid for auctioned magic equipment that they had long yearned for. Either way, every mage was in need of money. Their leader Jiming is leading the party. It seems like they are actually serious about the expedition. Mo Fan murmured. The leader of the Golden Battle Hunters, Jiming, was a super mage. Mo Fan would feel a lot more at ease with such a strong mage leading the party. Most of the demon beast territories in China had been explored by hunters to a certain degree, including the Qinling Mountains, Kunlun Mountain Range, Qianshan Mountain, Dongting Lake, and the Dunhuang region. Many people had learned the distribution of the demon creatures at the price of many lives. As such, even though it was extremely dangerous to visit those places, they could still explore as long as they avoided the nests of the demon creatures. However, the terrain of the Taklamakan desert kept changing. The authorities of the Hunter Union had deemed all information about the distribution of the demon creatures in the Taklamakan desert to be unreliable for the last 3 years, as most groups that strictly stuck to the safe routes had failed to return. As such, it was necessary to come up with the latest distribution of the demon creatures in the Taklamakan desert, and clear a safe path across the dangerous desert to prevent hunters from barging in like headless flies and dying horrible deaths. Current maps with the distribution of demon creatures were extremely important to hunters. Even the strongest hunter would die if they accidentally stumbled into the nest or territory of a ruler-level creature. The Golden Battle Hunters were a courageous bunch, daring enough to take on the Black Vatican, and now go on an expedition into a wasteland full of unknowns. They were basically walking on the fangs of demon creatures. Lingling, do you have the Golden Battle Hunters leader's contact number? Mo Fan asked. Yeah, he did come over a few times to look for you, saying that he wants to thank you in person, but you were never here, Lingling said. They are going on an expedition to the Taklamakan desert, let's go with them. Sure, but we have to make sure if their routes are safe. If they chose the wrong path, we are all going to die, Lingling advised him. They must be prepared since they have the guts to go and are making the information public. Going with them is better than wandering aimlessly, Mo Fan declared. The Taklamakan desert was mostly a red zone, with purple dots scattered across the map. A group of advanced mags could still go on an adventure in a red zone, but if they accidentally stepped into the purple zones, they would have zero chance of surviving. Chapter 1194. Threatened. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan soon contacted the leader of the Golden Battle Hunters. Ji Ming gladly accepted him into the group. Mo Fan learned from Ji Ming that they were not bringing everyone from the hunter group to the Taklamakan desert. Mere numbers would not make a difference when they were visiting such a dangerous place. They were only choosing the elite and experienced hunters. The team consisted of 12 people. Ji Ming was a super mage, while the others were all advanced mags. Mo Fan was quite relieved after hearing Ji Ming's explanation. Bringing a huge group sounded impressive, as they could just blast every demon creature they encountered with magic. Unfortunately, the numbers of the demon creatures were in the hundreds or thousands of times the number of human mags. Even if the government sent out a whole army, it had no chance of eliminating the demon creatures in the outer part of the Taklamakan desert, let alone a hunter group. Mu Ningxue is too busy, we'll have to find another person to look after you, Mo Fan said. I don't need anyone to protect me, but it's going to be difficult finding the right person. Not only does the person have to be reliable, it has to be someone we can trust, too. After all, our focus is to bring Little Flame Bell back to life, instead of searching for loot, Lingling told him. Mo Fan was troubled too. Mu Ningxue would be very busy during this period, so Mo Fan did not even tell her what had happened at the Parthenon temple, as he did not want to make her worry. He did not tell her that Little Flame Bell had been reduced to a calamity fruit once more. Mo Fan did not plan to bring Mu Ningxue along. She had something important to focus on, but the problem was Mo Fan was struggling to think of someone that he could rely on. Mo Fan tried to contact Miss Tang Yu, but she seemed to be on a mission. Her phone stayed off for some time. Why don't we ask Mu Nujiao? Lingling suggested. Mu Nujiao was trustworthy, and she was reliable too, especially now that she had received the blessing of the God Seal. Her clan was more than willing to provide her with any resources she needed. She was a lot stronger than before. Are you sure? Asking her to go to such a dangerous place. Mo Fan hesitated. Then what about Zhong Slao Hu? He's different, he's very smart and experienced. He won't die so easily, Mo Fan replied awkwardly. Just ask her, I stumbled into her recently. She did ask me if there's any quest. It seems she has reached a bottleneck after cultivating in seclusion for too long. She needs practical experience to improve further, Lingling informed him. All right, I'll ask her. Mo Fan was about to pick up his phone to ask Mu Nujiao if she was interested in coming along when his phone rang. It was a unique ringtone he had set for his father, Mo Jussin. The man's smiling face showed up on the screen. Mo Fan was quite surprised. Did someone tell his father about what had happened to him and Xinxia at the Parthenon temple? Otherwise, why would the old man call him all of a sudden? Since he had moved to the Magic City and Xinxia had gone off to study, Mo Jussin was completely freed from his burdens. He did not even call for months, enjoying his life in Bo City. Many times, it was Mo Fan that had given his father a call to see how he was doing. It had been a while since the old man took the initiative to call him. Hello, what do you want? Mo Fan asked casually. Mo Fan, another person's voice came from the other end. Mo Fan immediately frowned after hearing the voice. Even though the voice was trying to hide it, Mo Fan still identified its owner instantly. It was someone that Mo Fan hated to the guts. It's you. Mo Fan's face immediately turned icy. Ha ha ha, it's quite a surprise that you can still recognize my voice, the man on the other end burst out laughing. What do you want? Mo Fan asked expressionlessly. What do I want? It's all your fault that I'm in my current situation. Your father is now in my hands, do you think I will go easy on him? The man said. You have only yourself to blame, Mo Fan said. Sure, your father has himself to blame, too. You can come to Bayou. North Rain. Mountain now. If you're late, you know what I did to Xu Jiaoting. The man's laughter was extremely piercing. Mo Fan felt his heart was about to explode. However, he could not afford to lose his calm, as it would make him act irrationally. Things would only worsen if he did not act calmly. Mo Fan tried his best to calm his thoughts, even though there was a dark, blood-colored flicker in his eyes. Mo Fan dialed Lingling's number right away. Lingling, my father is in danger. Your father? That's impossible, he's at Bo City. The city is now a military fortress. The military is surely looking after your father, not allowing any danger to befall him. Is it the Black Vatican? Lingling said. It's Yu Ang, he's not dead. Mo Fan replied in a deep voice. Yu Ang? That's even more impossible. The Black Vatican has to send a blue deacon or someone with a higher rank to do any harm to your father. Yu Ang is just a stray dog, he will be killed instantly if he dares to set half a foot into the city, let alone kidnapping your father. There's something wrong, did you hear your father's voice? I did, it didn't sound like it was recorded, Mo Fan said. Head to that Bayou mountain that Yu Ang mentioned, I will investigate it right away. Believe me, there's no way the Black Vatican can hurt your father. It must be a trap, Lingling said confidently. Mo Fan had been a pain in the ass for the Black Vatican. As such, his immediate family members were all protected by the Enforcement Union and the military. Mo Jussin was living in Bo City, and Bo City was currently a military fortress. It was impossible for the Black Vatican to do any harm to him, let alone Yu Ang. All right, thanks. Mo Fan said seriously. Lingling said. She had rarely heard Mo Fan thanking her so seriously before. She clearly knew how important Mo Jussin was to him. Not long after, Lingling managed to contact the military in Bo City. She soon received an update from a reliable source. She immediately relayed the information to Mo Fan so he would not lose his calm. So you're saying that some organization took my father away from the military? What organization? Mo Fan demanded. Yes, they said that the people followed the right protocols, but I bet someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes, since you weren't alerted. Give me a few minutes, I will find out the organization that took Uncle Mo away, Lingling said. All right, I'm on my way to Bayou Mountain, Mo Fan said. In less than 5 minutes, Lingling called Mo Fan again. This time, her tone obviously shifted. So who took my father? Mo Fan asked. It's the Enforcement Union. Lingling replied. Enforcement Union? Why did the military let the Enforcement Union take my father? And how is Yuang right beside my father? Mo Fan asked. Gramp and sister are both away. They aren't around at such an important time, how frustrating. Lingling snapped. Leng Qing was the vice leader of the Enforcement Union. If the Enforcement Union took Mo Jussin away, they would have told Ling Qing about it, too. It seemed like they had skipped Ling Qing, too. Ling Qing was not in the Magic City, while Tang Zhong was still cleaning up the mess that Mo Fan had left at the Parthenon Temple. Tang Yu was away on a mission, too. The people of the Enforcement Union that Mo Fan knew were not around to help him. It seems like there's something that we don't know yet, Mo Fan gradually calmed down. Something must have gone wrong. There's no way Yuang could kidnap Uncle Mo without alerting anyone. It's likely that Uncle Mo is in the hands of the Enforcement Union. As for why Yuang is in the Enforcement Union, you will have to visit Bayou Mountain to find out the truth, but I still think Yuang is just bluffing, Lingling said. All right, I got it. Mo Fan was furious even after he had learned it was the Enforcement Union who took Mo Jussin. Mo Fan knew better than anyone what kind of a person Yuang was. Why would the people of the Enforcement Union be involved with him? Mo Fan headed to Bayou Mountain. Along the way, a pair of black wings approached him rapidly, hanging low under the grey clouds. Mo Fan only noticed their presence when they finally caught up to him. My master, you seem very angry. The black wings spread open, revealing Bola's face. Just in time, come with me to the Enforcement Union. Mo Fan was overjoyed to see Bola. It seems like I have come at the right time. Bola grinned. There's no need to show any mercy, Mo Fan said. He had zero tolerance. Mo Fan knew the Enforcement Union had taken Mo Jussin through official procedures, yet he would not allow the Enforcement Union to have anything to do with a jerk like Yuang, especially after the scum was threatening him with his father's life. That's more like it. I don't care if the person is righteous or evil, I won't show any mercy to those that infuriate my master. Bola quickened his pace. He turned into a pair of black wings and brought Mo Fan with him as he flew toward Bayou Mountain. Bola had just gotten off a plane not long ago. He was looking for Mo Fan by following his scent. Somehow, he felt free in the land of the East. He was free, and his power was free too. As for the Enforcement Union, he was not really afraid of it. It had been a while since he had last unleashed the true power of the Blood Tribe, so long that he almost forgotten what it felt like. He remembered he had fought an evil beast before he became a guardian statue at the Parthenon Temple. The fight lasted for a day and a night. In the end, he managed to kill the beast with his poisonous blood. The creature was most likely a ruler-level creature, a savage man-eating tyrant that had ruled a mountain to the east of the Mediterranean Sea. Chapter 1195. Unforgivable. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Bayou Mountain. A skinny man with a long chin stood at the top of the mountain. He was holding some small objects in his hands while staring at the fire in the brazier. He slowly placed the objects into the fire, letting the flames devour them slowly. A probationary member of the Enforcement Union came up to Lu Shantian with a phone. The councilman is calling. Put it close to my ear, Lu Shantian said calmly. He was still putting the objects into the brazier. The woman slowly knelt down and bent forward. Unfortunately, Lu Zhantian did not show any interest even though she was purposely doing it to seduce him. "Father, are you not satisfied with my arrangements?" Lu Zhantian asked. "You're only going to bring more troubles to us." Mo Fan is no longer the same. Even though he has yet to join any faction, do you have any idea how many authorities are watching him in the dark? You are being too impatient. Councilman Lucian snapped. I didn't do anything that will get us in trouble. I have followed the right protocols. Is our Lu clan seriously that weak that we have to worry about offending someone when we are just questioning a suspect? Lu Zhantian threw the last belongings of his younger brother into the fire. He had the urge to destroy the fire. I already promised that I was going to kill him when I heard the news, but you all said that it was not the right time. I chose to listen to you and waited until the end of the World College tournament. It was over a long time ago, yet that asshole that killed my beloved brother and your son is still living as he pleases. Father, do you have any idea how many vultures were eating his remains when I went to retrieve his corpse? Lu Zhantian was extremely angry. He stared at the brazier. The flames there suddenly surged wildly and spread out. I am as angry as you are, and I promise you that I will never forgive him, but what you are doing is not going to help. From what I know, that guy is a lunatic, Lucian began. Our conversation ends here. You have been worrying too much since the day you claimed your high position, Lu Zhantian replied. The flames surged wildly and burned the remnants to ashes. Lu Zhantian checked the time and slowly rose to his feet. He said to the probationary member of the enforcement union, "It's about time. Ask my men to gather at the base of the mountain. I can't wait to see if the kid has 3 heads and 6 arms." Lu Zhantian went down to the mountain's base. There were at least 20 members of the enforcement union with him, including a man whose face was half-masked with a monstrous presence. Feng Jinglan, a vice leader of the enforcement union, frowned and looked at Lu Zhantian confusedly. "Leader, is there any reason you have summoned us here?" "Nothing really, it's just a safety precaution against someone that dares to look down the Bayou Enforcement Union and stop us from serving justice," Lu Zhantian said. Feng Jinglan was even more confused. He was about to ask further when he saw an envoy of the Enforcement Union approaching them with a dark face. The man seemed quite angry. "Nighthawk?" Feng Jinglan asked in confusion. "Lu Zhantian, do you have any idea what you are doing?" Nighthawk snapped coldly. "You have no right to point your finger at me. I am the leader of the Bayou Enforcement Union. Be off with you." Lu Zhantian said. "You are playing with fire. You are abusing your power for personal matters." "I am not," Lu Zhantian laughed disdainfully. "You should let Mo Fan's father go before things go south," Nighthawk swore furiously. "He is a suspect, so I brought him here to interrogate him for a few days. There's nothing wrong about it. Once I'm done interrogating him, clearing both his and someone else's name, I will surely escort him back safely. I know Mo Fan is bright like the sun at high noon, but it doesn't mean I have to lower my voice when talking to him while I'm interrogating him, especially when I'm a leader of the enforcement union, right?" Lu Zhantian replied with a toothy smile. "You have no right to take his father away." Nighthawk hissed. "Of course I do." Lu Zhantian glanced at the half-masked man. The truth was, his hands were tied with a pair of silver handcuffs enhanced with dark sealing magic. It was the same method that the enforcement union used to seal the minds of their prisoners. He was once a black clergy of the Black Vatican, but he has turned over a new leaf and sworn loyalty to the Bayou Enforcement Union instead. He is helping us hunt the members of the Black Vatican. I have already submitted a request to the higher-ups, and a councilman has approved my request. The man told me that Great Deacon Hu Jin, Mu He, had initiated contact with Mo Fan's father, Mo Drussin. As such, I can't help but suspect that Mo Drussin was a member of the Black Vatican, even though his son is one of the main contributors to wiping out the Black Vatican. I believe the man might provide me with some useful information. After all, the person that Mo Drussin contacted might be Salan, the Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican. Nighthawk, do I now have a reason to interrogate him? Lu Shantian looked at Nighthawk with a disdainful grin. The Enforcement Union had yet to find any useful information on Salan, but he might have a chance of learning Salan's past, and if it was somehow related to Mofan's father. It was a piece of great news to him. Not only would he be able to make worthy contributions to the Enforcement Union, he could also get his revenge on Mofan. Then why did I hear that someone is using his father to threaten Mofan? Nighthawk said. Threaten? I only asked him to tell Mofan that his father is in our hands. How is that threatening? Lu Shantian pointed at Yu Ang. Nighthawk's face darkened immediately. As the man in charge of the operation to wipe out the Black Vatican in the Magic City, Nighthawk clearly knew who Yu Ang was. Don't tell me you have no idea of the history between him and Mofan. You're provoking him on purpose. Nighthawk said. Nighthawk, I'm afraid you are thinking too much. I knew Yu Ang and Mofan were old acquaintances, and since Yu Ang has turned over a new leaf, I believed it was necessary for him to contact Mofan. I'll mediate between them so the two can resolve their conflict peacefully. After all, Yu Ang is going to help us to find the members of the Black Vatican, Lu Shantian replied smoothly. Nighthawk could feel his chest burning with rage after hearing Lu Shantian's excuse. Lu Shantian was clearly setting up a trap for Mofan. Nighthawk was aware that the Bayou Enforcement Union had caught Yu Ang and was using him to hunt down the members of the Black Vatican. He initially thought Lu Shantian would focus on taking out the Black Vatican, yet it turned out that the man was trying to use Yu Ang and his hatred against Mofan to avenge his brother, Lu Yilin. Many people knew Mofan had indirectly killed Lu Yilin in Peru for trying to set him up. The Lu clan was obviously not going to forgive Mofan for that, but the man had won the World College Tournament for the country. As such, the Lu clan was hesitant to make a move. To their surprise, Lu Shantian insisted on taking matters into his own hands. He insisted on killing Mofan to avenge his brother. I want to see Mo Jussin. I want to know if you have done anything to him. Nighthawk said. He's perfectly fine. I will take full responsibility for it, so don't you worry. Nighthawk, I am the leader of the Enforcement Union, you have no right to order me around, do you understand? Lu Shantian emphasized. A Nighthawk was so angry that he was lost for words. He could easily tell what Lu Shantian was up to, judging by the members of the Enforcement Union he had gathered. He only hoped that Mofan could stay calm, as Mo Jussin was still fine. He could only hope Lu Shantian was not bold enough to harm his father. He's here! Yu Ang exclaimed. He seemed quite excited. He finally had the chance to drive Mofan mad. He had waited a long time for this day. Nighthawk glanced down the slope and saw Mofan arriving with a Westerner dressed in strange clothes. He could immediately see the murderous look in Mofan's eyes. Nighthawk quickly went up to Mofan. Mofan, stay calm. Give me a day, I promise you I will force Lu Shantian to let your father go. All he could do was to advise Mofan to not do anything recklessly. The Bayou Enforcement Union was a powerful organization. If anyone used violence, they had the right to execute the person on the spot. Lu Shantian was trying to provoke Mofan with Yu Ang's help so he would attack them recklessly. When that happened, Lu Shantian would have an excuse for executing him on the spot. The members of the Enforcement Union that were present could testify that it was Mofan who attacked first, and that he had broken the law first. Nighthawk, I know that, Mofan replied to him coldly. That's a relief, I was worried that you were going to do something reckless. Don't let these idiots provoke you. Stay calm, I promise you that I won't let them harm your father, Nighthawk said seriously. The man is perfectly well, but you know, Yu Ang was once a member of the Black Vatican. I will place him in charge of the interrogation, after all, he knows your father too, Lu Shantian called out. Yu Ang burst out laughing too. His eyes squinted viciously as he watched Mofan's face closely. He could not wait to see Mofan lose his calm and pounce at them like a mad hound. Everything would then go according to their plan. Yu Ang is still a prisoner. The Enforcement Union is only using him to hunt down the remaining members of the Black Vatican, Nighthawk explained. He did not want Mo Fan to misunderstand that the Enforcement Union had colluded with Yu Ang. "I know that too," Mo Fan replied. Ling Ling had told him the whole thing. He already knew it was a trap. However, that did not mean Mo Fan would endure it. There was no way he would endure the things that had crossed his bottom line. These people had crossed 2 lines in his heart. First, threatening him with his father. Second, what happened to Xu Jiaoting had been constantly gnawing at Mo Fan. It did not matter if Yu Ang had turned over a new leaf, or how willing he was to help the Enforcement Union. As soon as Mo Fan knew where the man was, he had sworn to behead the man himself. Some people were just unforgivable. Chapter 1196. Battle against the Enforcement Union. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan, you can't use your magic here. It will only give them a valid excuse to take you out. Nighthawk quickly said when he sensed the murderous intent rising inside Mo Fan. There are things you can never endure. Black lightning burst out of Mo Fan's body following the sentence. The lightning surged wildly in all directions like dragons. The lightning was representing the lightning wrath in Mo Fan's heart. Endure. Why would he endure? These people were serving justice just because they were called the Bayou Enforcement Union? Even the noble Parthenon temple had an ugly side to it. Mo Fan was bold enough to trample the Parthenon temple's sacred mountain. Why would he be scared of a little headquarters of the Enforcement Union? The lightning flickered wildly, whipping the mountain slope. Yu Ang and Lu Shantian stood higher up on the mountain, wearing the same grin on their faces. Mo Fan had taken the bait, as they had expected. The man was simply a brainless, hot-headed fool. You have all seen it. This man is trying to stir up chaos in our territory. Take him down and execute him on the spot. Lu Shantian yelled. He almost sounded like he was very excited as he quickly gave the order to his men. Feng Jinglan, the vice leader of Bayou Enforcement Union, frowned. It was obvious that Lu Shantian was abusing his power. He had purposely summoned the members of the Enforcement Union here as he knew Mo Fan would completely lose his calm. These members of the Enforcement Union were all his subordinates. Affirmative, the members of the Enforcement Union immediately yelled after receiving the order. A dozen mags started constructing star constellations. The star constellations of different elements formed a destructive elemental aura surging in Mo Fan's direction. Sky Lightning Claw. Mo Fan finished casting his spell first. His lightning was aiming at the Enforcer. Member of the Enforcement Union. Who was the closest to him? The man looked disdainful. The Enforcer knew Mo Fan was the winner of the World College Tournament, but to someone like him, who had gone through countless battles, the World College Tournament was just like a little fight between kids. It was nothing worth mentioning. He summoned a water curtain to defend himself. The blue barrier loomed over him. The Sky Lightning Claw instantly blew through the water curtain. The water poured down on the Enforcer who had underestimated Mo Fan's strength. The lightning continued to strike down with an overwhelming force. The man stared at the lightning strike in disbelief. How is it possible for a lightning spell to be so powerful? The Enforcer desperately summoned his magic armor, but he was still scorched by the Sky Lightning Claw. He fell unconscious to the ground. The arrogant man never expected that Mo Fan's lightning was 12 times stronger than a normal mage's lightning after receiving the blessing of the God Seal. The Enforcer did not even have a single soul-grade seed. Even after putting on his magic armor, Mo Fan's Sky Lightning Claw could defeat him easily. He dares to attack an Enforcer. Everyone, take this vile man down, show no mercy. Lu Shantian blurted out in joy when he saw Mo Fan attacking an Enforcer first. Yu Ang was grinning too. They were currently at Bayou Mountain. They had 20 Enforcers, while Lu Shantian was a super mage. Mo Fan was surely going to die once they had the excuse to take him out. He could finally get his revenge. He almost felt like he was about to ascend into heaven. The other Enforcers had channeled their advanced spells, and finally attacked after a slight hesitation. Destructive spells poured down upon the area, leaving Mo Fan no chance to dodge them. With a series of explosions, the slope was almost razed to the ground by the blasts. A huge cloud of smoke lingered in the air. Nighthawk almost went crazy. He furiously rushed toward the enforcers and yelled at them, "Can't you tell it's a setup? If you still have some conscience, you need to stop now. The man you are attacking has been risking his life to oppose the Black Vatican with his friends. He has given his all to save the ancient capital, and even won glory for our country with the national team. He deserves your utmost respect instead of this." A few of the enforcers seemed troubled after hearing Nighthawk's words. They didn't know who Mo Fan was. The victory of the World College Tournament was inspiring to the whole country. They hesitated, and did not fire their spells at Mo Fan. "Don't forget who your superior is here." Lu Zhantian stared at the enforcers who did not attack with a cold smile. 5 enforcers chose not to attack, while the rest did not show any mercy, as if they already knew why they were summoned here beforehand. A pair of black wings had spread open in the smoke. It was like a pair of indestructible shields, perfectly protecting Mo Fan within them. The black wings belonged to Bola. The destructive spells had not left a single scratch on his wings. His lips widened, revealing 2 pairs of fangs inside his mouth. "You know what to do," Mo Fan said coldly. "I will spare the life of those that deserve it." Bola smiled. Bola transformed into a purple bat with a flicker of motion and appeared behind an enforcer suddenly. He lifted the enforcer and slammed him into the ground. The enforcer's advanced spells were completely useless against him. The impact broke all the bones in the enforcer's body. The man fainted on the spot. "How weak!" Bola made his move again. This time, he aimed for 2 enforcers who were standing together, attacking Mo Fan with fire spells. Judging from the looks on their faces, they were serious about taking Mo Fan's life. Bola would not go easy on people like them. He grabbed their arms and pulled them toward him. He tore the arms off the 2 enforcers ruthlessly, tossed them on the ground. The enforcers cried out in agony. They fell to the ground as blood poured out from the wounds. Bola walked up to them and stomped on their legs. The bones in their quad shattered into pieces, and their legs were crushed into pulp. The 2 enforcers cried out at the top of their lungs in pain, their tears and mucus mixing together. Blood whip! Bola was incredibly fast with his attacks. After he was done with the 2 enforcers, he immediately summoned a long whip in his hand formed from his poisonous blood. He swung the whip and entangled an enforcer trying to cast a psychic spell on Mo Fan. Bola tugged the whip, dragging the enforcer toward him and exhaling a poisonous breath on him. The man felt like thousands of worms were biting his body. He would be screaming in pain for quite some time. Blood Tribe! Lu Zhantian's face contorted after seeing Bola's moves. Lu Zhantian did not expect Mo Fan to bring a member of the Blood Tribe with him. He was bullying his men like they were little kids. Lu Zhantian could not stand it any further, and took the initiative to join the fight. He did not go for Bola, but for Mo Fan. He was a wind mage, and his speed was quite outstanding. The man was planning to finish Mo Fan with a single move. Mo Fan immediately sensed danger approaching. He saw a blurry figure shooting towards him from the distance. He quickly cast Blink and vanished into thin air with a flicker of silver light. Lu Zhantian missed his opportunity. He chased after Mo Fan angrily. Bola had regrouped with Mo Fan. His speed was strange and unpredictable, and he was even quicker than the super wind mage Lu Zhantian. He kept following Lu Zhantian wherever he went. "Master, I will need some time to handle this guy. Can you deal with his underlings on your own?" Bola asked. Lu Zhantian was quite strong, especially his wind element. He could dash across the ground like a shadow or suddenly vanish into the air without a trace. Bola would have to be more serious in order to take him down. The main reason was that it had been too many years since Bola had fought with his true strength. He barely remembered his own moves. In the past, he needed less than 5 minutes to take out a super mage. Break all his bones and tendons, make sure that he stays alive. Mo Fan replied to Bola. As you wish. Bola replied. Lu Zhantian tried to stay a certain distance from Bola. Hovering in the air with his wind wings, he almost lost his calm when he heard the conversation between Mo Fan and Bola. Why would such a strong member of the Blood Tribe show up after he set up the trap so perfectly? If the Blood Tribesman was not around, he could easily end Mo Fan's life. Yuang, time for us to settle our debt. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and stared at Yuang coldly. The man had been extremely pleased with the outcome, but he no longer looked as calm and collected as before. However, he did not panic at all. There were at least 8 enforcers on the mountain who were loyal to Lu Zhantian. These enforcers were all advanced mags. Based on Yuang's understanding of Mo Fan, there was no way Mo Fan could possibly stand a chance against these enforcers. The thought immediately calmed Yuang down. He believed he should provoke Mo Fan a little more to drive him mad. However, as Yuang was deciding if he should mention Xu Jiaoting or Mo Fan's father, he was shocked to see Mo Fan knock a relatively strong enforcer flying with a single punch. He could not even tell if the man was still alive. Yuang was stunned. Since when is Mo Fan so strong? Wasn't he just an intermediate mage back then? Chapter 1197. There is no one I don't dare to kill. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Hellish flames. Fierce fire fell from the sky, landing between a few enforcers. The 3 enforcers were not weak mags. They quickly cast ice spells to put out the flames. Mo Fan glanced at the remaining flames on the ground. They were all bright red, like the color of roses. Mo Fan had gotten used to the overwhelming power of Little Flame Bell's calamity fire. His fire spells had dramatically weakened without his summoned beast's help. Most importantly, Mo Fan was feeling quite down, too. This further convinced him that he had to bring Little Flame Bell back to life after he was done here. It did not feel right that his naughty daughter was not around to stir up trouble for him. Don't be scared, let's attack together. He won't be able to take us on. Enforcer Lu Bingfeng said. Lu Bingfeng was obviously a member of the Lu clan. He urged the other 3 enforcers to use their sealing magic. One of the enforcers was a shadow mage, hiding in one corner and planning to use the NYX regime and giant shadow spikes to seal Mo Fan's mind. To his surprise, Mo Fan vanished immediately after the NYX regime was established. A few seconds later, the shadow mage felt a great chill from behind. Mo Fan had stabbed his waist and the back of his head with a pair of shadow daggers. The strong sealing force restrained the enforcer and bound his mind, preventing him from casting any spells. Humph, die! Lu Bingfeng quickly took hold of the opportunity to summon a demon tree with a sawtoothed outer layer. The huge demon tree extended out toward Mo Fan. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and stared at the saw-like demon tree. A silver light encapsulated the tree, preventing it from moving any further. Lu Bingfeng was stunned. He was unable to tell what magic Mo Fan was using. He was not that experienced. Get him, he shouted furiously at the other 2 enforcers. They were both psychic mags. Psychic mags played an important role among the enforcers. They were usually the key to apprehending their targets. The 2 psychic mags cast psychic impact on Mo Fan simultaneously to stop him from casting any advanced spells. Mo Fan backed away slightly to distance himself from the demon tree. He reached his hands out when he sensed the ripple of the psychic impact surging at him. He was resisting each psychic spell with a hand. Mo Fan quickly executed his counterattack, not giving the psychic mags any chance to interrupt his channeling. Don't panic, our psychic impacts are quicker, the elder psychic mage said. They could sense Mo Fan's telekinesis approaching. They had 2 options. The first was to strengthen their psychic impacts, forcing Mo Fan to withdraw his spell. The second option was to back away immediately, but it meant they would miss the opportunity of utilizing their psychic spells. The elder psychic mage was a lot more confident than the other psychic mage. He believed his psychic impact could overcome Mo Fan's telekinesis. After all, the space element also relied on a mage's mental strength. The space magic would dissipate once he landed his psychic impact on Mo Fan. Buzz? A loud noise echoed in Mo Fan's mind, disturbing his thoughts. The elder psychic mage immediately grinned smugly. Not many people could cast their spells quicker than a psychic mage, as speed was the most important factor for them to effectively suppress their target. They had to land their spells before their targets could cast their spells in order to disrupt their channeling. Prepare to attack, he won't be able to dodge. The elder enforcer was about to give the order when a silver illusionary claw grabbed him firmly. His bones were already cracking from the strong grip. It was like a giant was grabbing him. The elder psychic mage's eyes widened. He stared at the silver-shrouded Mo Fan in disbelief. Their psychic impacts had clearly landed on him. How was he still able to use telekinesis? Could it be that his mental strength was an entire level higher than theirs? A psychic mage was not unbeatable. The psychic impact of a basic psychic mage would barely do anything to an advanced mage or a super mage. Otherwise, a group of basic psychic mags could easily render a super mage useless. The psychic element, space element, and curse element were closely tied to the mag's mental strength. Mo Fan had reached the 4th level of mental strength, and was currently in the intermediate stage, while the elder psychic mage had only achieved the 3rd level of mental strength, and was still in the basic stage. A mage in the 1st level might have a chance of interrupting the spell of a mage in the 2nd level, but the difference between the stages was huge. A mage in the basic stage only had a 2% chance to disrupt the spell of a mage in the intermediate stage. As such, psychic mags might be the enforcement union's ace when detaining criminals, but against Mo Fan, whose mental strength was a lot higher, they did not pose any threat to him. Even if they were to cast their advanced psychic spells, they would most likely fail against Mo Fan too. Attack him, what are you all waiting for? Attack him now! Lu Bingfeng snapped furiously. Why were these idiots stunned by his petty space magic? They were supposed to be the elites of the enforcement union, true enforcers. Mo Fan had grabbed the 2 psychic mags with the illusionary claws, yet they were not the only ones he was up against. Ice cones over 20 meters long, fireballs, and wild demon trees soon approached him from 3 different directions. Time stasis! Mo Fan did not bother dodging the spells. The silver light shrouding him grew brighter as an energy field that could reduce every rapid-moving object to stillness manifested around him. The 3 waves of attack slowed down dramatically after entering the area of the time stasis. They eventually came to a stop less than 5 meters away from him. The deadly ice cones, the rain of flames, and the giant demon trees had frozen in place like they were parts of a painting. Mo Fan was in full control inside the area. The silver light further set off his imperiousness. Mo Fan walked out from the spell. As soon as he left, the flames, ice cones, and demon trees came back to life, bringing utter destruction as they converged. However, Mo Fan had already left the area. The spells did not even touch the corner of his shirt. Piss off! Mo Fan set his gaze on the 2 psychic mags held in place by the illusionary claws. His intermediate stage mental strength summoned a great force, knocking them flying. The psychic mags vomited blood and fell to the ground. They could not get back to their feet. Mo Fan had already knocked out most of the enforcers. Lu Bingfeng could feel himself breaking out in a cold sweat when he saw Mo Fan slowly approaching him. He was just an advanced mage like them. How was he so much stronger than them? How was it that he had managed to crush the enforcers with every element he had? You are a dead man. Our Lu clan is going to make you pay. Lu Bingfeng tried to stay calm. He did not think Mo Fan would dare do any harm to him if he mentioned his background. You're from the Lu clan? It was the Lu clan that took my father. Mo Fan asked coldly, stopping in front of Lu Bingfeng. So what if it's us? Lu Bingfeng suddenly sounded a lot more confident. He was an enforcer. Only authorities with the rank of councilman or above had the power to sentence them to death. Even so, they could only do it in a trial in the Enforcement Union Supreme Court. Councilmen were not allowed to harm them directly. The stupidest thing about your Lu clan and Lu Yilin is how they keep thinking that the whole world revolves around them. Mo Fan grinned coldly. Mo Fan sealed Lu Bingfeng's mind with the shadow element and tossed him high up into the air. When Lu Bingfeng reached the highest point, Mo Fan suddenly emitted a blinding dark light. Lightning strikes suddenly appeared in the form of a demon claw, reaching out from the stormy clouds. Lu Bingfeng tried his best to summon his magic armor. He had already sensed that Mo Fan did not have the slightest hesitation about killing him. However, his magic armor was completely useless against lightning 12 times stronger than an ordinary lightning spell. There was a series of explosions, and Lu Bingfeng was shredded to pieces by the lightning. His scorched blood poured down like hot rain. The rest of the enforcers were utterly terrified after witnessing his death. Was this guy out of his mind? Did he really just kill an enforcer in their territory? Whoever is tired of living can step forward now. Mo Fan demanded. The enforcers froze in place. This man was serious about killing them, regardless of their identities and background. Mo Fan proceeded forward. No enforcers dared to attack him. Asshole, asshole, I'm going to kill you. Mo Fan, I'm going to kill you. Lu Shantian screamed at the top of his lungs, diving down at Mo Fan from the sky. It seems like you aren't treating me seriously. Bola showed up in front of Lu Shantian with an eerie flicker of magic. Bola struck with lightning speed, grabbing Lu Shantian's arm and pulling it down with irresistible force. His sharp claws penetrated Lu Shantian's skin, severing the arteries and tendons in his arm. His master had asked him to break every single bone and tendon in the man's body. It was actually quite a difficult request to fulfill. Even a butcher would have difficulty cutting the bones and tendons of a pig. If it was not for the request, the man would have died many times over by now. Chapter 1198. Not a single one is spared. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. After getting rid of the resistance, Mo Fan slowly walked toward Yuang. His eyes looked like they were going to spit fire at any second, yet they were scarily calm too. Yuang was still bound in handcuffs. His confidence and sneering expression had long disappeared. They'd had a leader of the enforcement union, a super mage, and around 20 enforcers on their side. Yuang believed he could provoke Mo Fan and make him mad enough to use violence here at Bayou Mountain, giving him an excuse to end Mo Fan's life. Lu Shantian would then take the matter into his own hands. Their plan might not be perfect, yet it would have guaranteed Mo Fan's death, and that alone was enough. To their surprise, Mo Fan had brought a vampire who was strong enough to beat the crap out of a super mage easily, nor did they know Mo Fan's own strength would be so terrifying. The advanced mage enforcers did not stand a chance at all. Mo Fan. I'm considered to be working for the enforcement union. I can promise you that your father is perfectly fine. Lu Shantian was just trying to scare you, but if you kill me, the enforcement union won't forgive you easily. Yuang immediately begged for his life when he sensed the strong murderous intent coming from Mo Fan. Who else would Mo Fan not dare to kill, if he was bold enough to kill Lu Bingfeng? Yuang, you have to know that you are second only to Salan on my to-kill list, so don't you try and convince me with those petty words. Just prepare to face death. Mo Fan took another step forward. When a person only had a single thought in their mind, their focus would be far stronger than normal. Mo Fan's will had completely surrounded Yuang. He let out a furious roar with bloodshot eyes. Die! Mo Fan's voice was deafening. His strong murderous will penetrated Yuang's body wildly. It was like countless blades that could easily dismember an enemy, or a vengeful hammer, or a wild storm. Mo Fan's will disintegrated Yuang as soon as he let out the roar. Yuang's body exploded, including his head. The second before it exploded, Yuang's face was filled with terror. He had lingered on with his last breath until today. He wanted to live more than anyone else, but he ended up presenting himself to the demon. He very much regretted his decisions, but it no longer made any difference. His eyeballs, hands, bones, and organs scattered across the place. Thick blood splattered in the air and slowly fell, some landing on Mo Fan. 2. After smelling Yu Ang's filthy blood after ripping him to pieces, Mo Fan was finally able to vent the hatred that he had hidden deep inside his heart. At least he could finally stop recalling how Xu Jiaoting begged to be burned to ashes. How the bastard died showed all of Mo Fan's hatred toward him. Who was the councilman that allowed Yu Ang to join the enforcement union? Mo Fan looked at Feng Jinglan, who did not take part in the battle, nor make a single noise. If a sinful person like Yu Ang was allowed to live, it was simply an utter humiliation to Xu Jiaoting, who had risked all he had just to get the names of the Blue Deacons. If even an unforgivable person like him was not punished for his sins, Mo Fan would rather stand on the opposite side of the enforcement union. Master, I have broken every single bone in his body, including those in his fingers. I have also drawn his tendons out. I have cast a spell on him just so he would not faint, so he can clearly sense the pain coming from every inch of his body. Bola landed on the ground and dropped Lu Shantian right before Mo Fan's feet. 1. Lu Shantian's face had contorted, mostly because of pain, but also because of his anger at Mo Fan. He was a leader of the enforcement union, the person in charge of the Bayou enforcement union. Even a councilman was not allowed to do such a thing to him. His bones had all been broken. His sinews were all drawn out. He would never forget the pain he had felt, and he swore that he would make Mo Fan suffer 10 times, or even 100 times what he went through. Mo Fan, spare his life, I went to check on your father. He's fine, he isn't injured, he's just a little shocked, Nighthawk informed him. Bring me to him, Mo Fan said. Can you ask your friend to let Lu Shantian go? He's going to die at this rate, Nighthawk said. Mo Fan did not answer Nighthawk. Bola smiled and carried Lu Shantian away with him. He had no intention to give the man to anyone. Bola would not let the man go without Mo Fan's permission. As for what was going to happen to him, it basically depended on Mo Drussin's condition. Lu Shantian better hoped he had not done anything to Mo Drussin. Otherwise, he would surely infuriate Mo Fan again. As a matter of fact, even Bola was quite intimidated by Mo Fan when he was angry. The man even tore Hayla, the Greeks' god of death, to pieces. Why did these imbeciles challenge the demon sleeping inside Mo Fan? Oh, perhaps these fools still had no idea that the young man was responsible for the chaos at the Parthenon temple. Mo Fan went into the headquarters of the enforcement union. He saw Nighthawk's man helping Mo Drussin come out as soon as he went into the main hall. Mo Drussin looked a lot healthier than he used to be, but he was very haggard. His lips were dry, and he had heavy eye bags. His eyes were wide, and he looked confused and a little panicked. He was just an ordinary man who had not learned any magic. Even though he was not injured physically, Mo Fan believed Lu Shantian had tortured him mentally. Mo Drussin finally calmed down a little when he saw Mo Fan. He quickly went up to Mo Fan and said, "They told me you are in big trouble, that you have killed someone. It's great to see that you're fine." The anger in Mo Fan's heart immediately dissipated as soon as he heard those words. He smiled wryly. "Dad, you should be worried about yourself instead." "I'm fine, but someone has got to pay the price," Mo Fan said. He had no intention of letting things go so easily. "Mo Fan, I'm fine too. That Yu Ang just came and scared me a few times. They didn't do any harm to me. Let's forget it, let's not make the matters worse." Mo Drussin did not want Mo Fan to do anything extreme. Nighthawk had already told him how serious the situation was. Mo Fan had already killed an enforcer and reduced a leader of the enforcement union into a cripple. He had dealt with those responsible for abducting his old man. There was no need to escalate the situation further. "Dad, to be honest, I have done many things for the army, the Magic Association, the government, and the country. I have risked my life many times, and I have never asked for anything from them. I just wanted them to take care of you when I was away, so the Black Vatican and my enemies won't do any harm to you, but they can't even keep their word. The military, the Lu clan, the enforcement union, I won't forgive every person that's related to this." killing a few people was far from enough for Mo Fan to vent his anger. Mo Fan, Mo Jasin sighed. Those who deserved to die were already dead. Mo Jasin really did not want Mo Fan to go any further. However, judging from Mo Fan's attitude, he knew he could not change his son's mind. Dad, there are things that we shouldn't endure. The more we endure, the greater the disappointment. If they could already do such a thing to me, what about those people that have devoted their whole lives to taking down the Black Vatican because they lost their loved ones? Mo Fan said to Mo Jasin. Mo Fan was well aware of Mo Jasin's personality. Mo Fan did not mind enduring a little, but he could not stand it any longer when he learned that the people of the Enforcement Union could take his father from the military using such a lousy excuse and lock him up in a place without him knowing. They even allowed a member of the Black Vatican to get close to his father, who was just an ordinary man. Mo Fan left the Bayou Enforcement Union with Mo Jasin and brought him back to the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. The Clear Sky Hunter Agency was well fortified. It was the only place that Mo Fan felt was safe for now. Is Uncle Mo all right? Lingling asked. He's fine, but Mo Fan looked at Lingling and said, where is the Lu clan located? Head west, there's a place called Many Town. Half of the people there are from the Lu clan. Their mansion is there, too, Lingling said. Bola, bring that prick along. It's time we pay Many Town a visit, Mo Fan stated. Mo Fan summoned the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. He was not in a rush this time. He passed through the bustling streets of the Magic City and headed toward the town that was mostly occupied by the renowned clans. The news has already spread, are you sure you want to do this? Lingling said worriedly, sitting behind him. I'm going to be fine with Bola around. Besides, if anything really happens, the Black Totem Snake will show up as soon as possible, too. Don't worry, I promise you, I won't use the demon element, Mo Fan said. Lingling nodded. There was nothing else that she had to worry about after Mo Fan gave his promise. Mo Fan was taking his time because he was waiting for those that were supposed to be there to arrive, as they knew he was on his way to demand an explanation. It was unlikely that the Lu clan had not realized what was going on, since he had already killed one of their people. He did not care what kind of feast they were organizing for him. Bola could easily guarantee his safety, and even if things went south, Mo Fan would not mind summoning the Black Totem Snake over to repeat the incident at the Parthenon Temple. The Parthenon Temple might be able to take the Black Totem Snake on, but the Lu clan? The Black Totem Snake could easily wipe their clan out. Chapter 1199. Tactful Words of Advice. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan headed straight to the Lu clan's mansion after they entered Many Town. The people of the Lu clan had obviously received the news. Many of their people were in position outside the mansion, as if they were going to make Mo Fan pay as soon as he set foot into the mansion. However, none of them dared to move when they saw Bola dragging the half-dead Lu Xinxia along the ground behind Mo Fan. Mo Fan strutted into the mansion. The women had all been evacuated. The men stayed, led by Lu Xin, who seemed to have developed a strong opinion about Mo Fan during the World College Tournament. Lu Xin had an imperious look and a sharp gaze. However, he was immediately enraged when he saw how badly his son was beaten. Mo Fan, what do you think you are doing? Lu Xin snapped. The mags nearby immediately locked their gazes on Mo Fan. The atmosphere froze instantly. Mo Fan could sense the strong murderous intent lingering in the air. That should be my line. If you aren't pleased with the death of that scum Lu Yilin, you should just come at me instead of pulling such a dirty trick. Do you seriously think I don't dare to fall out with you? I have dragged Lu Xinxia here because I'm quite interested in seeing how lowly you bunch of pricks are, who failed to teach your sons how to behave properly. Lu Yilin deserved to die. As for Lu Xinxia, it basically depends on your attitude. Mo Fan shot right back. Do you think you can do as you please here? Do you even know that if someone dares to stir up trouble in a councilman's residence, we can kill the offender right on the spot? Lu Xin threatened him. Mo Fan did not seem bothered by the threat. His son had said the same thing at Bayou Enforcement Union, yet what had happened in the end? If that's your attitude, I believe there's no point for us to talk any further. Give them the corpse. Mo Fan turned to Bola. Bola reached out his claw and slowly stuck his nails into Lu Shantian's neck. Lu Shantian was now a cripple, yet he would not die easily with the vitality of a super mage. However, if his neck was sliced open, he would die in just half a minute. Stop! Stop it! Lu Xin yelled in panic. Mo Fan ignored his plea. This Lu Xin still thought he could act bossily in front of him. Did he not realize what his son was up to? Lu Xin's eyes almost fell out. He did not think Mo Fan would be so bold as to dare kill Lu Shantian right in front of them. Not only did he not show any respect to him as a councilman, he had no respect for the entire clan. Mo Fan, ask your friend to stop now, a deep voice spoke up. Mo Fan looked over and saw it was his old friend with a beard, Zhu Meng. Mo Fan, can you give me face and spare Lu Shantian's life for now? Zhu Meng came up to Mo Fan and asked in a serious voice. Mo Fan turned to Bola and signaled him to let Lu Shantian go. There was already a deep cut on Lu Shantian's neck, and blood was slowly pouring out of it. Luckily, he had not severed the artery, or Lu Shantian would be a dead man by now. You already know everything. Mo Fan said. Yeah, I do. I have sent someone to arrest the people that broke the rules in the army. We'll deal with them soon, Zhu Meng said. Mo Fan did not say a word. The situation had escalated significantly. As a councilman, Zhu Meng was in charge of the enforcement union to a certain degree. He would surely handle the rest. Zhu Meng, my son is still in his hands. He's threatening us with my son's life, and yet you're still standing on his side. Lu Xin was infuriated. Lu Xin, you should calm down too. I don't believe that you're completely unaware of things, even if you didn't take part. You have most likely turned a blind eye. If you keep insisting, I can guarantee you that your son is going to be a dead man. You must know what kind of a person Mo Fan is, Zhu Meng replied calmly. Lu Xin wanted to say something, yet he swallowed the words when he saw Lu Shantian's condition. He had already lost his younger son, Lu Yilin. He could not afford to lose his eldest son Lu Shantian too. Lu Xin was initially against Lu Shantian's plan, as he believed it was inappropriate, but Lu Shantian insisted on taking matters into his own hands. Lu Shantian was doing it to avenge his little brother, so Lu Xin did not intervene any further. He already knew Lu Shantian would be in trouble after taking out Mo Fan, but not only did the plan fail, Lu Shantian's life was currently in Mo Fan's hands too. The situation could not be any worse. Mo Fan was currently like the sun at noon in the country. Their only chance was to take him out without leaking any news, but if they failed and their attempt was made known to the public, they would be in grave danger. He still remembered how Zhu Huiyin was forced to step down under the pressure from the people. This time, it was their Lu clan who was in trouble. Spare his life, and we'll talk. Lu Xin finally compromised, after being left with no choice. Not going to happen, Mo Fan responded coldly. Mo Fan, you're too full of yourself. Lu Xin felt like he was about to explode. He had already lowered his voice, despite his status as a councilman. What else did this fool want? It was not going to end well for both sides if he stubbornly stood his ground. Zhu Meng was left speechless on seeing how hot-headed the two were. He dragged Mo Fan aside and said, the people in the army that were arrested are most likely going to confess that they were bribed by Lu Shantian. The people of the Bayou Enforcement Union will also testify how Lu Shantian abused his powers and used a member of the Black Vatican to threaten your father. Lu Shantian is going to spend the rest of his life in jail based on these accusations. If you kill him now, it's over in an instant. It's better to let him suffer in jail. If you kill Lu Shantian like you killed Lu Yilin, you will only get yourself in trouble. Lu Shantian is still a district leader of the Enforcement Union, and only the chairman has the right to punish him. If you kill him now, Lu Xin is surely going to bring the matter to the chairman. Even that old man won't be able to protect you. So I'm in the wrong now? Mo Fan asked in return. Not quite, it was Lu Zhantian who crossed the lines. Now that you've apprehended him, you can just hand him over to us. I promise you that he will get what he deserves, but if you take matters into your own hands, you will only give Lu Xun an excuse to keep troubling you, Zhu Meng advised him tactfully. Chapter 1200. Digging Their Own Grave. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan did not agree straight away. He was still caught up in his anger. He was not scared if Lu Xun was not willing to compromise, but what Zhu Meng said was reasonable, too. Mo Fan was willing to trust Zhu Meng. If the man gave his word, it was very likely that Lu Zhantian's career was done for. Lu Xun, I've already made it clear, you should express your stance too. It was your Lu clan that started it all. As Lu Yilin and Lu Zhantian's father, you knew better than anyone else the personalities of your sons. If they hadn't provoked Mo Fan in the first place, nothing would have happened to them. Zhu Meng scolded Lu Xun. Lu Xun was very unhappy with the outcome. His sons were meant to have bright futures. One had become a leader in the enforcement union at such a young age, and the other had joined the national team. His clan was going to surpass the status of the Mu and Bai clans and dominate the Magic City, but both his sons had fallen at Mo Fan's hands. As a matter of fact, Lu Xun was actually quite afraid of the young man. Mo Fan was simply a time bomb. Zhu Meng knew Lu Xun was still unwilling to compromise. He went up and asked the man to go to the side to have a little talk. Lu Xun kept feeling that Zhu Meng was biased toward Mo Fan, so he was not willing to talk any further. He simply glared at Zhu Meng. Lu Xun, we have known each other for a long time. Do you seriously want the Lu clan to be ruined at your hands? Do you have any idea at all of the contributions Mo Fan has made? Even as councilmen haven't have done as much as he has. As a word of advice, you should just put your pride as a councilman aside, Zhu Meng advised him. He's threatening me with my son's life. Lu Xun snapped. You should be relieved that he's still willing to negotiate. Do you have any idea how many people died at the Parthenon temple just because they falsely accused Xinxia? Do you seriously think your Lu clan is stronger than the Parthenon temple? Zhu Meng asked in a soft voice. What Parthenon temple? What does that have anything to do with the kid? Lu Xun was utterly confused. I thought you were always well informed, including news that was off limits to the public. You weren't told who was responsible for the disaster that befell the Parthenon temple? Do you think the Black Totem Snake showed up at the Parthenon temple because he happened to pass by while on vacation? Zhu Meng said. 2. Well, Lu Xun was stunned. Zhu Meng had once insisted on taking out the Black Totem Snake because of his threat elimination strategy, but had failed in the end. Lu Xun heard it was because of a young man, and that young man had also resolved the plague in Hangzhou. Mo Fan saved the Black Totem Snake's life back then, so in order to repay his kindness, the Black Totem Snake was willing to overturn the Parthenon temple for him. Mo Fan also subdued that powerful blood tribesman there at the Parthenon temple. Luckily, Mo Fan brought him along. If your son really had done anything to his father, I'm afraid he would have summoned the Black Totem Snake and razed your Lu clan to the ground, Zhu Meng said. Can this kid really summon the Black Totem Snake? Lu Xun's eyes widened. Lu Xun had heard about the Parthenon temple, but he was unaware of the details, as they were kept confidential. He had no idea Mo Fan was behind it. Zhu Meng nodded slowly. The Black Totem Snake only listened to two people, one was Tang Yu, and the other was Mo Fan. If anything tried to hurt them, the Black Totem Snake would be enraged. How many mags in the entire country would dare to take on the Black Totem Snake? Besides, the Black Totem Snake isn't necessarily the scariest thing about him. You're really playing with fire. If Mo Fan is forced to summon the other thing, your Lu clan is going to be in huge trouble. Zhu Meng said. What are you talking about? Are you telling me that this kid has something scarier than the Black Totem Snake? Lu Xun was stunned. He was struggling to believe it. I know it doesn't sound convincing, but you can go ask the chairman about it. Either way, you should be relieved that you can still settle the matter the easy way. Don't escalate things further, Zhu Meng told him. Lucian felt like Zhu Meng was only bluffing. How could the kid have such great powers? It's from the chairman, you going to take it or not? Zhu Meng handed his phone to Lucian. Lucian hesitated slightly. He ended up picking up the call. Lucian did not speak. He listened carefully to what Chairman Xiaozheng had to say. The man did not speak much, but Lucian had already paled. Don't you worry, Chairman. I will never tell anyone about this, Lucian said. Lucian ended the call and gave Zhu Meng a grateful look. If Zhu Meng had not arrived in time and persuaded Mo Fan and him to take a step back, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lucian was not dumb enough to sacrifice his entire clan just because of his narrow-minded sons. He was only trying to stop Mo Fan from destroying the clan's reputation. However, he immediately gave up after listening to the chairman's advice. Mo Fan, spare my son's life and I can promise you that our Lu clan will not trouble you or your family again. Lucian promised. Before, Lu Yilin tried to kill me, so I killed him. This time, Lu Shantian wanted me dead too, and you're asking me to spare his life by saying that you won't trouble me or my family again. How naive are you? Mo Fan spat. Lucian clenched his teeth. He saw Zhu Meng shaking his head at him. He let out a sigh and said, Mo Fan, it's my fault for not teaching them the right manners, resulting in their misbehavior. I will compensate you for the things that they have done. That's all I can do, but I'm hoping that you can spare my son's life, considering he didn't really do any harm to your father. Humph, if I had found a single scratch on my father, your son would already be a dead man, Mo Fan declared coldly. Mo Fan signaled Bola to release the man. Bola released his grip, and Lu Shantian fell feebly to the ground. The people of the Lu clan could not even recognize him. Lucian quickly went up. He thanked Mo Fan while asking the others to treat Lu Shantian's wounds. Lucian, your son has abused his powers as a leader of the enforcement union. Once he recovers, I will bring him to the chairman. I hope you will stay out of the process. You know what the chairman will do. After all, Lu Shantian's actions are just too disappointing, Zhu Meng advised him. Lucian already knew things would turn out badly, but he never thought it would be this bad. It was his fault for not stopping Lu Shantian from using such dirty tricks to get his revenge. Luckily, his son was still alive. Lucian seriously thought both his sons were dead when he heard Mo Fan had managed to wipe out the enforcement union on Bayou Mountain. As a matter of fact, even if Lu Shantian's plan had worked, he could not have guaranteed Lu Shantian's safety. Even he, a councilman, did not dare touch Mo Fan now, let alone his son, who had only recently been promoted. It did not matter what kind of excuse he had, he was basically digging his own grave.